Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 3HT Chapter 86 Fighting against Mahawk. The next day, at around 10 o'clock, we finally arrived at the first island on the Grand Line. Whiskey Peak. Whiskey Peak is a small town with a population of only a few hundred. The characteristic of the island is that there are many huge peaks on the island that resemble prickly pear. Whiskey Peak can also be called Prickly Pear Island. The people on the entire island are composed of members of the Baroque studio, and their main purpose is usually to hunt or capture passing pirates alive in exchange for bounties. Whenever a pirate arrives, the residents of the island will be very enthusiastic and invite the pirates to the island for a banquet, thereby getting the pirates drunk in order to achieve the purpose of arresting them. If things are exposed, force will be used directly. On the entire island, even children and women will be equipped with weapons. It can be said that the entire island is a soldier. When the storm charge approached, the peripheral members of the Baroque studio who were responsible for looking out to check the sea situation also discovered the strange pirate ship storm charge. Of course, they didn't recognize the flag on the battleship. After all, the flag was also new. Not to mention that they don't know it, even Marine and world government don't know it either. Therefore, subconsciously, the peripheral members of the Baroque studio on the island thought that the storm charge was an unknown pirate. As a result, everyone felt very happy immediately. If it was a famous pirate, they wouldn't be able to solve it yet. If it were an unknown pirate, the success rate of this order would be over 90%. Unknown pirates are generally equated with weaker pirates in the eyes of some people. As everyone knows, there is another possibility for unknown pirates, that is, they have just debuted. Some people are at their peak when they debut and are very powerful. For example, Fire Fist Ace went to sea at the age of 17, encountered a shipwreck and was washed up on a small island, and soon obtained the burning fruit. With the ability to burn the fruit, Fire Fist Ace was offered a bounty of 200 million Baileys for the first time. Just when the gangster was about to tell the news to the mayor, the other side of Whiskey Mountain also discovered the situation. Hawkeye Jorakal Mahawk unexpectedly arrived at Whiskey Peak and now entered the river in the center of Whiskey Peak. The members of Baroque Studio above Whiskey Mountain naturally recognized Jorakal Mahawk. They didn't dare to get close at all, allowing Hawkeye's small raft to pass by. Soon, the mayor of Whiskey Peak Town, Ikaram, learned of the situation. He immediately made a decision to ignore Jorak Mahawk and the unknown pirate ship and let them go. There is no way, they still have some information about Hawkeye. This man is called the world's greatest swordsman. Before becoming Shichibukai, he was a marine hunter, specializing in hunting marines. As for his personality, he is relatively withdrawn and doesn't like excitement. Precisely because he knew that this man didn't like the excitement, Ikaram also made the decision to ignore him. At the same time, they could only let go of another unknown pirate ship that happened to arrive at Whiskey Peak. Under normal circumstances, their entire town would welcome the pirates with music and a warm attitude. But Ikaram was afraid that if they did this, they would disturb Hawkeye and cause disaster. Ikaram's order quickly spread throughout the town, and the residents of the town also returned home one after another. On the deck of the storm charge, Lin Fan turned to the four women and said, "The master is here, I'll take the first step." With that said, Lin Fan's figure also disappeared on the deck. The four women on the deck also knew who Lin Fan was talking about. Before that, Alice had already appeared and said it. Although Alice didn't say it was Hawkeye, Lin Fan guessed it based on the information Alice revealed. Raft, only one person. Combined with the Krieg he met before, Lin Fan guessed Mahawk at once. On the sea, there are not many people who dare to just ride on a raft. Hawkeye counts as one, Ace counts as one, and Blackbeard counts as one. The four girls were all a little worried about Lin Fan going to face Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, but they were more confident that Lin Fan would be fine. After all, Lin Fan was the man who defeated Marine General Kizaru Perusalino. Kizaru. I knew it, someone would definitely whip me over and over again for this matter. Nami reached out and grabbed Kaya's hand, and said with a smile, "It's okay, the big pervert is so powerful. Even Marine General Kizaru is no match for him, let alone a Shichibukai." Lin Fan's figure appeared on the raft, and Mahawk spotted Lin Fan immediately. God Killer Wilk Lin Fan. When he saw Lin Fan for the first time, Mahawk naturally recognized him. After all, Lin Fan has been in too much limelight recently. Kill the Celestial Dragons and defeat Marine General Kizaru Perusalino. No one knew about Lin Fan's fight with Garp, not even the big news Morgans. Jorakal Mahawk, the greatest swordsman in the world. I'm only half a swordsman. I wonder if I can ask for some advice? After saying that, Lin Fan also took out the Yishin sword. As soon as Yishin sword appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of Eagle Eye. After thinking for a while, Hawkeye finally spoke, "A very good weapon, I accept your challenge." After receiving the answer, Lin Fan also smiled, then looked at the huge Cactus Mountain peak and said, "We can't let go here, let's go up there." Mahawk also looked in the direction Lin Fan was looking and responded, "I have no problem." The next second, Lin Fan and Hawkeye disappeared from the spot at the same time. When they appeared, the two of them walked towards the Cactus Mountain peak at the same time. Everyone in the town also recognized Lin Fan's identity. Everyone turned to look at the Cactus Mountain peak, preparing to watch the battle. "Mr. 8, I have informed the boss of the situation. Ikarim didn't even turn his head when he heard this, he just said yes. The official members of the Baroque studio in Whiskey Peak Town at the moment are Mr. 8 Ikarim, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guards, Miss Wednesday, Nefertari Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, Miss Monday, Mr. Point 9, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday. Chapter 87 Hawkeye vs. Lin Fan, the ultimate sword showdown. On the Cactus Peak, Lin Fan and Eagle Eye arrived almost at the same time. Of course, Lin Fan didn't use the Speed Devil Fruit, otherwise Hawkeye would have been thrown away 100% of the time. On the Cactus Mountain Peak, there are many tombstones buried here. They were all pirates who died at the hands of the residents of the town. There might also be corpses of merchants, civilians, marines, and members of the Revolutionary Army among them. After all, everyone in the town is a member of the criminal group Baroque Studio. More importantly, people's hearts are unpredictable, who knows if there is any. Hawkeye also drew his own weapon, one of the 12 supreme sharp knives, Black Knife Knight. Black Sword Yoruichi. The entire sword is slightly larger than a normal sword, and the blade is pitch black, which is the result of long-term use of armed hockey. There are only 2 swords in the entire One Piece world that are made into black swords with weapon colors. One is Mihawk's Knight, and the other is Chu Shui. On the Cactus Mountain Peak, Hawkeye and Lin Fan each held weapons in their hands. Neither of them took action immediately, but just looked at each other. The aura on his body is also exuding little by little. The people in the town suddenly felt a huge pressure coming on their faces, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. On the deck of the Storm Charge, the 4 women also felt the 2 powerful auras on the Cactus Peak. The 4 women are all people with the domineering power of seeing and hearing, and they can even feel the horror of the 2 auras. Hawkeye and Lin Fan also initially knew that the other person was at the same level as themselves. Even if there was a difference, it was not big. What is being compared here is swordsmanship and understanding of swords. Lin Fan received the inheritance of Shimotsuki Ryoma, which can be said to be the reappearance of Shimotsuki Ryoma. The difference is that Lin Fan's physique is much stronger than Shimotsuki Ryoma. As for domineering, except for Conqueror's domineering, the other 2 domineering should be at the same level. Lin Fan's Conqueror's domineering achievements at this moment, even the red-haired Shanks, who is known as the strongest Conqueror's domineering person, can't compare with Lin Fan. Armed kill with a single move is a move that red-haired Shanks will never be able to catch up with. This is the life of cheating, no explanation is needed at all, it's just so awesome. It can also be said that this is the dimensionality-reducing blow of the time travelers to the native humans. Finally, there is action. I saw Hawkeye and Lin Fan making moves at the same time, raising their hands and slashing towards the opposite side with their swords. A green sword energy and a golden sword energy appeared at the same time, blasting towards the opponent. After a while, they collided together, cancelled each other out, and disappeared without a trace. The next second, only a pinging sound was heard, and Black Saber Yi and Yishin sword touched together. As soon as the 2 come into contact, sword energy bursts out around them. The power of the sword spread outwards, and bottomless sword marks appeared on the ground. At the same time, the ground beneath the 2 men's feet also instantly cracked. After a stalemate for a while, the 2 received it at the same time, and then continued to attack each other. The speed was so fast that ordinary people couldn't see the 2 of them at all, and could only hear the sound of ping ping pong on the mountain. In the next second, only a few streaks of sword energy were seen, and several cactus peaks were cut off on the spot and slid down one after another. There was another series of ping 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 collisions, and the powerful momentum made people close their eyes because of pain. From a distance, one could tell that 2 masters of swordsmanship were fighting on the mountain peak. At this moment, only the 4 women on the Storm battleship were still staring at the duel between Hawkeye and Lin Fan. No one else could continue to watch the fight between the 2. It really hurts my eyes, maybe it's because my strength is too low. Watching the fight between the 2 people on the mountain in the distance, Kaya also smiled and said, "It's so awesome, Brother Fan's swordsmanship is so powerful. He actually fought against the world's greatest swordsman, Jorkal Mahawk. It's a dead end." At this moment, she was no longer worried that Lin Fan would be unable to defeat him. It was obvious that the 2 were almost equally skilled in swordsmanship. Seeing that Hawkeye and Lin Fan were equally matched, Nami was completely confused. She has known Lin Fan for the longest time and has never seen Lin Fan use weapons. It was completely unexpected that Lin Fan's swordsmanship could be so powerful, and he could even fight with Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Damn you big pervert, you're so good at swordsmanship, and you didn't even tell me. HMPH, let me join forces with Karina and Kaya tonight to drain you dry, you be *****D. Nami muttered softly, already thinking about draining Lin Fan dry as punishment at night. The reason why he didn't go alone was entirely because he knew that he couldn't defeat Lin Fan by himself. He could only be crushed by Lin Fan unilaterally, and he was beaten and cried for mercy. That's why I thought about getting Karina and Kaya together. As for whether Karina and Kaya are willing to drain Lin Fan together, this is completely out of Nami's consideration. I didn't expect that the big pervert captain's swordsmanship would be so powerful. He was evenly matched with the world's greatest swordsman, Jorkal Mahawk. No one could do anything to the other. As Lin Fan's woman, Karina is naturally very worried about Lin Fan. But after seeing the duel, she no longer worried. Nuo Kagao was also relieved, with a smile on his face again. He placed his hands on the guardrail and quietly watched the duel between Lin Fan and Hawkeye. On the Cactus Mountain peak, Hawkeye and Lin Fan were still fighting fiercely. Both sides are very fast, and their domineering aura is always on. Basically, no one can do anything about it. Of course, Lin Fan did not use any devil fruit. If you use it, you can indeed defeat Hawkeye. However, that was not the result Lin Fan wanted. What Lin Fan wanted was to have a fair fight with Mihawk using swordsmanship. I want to know which one is Shimotsuki Ryoma, the former dragon-slaying great swordsman, or Hawkeye, the current world's greatest swordsman, who is more powerful with the sword. As a result, the fight is almost evenly divided up to now. After another confrontation, the two sides stopped with a tacit understanding. They are all preparing to use their last move to decide the outcome. If we continue to fight, it will be meaningless. If the winner is determined, it will depend on whose energy is exhausted first. Therefore, before the physical strength is exhausted, using one move to decide the outcome is the best choice. I saw the power of the swords on Hawkeye and Lin Fan suddenly surge, and the next second, they both struck at the same time. Zan Yi. Slay the dragon. The two figures crossed each other and then appeared where the other person had been standing before, with their backs facing each other. The result is tie. Really no one can do anything to anyone, all the moves were blocked by the other party. Even with the ultimate move on, it's the same, it's offset. Lin Fan's evaluation of Hawkeye's strength, Emperor level. The last move of both of them is a move that cannot be avoided, just like One Piece Gold D. Rogers' Divine Dodge. Chapter 88 Wei Wei's Request. A reward of 100 million Baileys plus 2 devil fruits. Whiskey Peak is the best bar in town, on a table. After Lin Fan and Hawkeye's wineglasses clashed, they drank directly. Then he started eating meat. The two of them didn't have any communication, they just drank heavily and ate meat. Ikaram personally served the food and wine to the two of them. At another table, the four girls Nami, Karina, Nokagao, and Kaya were also eating. Everyone else in the town went back to their homes. Naturally, the members of the Baroque studio headed by Ikaram did not dare to have the slightest idea about the Shichibukai Hawkeye Jorikal Mihawk and the god killer Wilkie Lin Fan. After all, not long ago, they witnessed an unprecedented battle. He also witnessed the Cactus Mountain peak being instantly cut off by the sword energy, and personally felt the powerful momentum. Horrible, the two of them are simply monster-like existences. After drinking and eating, Hawkeye was ready to leave. He will continue to hunt Krieg. Mihawk is a man of principles. Since he is determined to hunt down Krieg, he must kill him. Wilk Lin Fan, I still have things to do, so I'm going to leave first. It was a great pleasure to fight with you today. I'll have a showdown next time. Hawkeye said, preparing to leave. Lin Fan also knew that Hawkeye was going to the East Daxia Sea to hunt down Krieg, but now the situation was that Krieg was already cold. The current situation is that he doesn't know how to speak. Is it possible to say, Hawkeye, are you going to hunt down Krieg? He is already dead, you don't need to go. When Hawkeye heard what he said, he would definitely ask, how did you know that I was hunting Krieg? At this point, how should you respond? Is it possible to say that I am a time traveler? I have watched the anime, so I know the plot. Just at this time, Nami's voice rang out. Oh, I forgot to cut off the heads of Krieg and the Cadres. Tens of millions of Baileys were lost, it hurts so much. Nami said, with a very heartbroken expression on his face at this moment, and his hand was still covering his heart. That's right, I forgot to cut my head off. Karina only thought about it after hearing Nami's words. The next second, the whole person also put on a mask of pain. It hurts so much. As for Hawkeye, he stopped after hearing what the two women said, then looked at Lin Fan and asked, you encountered Krieg and then killed them. After Lin Fan heard what Nami said, he secretly gave her a thumbs up. What you say is so timely. Hearing Eagle Eye's question, Lin Fan also responded with a very indifferent expression. Yes, I killed him conveniently. His bad mouth bothered me. Is that so? Actually, my next step is to hunt down this Krieg. Since he has been killed by you, I will go and catch up with old friends. The old friend that Hawkeye was talking about was naturally the red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors. By the way, Hawkeye, I'm quite curious. This Krieg is just a nobody. Why are you chasing him? Hawkeye himself was here, and Lin Fan also asked him a question that he had wanted to know since he read the comics. Actually, it's nothing. He just happened to show up when I was bored. When Eagle Eye heard Lin Fan's question, he paused for a moment, and then responded very calmly. After saying a sentence, he seemed to find it unconvincing, so he continued. No matter what, I am also one of the Shichibukai. And the Shichibukai's responsibility is to destroy those ignorant pirates who want to enter the Grand Line. It can be regarded as fulfilling the mission agreed with Marine. After speaking, Hawkeye also walked away directly. As for Lin Fan, he was a little disappointed. What Hawkeye said was just to deceive honest people. What bullshit is boring? What bullshit fulfills Shichibukai's responsibilities? Which Shichibukai has the responsibility to eliminate the pirates who intrude on the Grand Line? Huh? No, there really is. Crocodile is really fulfilling this responsibility. Isn't the existence of this Whiskey Mountain just to eliminate the pirates who intrude on the Grand Line? Even if their motives are impure, at least 80% of the tombstones on the Cactus Peak are military achievements. Just as Lin Fan and others sat down to rest after eating and drinking, Princess Vivi brought Ikaram to Lin Fan and others. After seeing the fierce battle between Hawkeye and Lin Fan, Wei Wei also made a decision, that is, to ask Lin Fan to help her get rid of Crocodile. Wei Wei knew in her heart that if she didn't invite foreign aid, there would be no way to deal with Crocodile. The reason why he didn't find Hawkeye but Lin Fan was very simple. That is, Hawkeye is also a Shichibukai, and there is a high probability that he will not agree to help deal with another Shichibukai. My lords, I would like to ask you to help me defeat someone. The reward is 100 million belly plus 2 devil fruits. My true identity is the Princess of Alabasta, named Neferutali Vivi. My country Alabasta, Balabala, Balabala. After 2.5 years of hiding, I finally know who is behind the scenes. He is Shichibukai Crocodile. Please, my lords, please help me, help the country of Alabasta. As Wei Wei spoke, she had already knelt before she came, with her hands on the ground and her head touching the ground. This was a very standard kneeling ceremony. Similarly, Ikaram, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guards, also made a consistent move. My lords, please help us, help the Alabasta Kingdom. Lin Fan's expression did not change at all, he was still so indifferent. In the past, Nami and Karina would have agreed immediately upon hearing that 100 million Baileys and 2 devil fruits were offered as reward. But at this moment, their expressions were serious, and they didn't look like they were obsessed with money. Because they also heard that the person they wanted to deal with was Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. The shadow of a person, the name of a tree. Shichibukai, the meaning of these 3 words is very extraordinary. The recently departed Mihawk was one of the Shichibukai members. They have witnessed with their own eyes how powerful Eagle Eye is. That superb swordsmanship is so terrifying. Chapter 89 Conditions and Choices. Nochigao and Kayu were both very sympathetic to the Alabasta Kingdom's plight. However, they were on Lin Fan's side. It was for Lin Fan's sake. It's not easy to deal with a Shichibukai. Obviously, the 4 women were misunderstood. Having seen the strength of Jorikal Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai, I thought that the other Shichibukai members were as powerful as Yin Hawkeye. Little did they know that the water inside Shichibukai was very deep, and Jorikal Mihawk was already the ceiling of Shichibukai. Tyrant Bear should be regarded as the ceiling. His fruit patterns are very colorful, and his strength is also very unfathomable, but he doesn't make many moves. The remaining second tier is Kai Jinbei, Empress Boya Hancock, and Doflamingo. The third echelon is Moonlight Moria and Clark Dar. There is a reason why these 2 people are ranked in the third echelon. Moonlight Moria lost her heart as a strong man because she challenged Kaido, her strength declined severely, and she gave up on herself from then on, no longer practicing physical skills and being domineering, so she could only be ranked in the third echelon. Crocodile is almost the same. He went to challenge the white-bearded Edward Newgate. He lost his heart as a strong man and began to stop practicing physical skills and domineering. He just wanted to find the Pluton battleship. Although there is a gap in strength between the Shichibukai in the first echelon and the Shichibukai in the second echelon, they can still use a lot of moves. The gap between Shichibukai in the second echelon and Shi-Hai in the third echelon is so big that there is no way to compare. The main reason is that Moonlight Moria and Crocodile are not domineering and their strength is too bad. When someone with domineering power hits someone without domineering power, it's like a mature adult bullying a 3-year-old child. After Princess Vivi finished speaking, the scene instantly fell into silence. Nami, Karina, Nojigao, and Kaya all looked at Lin Fan. In the face of such a major event, it was naturally Lin Fan, the captain, who made the decision. At this point, the 4 girls behaved very well and were very measured. With her head on the ground, Wei Wei didn't wait for Lin Fan's answer, and her eyes gradually became lonely. Sure enough, even though she offered conditions, she still couldn't impress Lin Fan. After all, Crocodile is one of the Shichibukai. Shichibukai's name is still too loud. Who can become a Shichibukai, who is not a monster among monsters? Who would like to provoke such a being? Finally, Lin Fan spoke. Princess Vivi, right? I wonder if you can dance? As soon as Lin Fan said these words, everyone was stunned. Princess Wei Wei raised her head and looked at Lin Fan, her face full of confusion and confusion. Nami, on the other hand, quickly woke up from her confusion and thought of a possibility. Suddenly, the fist became hard. Nami made no move, but continued to wait to see if things would develop as she thought. Karina, Noki, and Kaya didn't guess anything like Nami did. Instead, he looked at Lin Fan with confusion, not knowing what Lin Fan meant by asking Princess Wei Wei if she could dance. Lin Fan, who received no response, could only ask again, Princess Wei Wei, I wonder if you can dance? Wei Wei heard clearly this time and realized that she had not heard wrong. Subconsciously, he nodded and responded, Sir Lin Fan, Wei Wei knows how to dance. Hearing this, Lin Fan finally showed a smile. You can dance? Very good, very good. It's great if you can dance. With that said, Lin Fan also stated his purpose. Let's do this, as long as you agree to come on my ship and become a dancer, and dance for me when I'm bored, I will help you get rid of Crocodile for free. That's Sand Crocodile. As soon as Lin Fan's words came out, Nami's face suddenly darkened. The fists were also clenched tightly. I knew, that this big pervert would never change his nature. Princess Wei Wei is so beautiful, has a hot figure, and has a curved front and back, how could the big pervert let her go? No, the purpose is revealed. Although Nami's face was dark, she didn't mean to object. Since Lin Fan said he could solve Crocodile, it means that he is really capable of solving it. As long as Lin Fan doesn't get hurt, Nami doesn't care about that much. In fact, she also sympathized with Princess Vivi. Princess Weiwei's experience was similar to hers. Without Lin Fan, she is still trying to find a way to collect 100 million belly. Kokoja village and the surrounding villages are still under the bloody rule of the evil dragon. But for some reason, her hands felt itchy when she saw Lin Fan's face at this moment. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Karina pouted her lips and muttered in a low voice, "Big pervert, pervert, with us 3 beautiful girls and sister Nuoki Gao, it's not enough without a strategy, we have to do it again," provoking Princess Weiwei. Nuoki Gao, who was next to him, naturally heard what Karina was saying, and a blush appeared on his face unconsciously, but he still maintained a calm look. At the same time, Nochgao no longer had anything to worry about. If Lin Fan could say that he could solve Crocodile in such a nonchalant manner, then he was definitely not bragging. As for Lin Fan's desire to let Princess Weiwei board the ship, she didn't care. As for Kaya, she was still worried at first, but after seeing Lin Fan's confident look, the stone in his heart dropped to the ground. Then he thought about Lin Fan inviting the princess on board the ship. She was also invited aboard the ship by Lin Fan, and soon became Lin Fan's woman. Now Lin Fan has invited Princess Vivi on board the ship, which means that she will have one more sister in the near future. Thinking of this, Kaya rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. Nami, Karina is right, she is indeed a big pervert. Lin Fan naturally felt the beauty's gaze, which made him thick-skinned, but his expression remained unchanged. On the other side, Princess Vivi had not yet replied, but Ikaram, the captain of the Kingdom Guard, spoke out first. "Lord Lin Fan, please change your condition. Princess Vivi is the only bloodline of His Majesty the King, and she will inherit it in the future. She belongs to the kingdom and has great responsibilities." Just when Ikaram was about to continue speaking, Vivi interrupted him directly. "Ikaram, stop talking, I have made a decision." After saying that, Princess Vivi looked at Lin Fan and said with a serious expression, "Lord Lin Fan, I am willing to get on the ship and become a dancer. I just ask you to help get rid of Crocodile and restore the peace to the Kingdom of Alabasta." Chapter 90 Shungting Island 1. On the sea, the storm charge is heading towards the Kingdom of Alabasta. The record pointer was obtained from the unlucky combination of Mr. 13 and Miss Friday, and they directly bypassed the small garden. Lin Fan had no interest in the 2 giant clans. If he could bypass Lin Fan, he would naturally choose to bypass it. As for the Drum Island that the protagonist group went to in the anime, it was not on the route. The reason why the protagonist group went to Drum Island was because Nami was ill, so they changed their route. Lin Fan, who had already spent 1 million belly to buy a large number of doctors and experience notes from one PIECE's ship's Dr. Kuroka's, naturally had no interest in going to Drum Island again. The blue-nosed reindeer should be left to Straw Hat Luffy. Princess Vivi and Ikaram have no record pointers pointing to the Alabasta Kingdom, so they can be said to be very miserable undercover beings. It really doesn't exist in the anime. I don't know where they got the confidence to go undercover and enter Locke's studio. If you don't have strength, you are just an ordinary person. He actually wanted to rely on his own ability to overthrow the master behind Baroque Studio, Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. The idea is still too naive, simply whimsical. Not to mention anything else, Crocodile's men could easily get rid of the 2 of them. There are no powerful espers in the Alabasta Kingdom, and I don't know how this country has existed for so many years. There is not a single strong person, he is just a weakling. The unlucky pair of Mr. 13 and Miss Friday reported the information about Princess Vivi and Ikaram leaving Whiskey Mountain to Crocodile, the owner of the Baroque Studio. At this time, the identities of Princess Vivi and Ikaram have not yet been exposed. Therefore, the reported news is as follows. Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday were taken away by the god-killer Wilk Lin Fan for unknown reasons. When they were in the tavern before, Ikaram and Princess Vivi drove away the others. Due to the presence of Hawkeye Jorkal, Mahawk, Lin Fan and others, the others also obeyed and left. Naturally, they did not dare to observe in secret. In the small town, Mr. Ikaram's identity can be said to be the biggest. The unlucky combination is a supervisor and has no right to issue orders. Therefore, the nominally largest official is Mr. 8, Ikaram. As for the people on Whiskey Peak, Lin Fan did not attack them. There is no need for this, it is just a group of ants. What's more, the other party didn't provoke him, and he was not a murderous person. It would take many days to travel from Whiskey Peak to the Kingdom of Alabasta, and Lin Fan did not specifically ask Alice to speed up. Don't rush this moment. After Lin Fan dueled with Hawkeye, he also received 5 Wentz Hockey Awakening cookies. There are 3 options, one is to duel with Hawkeye, one is not to duel, and the other is to kill Hawkeye. The rewards are 5 biscuits for the Awakening of Hakiness, a 21 knife, and Paramecia, Sonic Fruit. In the Alabasta Kingdom, in the center of Yudi, the casino called Yuyan is dark. Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, frowned and held a reward order in his hand. On the reward order, Lin Fan looked handsome. Why did Wilkie Lin Fan take away Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday? What's his purpose? Is it possible? You came here for me. It's impossible. I'm the hero of the Kingdom of Alabasta, there's no reason to trouble me. Crocodile was very confident that his identity as the boss behind the Baroque Studio would never be exposed. Crocodile now knew that Lin Fan's destination was the Alabasta Kingdom. The unlucky group would naturally report to their boss Crocodile that Lin Fan had stolen their recording pointer. Forget it, it doesn't matter what the reason is. I will directly inform Marine of the news and let Marine deal with this Wilk Lin Fan. Lin Fan was the one who had defeated Marine Admiral Kizaru Borsellino, but Clarkdale was not so arrogant as to think that he was Lin Fan's opponent. So he made a decision immediately: notify Marine. Let Marine fight with Lin Fan, and he can just watch the show quietly. In Crocodile's opinion, once he notifies Marine, Lin Fan will definitely be the loser. The Marines will probably send 2 generals, who can escape from the hands of these 2 generals. Crocodile was not worried about being disturbed by Marine regarding his plan to steal the country. In his own opinion, his plan was so perfect that it was impossible for Marine to easily detect it. Crocodile took out the Den Den Mushi and directly contacted the Sengoku Fleet Admiral in Marineford. Bully. Not long after, the Den Den Mushi was connected. Crocodile, what do you want from me? Zhongguo sounded a little tired. His life has not been easy lately. Since he had not taken any measures against Lin Fan, he was scolded by the 5 elders several times. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I have some news for you that I believe will be of great interest to you. I have received a notification that the God-Slayer Wilk Lin Fan is heading towards the Kingdom of Alabasta and will arrive in the Kingdom of Alabasta in about 3 to 5 days. Hearing this, Zhongguo suddenly became alert. Crocodile, are you sure the information is accurate? Hearing the question from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Crocodile responded without hesitation. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I guarantee with my identity as Shichibukai that this news is true. Okay, I understand. When we on the Marine side take down Wilk Lin Fan, we will definitely credit you for this achievement. Hearing that Crocodile used his Shichibukai identity as a guarantee, Sengoku naturally believed what he said. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, as a Shichibukai, I can also help, but the prerequisite is that the people you send must arrive quickly, otherwise I will not take action. After all, I can't defeat Admiral Huang alone. Ape Man, I will find a way to keep Wilk Lin Fan on St. Din Island. The call was about to be hung up, but Crocodile suddenly said this. In fact, this was also Crocodile's sudden idea of giving face to Sengoku Fleet Admiral, and letting Marine capture Wilk Lin Fan to confuse his layout in the Kingdom of Alabasta. Crocodile always felt that Marine was secretly spying on him. Then he would help Marine capture Wilk Lin Fan to show his attitude and let Marine know that Crocodile was really on Marine's side and there was no need to continue to monitor him secretly. For Pluton, Crocodile is imperative and no accidents can happen. After hearing what Crocodile said, Sengoku Fleet Admiral was silent for a while, then responded. Okay, I will send someone over right away. If you are willing to help, I will remember your merit and you will get the reward you deserve. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Sengoku Fleet Admiral didn't believe that Crocodile would suddenly say he was willing to take action. He must have some purpose. Each of these Shichibukai is a bohemian being, and none of them is a good person. And an order to a Marine can be said to be almost unwilling to listen. But now Crocodile suddenly changed his style and offered to help. There must be some hidden secret in this. I'll check it out when the time comes. Look what this Crocodile is doing. Crocodile's move can be said to be a loss without gaining anything. If he hadn't said anything, everything would have been fine. As a result, he said that he could help, which instantly aroused the suspicion of Zhongguo, who was nicknamed the Wise General. Chapter 91 Crocodiles Worries Fleet Admiral Office, Marine Headquarters, Marineland. Sakaski, Kuzan, I have received news that the God-Killer Wilk Lin Fan is on his way to the Alabasta Kingdom at the moment and is expected to arrive in 5 to 7 days. Now you should set off immediately, board the most advanced warship completed by Vegapunk, and rush to the Alabasta Kingdom at full speed. Crocodile will find a way to keep Wilk Lin Fan in the Alabasta Kingdom. Remember not to fight in the city to lure Wilkie Lin Fan to a deserted place. We must capture Wilkie Lin Fan this time. If we can't capture him live, then kill him directly. After the incident is over, let's investigate whether Crocodile crossed the border in Alabasta. If so, arrest him directly. Justice will prevail. Not long after, it was at the port of Malinfondo. 10 state-of-the-art warships modified by Vegapunk set out, destination, Alabasta Kingdom. These 10 battleships are at least twice as fast as the previous battleships, and are far ahead of other battleships in terms of weapons and sturdiness. The space is also half larger, and they can carry more people. Of course, the cost of a battleship is much higher than that of other battleships. The personnel who set out this time were exactly the ones decided before. 2 generals, 5 lieutenant generals, 10 major generals and some elite officers. As for Kizaru Paluzolino, he stayed in the headquarters. Although it is said to be recovering from injuries in name, it is actually to prevent the Tianlong people from being able to provide timely support in case something happens to them. As for the safety of Marine headquarters, there is no need to consider it. The 4 old guys, Jijiang Sengoku, Iron Fist Garp, General Staffy, and Recruit Instructor Zepha are not mascots. What's more, there are still several lieutenant generals and major generals of the headquarters still there. Even if someone from the 4 emperors attacks, there will be no good results. Alabasta Kingdom, Rainland City Center, Yuyan Casino. Nico Robin also eavesdropped on Crocodile's call through the Devil Fruit's ability. I learned that Lin Fan was coming to the Alabasta Kingdom. After knowing the news, her eyes began to twinkle. Crocodile is not a kind person, she still knows this very well. It's time to arrange the way back, and Wilkie Lin Fan is very good. I just don't know what this mortal Wilkie Lin is like and whether I can get in touch with him. The price I can pay is to be able to understand the historical text and, by the way, the location of Crocodile's treasure. 6 days later, on the storm charge. After a few days of getting along with each other, Princess Vivi became a little familiar with the 4 girls, and at the same time she also got to know a little more about Lin Fan's personality. About half an hour later, the storm charge officially arrived at Shunding Island. The Kingdom of Alabasta was established on Senden Island, which is also known as Sun Island. Lin Fan directly chose to land at the port, with no intention of concealing his traces. Princess Vivi naturally persuaded Lin Fan to disembark from another place, but she was rejected. Lin Fan just wanted to disembark from the port openly. This meant that Clarkdale was not taken into consideration by Lin Fan at all. And this is indeed the case. Crocodile received the news as soon as Lin Fan and his party landed on Shunding Island. Crocodile was in a very bad mood at the moment, because he got the latest news. Mr. Eight's true identity is the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard team, and Miss Wednesday is the Princess Neferutali Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. Originally, it didn't matter if they knew their identities, they could just send their subordinates to kill them. But the problem now is that Princess Weiwei and the guard captain Ikaram are fighting against the god killer Wilk Lin Fan, who has a bounty of 2.85 billion belly to defeat the General Kazaru Perusalino, scary guy around. It is simply impossible to send people to kill them. Not to mention sending people, even if he took action himself, he probably wouldn't be able to kill the person, and would be killed directly. There is also the worst result. Wilkie Lin Fan came to the Kingdom of Alabasta because he was hired by Princess Vivi to get rid of Crocodile. Crocodile would not dare to fight Wilk Lin Fan alone. The Marine General was the target of the 4 emperors. As a result, one of the Marine Generals, Kazaru Pelusalino, was beaten away by Wilk Lin Fan. I don't know how powerful General Marine is, but how powerful the 4 emperors are, even if they don't want to admit it, there is no way not to admit it. The 4 emperors are really abnormal. Crocodile still remembers the feeling when he faced the white-bearded Edward Newgate and the terrifying pressure. Too powerful, too suffocating. Chapter 92, Super Long Distance Powerful Instant Defeating Crocodile. Is this the Alabasta Kingdom? It's quite hot. After getting off the boat and feeling the temperature, Lin Fan said something. Seeing the situation on Senden Island, Nami said, it's exactly what Vivi said, it's all desert. Karina reached out and smoothed her hair and said with a smile, fortunately, I just applied sunscreen, otherwise my delicate skin would have been sunburned. Kaya had a strange expression on her face and said with a faint smile, is the weather in the desert always so hot? It's even hotter than the highest summer temperature in Zailuobu village. Nokagao, who was standing next to Kaya, nodded and said, yes, it's even hotter than the highest summer temperature in Kokoja village. As for Princess Vivi, she stood there blankly, thinking that she was finally back. She has been away from Alabasta Kingdom for a long time since she went undercover in Baroque Studio. As the captain of the Kingdom Guard, Ikaram stood loyally behind Princess Vivi, and then observed the surrounding situation in case someone attacked Princess Vivi. Princess Vivi is very nervous and will meet Crocodile soon. For this guy who framed her father and then wanted to steal the country, Princess Vivi wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Seeing Vivi looking very nervous, Nami also stepped forward and said with a smile, Vivi, relax, don't be nervous, don't worry, since Lin Fan agreed to deal with Crocodile, he will definitely deal with him, you can rest assured. Karina also said aloud, yeah, Vivi, relax, the big pervert has defeated General Marine. It's just a Shichibukai, isn't it easy? Standing on the yellow sand, Lin Fan used his knowledge-colored domineering energy to cover the entire Shunding Island, and then quickly locked onto Crocodile. It is very easy to accurately target Clark Doll. Just look for the person with the strongest life attribute on Shunding Island. Found it. After hearing what Lin Fan said, Kaya also asked, Brother Fan, what did you find? Everyone else also looked at Lin Fan, with confusion and curiosity in their eyes. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth, put one hand in his pocket, and held a glass of juice in the other hand and put it to his mouth. Of course we found Crocodile. After saying that, Lin Fan drank the juice in the cup in one gulp and then put the cup into the system space. What? No one reacted after hearing Lin Fan's words, and then they looked at Lin Fan in shock. Because at this moment, Lin Fan directly released Conqueror's domineering energy to carry out ultra-long distance attacks. Lin Fan had already been able to control Conqueror's domineering aura to prevent those around him from getting hurt, but the aura of the king could not be concealed. At this moment, Lin Fan was exuding an unprecedented aura of a king, making it impossible for anyone to even think of resisting. With a flicker of his eyes, the black-red Conqueror's domineering force instantly emerged from Lin Fan's body, heading towards the city called Rainland in the Kingdom of Alabasta. Soon, Conqueror's Hockey arrived above the casino called Yuyan. Without the slightest pause, the black and red Conqueror's domineering force directly hit the roof of Yuyan. In an instant, a big hole was created in the roof. This movement also attracted the attention of the gamblers and people in the casino in Yuyan. The next second, under Lin Fan's deliberate release, everyone foamed at the mouth and fainted. The black and red Conqueror's Hockey hit Crocodile accurately without any surprise. The moment he was hit by Conqueror's Hockey, Crocodile's eyes widened. This was a familiar feeling. It's Conqueror's dominance. This was Crocodile's last thought when he was awake. The next second Crocodile spit out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. A majestic Shichibukai was knocked unconscious by Lin Fan using Conqueror's Hockey. This was under Lin Fan's deliberate control, otherwise it would have been possible to directly shock Crocodile to death. Lin Fan was very interested in Crocodile's devil fruit. It was a very powerful devil fruit. Although the weakness is also obvious, when Lin Fan's weakness does not exist, he is directly invincible. The reason why I had the idea of hitting the Shasha fruit was because just now, I remembered the voice of the system in my mind. Ding! Host trigger options. You are about to encounter one of the Shichibukai. Crocodile, please host choose from the following 3 options. Option 1. Kill crocodile, reward. Tattoo, 1 tail. Option 2. Ignore crocodile, reward. A low-level storage ring. Option 3. Defeat crocodile, reward. A non-attribute devil fruit. Yudi, in the Yuyan Casino. Due to Lin Fan's deliberate decision, only Nicole Robin was not affected by Overlord domineering force and fainted. Others like Mr. One Das Bonus were lying on the ground. The other cadres of the Baroque studio were not in the Rain Feast, but in the Spider Cafe in the Kingdom of Alabasta. In the anime, after Crocodile was defeated, the other cadres were also arrested. Finally, Miss Golden Week, Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. 5 go to save people. But for some unknown reason, Crocodile did not leave, and Mr. One Das Bonus also followed Crocodile and did not choose to escape from prison. In the end, Mr. 2 Von Clay and Mr. 3 were captured and imprisoned with Mr. Crocodile and Mr. 1 Das Bonus. Soon after, he was sent to Impel City, which is the Impel Grade Prison. The other cadres who escaped returned to the Spider Coffee Shop in the Alabasta Kingdom. It seemed that they did not continue to do bad things, but were sincerely running the coffee business. Port of Sentinel Island. It wasn't until Lin Fan stopped releasing his domineering energy that everyone came back to their senses one after another. Nami was about to give Lin Fan a loving fist, but Lin Fan spoke first. Okay, Crocodile has been taken care of by me. Let's go, I really want his devil fruit. The last devil fruit, Lin Fan immediately locked onto this Shasha fruit. Shasha fruit, although Crocodile later developed it very well. But the weakness is still so obvious, afraid of water, blood, and liquids. But he, Lin Fan, has the Chichao exquisite heart and can perfectly solve the weakness. This Shasha fruit will become a super godlike devil fruit. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, he immediately activated his telekinesis devil fruit and carried everyone up, then flew towards Yu Yan. In order to avoid accidents, Lin Fan also thoughtfully put on telekinetic shields for everyone. Like a ray of light, a group of people suddenly disappeared. Of course, this is because Lin Fan also uses the ability of the speed fruit and has multiple devil fruits. He is so willful and so happy. Nami, Karina, Kaya, and Noki, the senior girls in high school, can still adapt to this super fast speed. After all, daily exercise is not just for fun, and they also have flying experience. Therefore, he can still adapt to this super fast flight. But Princess Vivi and Ikaram couldn't do it. They both started crying and yelling. We can't blame them, after all, this is the first time we have traveled in this way. Lin Fan is the only one in the world who can do this, and neither can Perusalino Kizaru. Kizaru Pelusalino can indeed lead people to move super fast, but he cannot guarantee the safety of the people he leads, but Lin Fan can guarantee it. Lin Fan simply put a telekinetic shield on the person he was taking and that was it. The telekinesis ability that has been awakened, and the user is Lin Fan, even if it is attacked by Marine General, it will not be broken instantly. Lin Fan easily caught Kizaru Perusalino's ultimate move last time, 8-foot Magatama. This situation is just like the golden equipment given by the Golden Emperor to his subordinates, and its strength is very guaranteed. Lin Fan and his group suddenly flew up, and then disappeared without a trace in an instant, which naturally attracted the attention of many people in the port. Everyone covered their mouths, their faces full of disbelief. After reacting, he immediately went home and told his family what he saw. Not everyone in the pirate world knows about devil fruits. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Fan finally stopped and fell to the ground. After landing, Lin Fan also gave a warm reminder. We're here, you can open your eyes. After hearing Lin Fan's words, the others also opened their eyes. Because the speed just now was too fast, everyone except Lin Fan closed their eyes despite being protected by a telekinetic shield. A-hole, say it first next time, that's right, that's right. Nami and Karina appeared in front of Lin Fan in an instant, and then at the same time they stretched out their feet and stepped on Lin Fan's feet. Ah, it hurts, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was true that he didn't make it clear, so Lin Fan could only act along. After Princess Vivi calmed down for a while, she also thought of what Lin Fan said not long ago and was about to speak, but someone beat her did, it was Kaya. Brother Fan, did you just say that you solved Crocodile? Or did I hear wrongly? When Princess Vivi heard Kaya ask what she wanted to ask, she had no intention of continuing. She just looked at Lin Fan, waiting for a response. Everyone else also looked at Lin Fan, waiting for a response. Yes, Crocodile was indeed solved by me. You heard me right. With my strength, is it difficult to defeat a loser who wants to use external forces? Lin Fan reached out and rubbed Kaya's head, then turned and walked towards the door of Yuyan. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard Lin Fan admit that he had solved Crocodile. The 4 Nami girls probably knew what moves Lin Fan used, but were they too exaggerated? They actually defeated Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, from such a long distance. That's Shichibukai. What is Shichibukai? Shichibukai are pirates that Marine recognizes as having the legal right to plunder, and there are only 7 of them. And which one of these 7 is not a powerful pirate? Princess Vivi and Ikaram were even more confused. Their group had just arrived at Shunting Island, and Lin Fan was still with them. But Lin Fan said that he had solved Crocodile, which was a ghost. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Seeing that Lin Fan, Nami and his party had entered the Yuyan casino, Princess Vivi no longer thought about it and followed immediately. Ikaram saw Princess Vivi moving and followed her into the rain feast. Chapter 93 Lin Fan. Robin, come on my ship. I need you to be my ship's masseur. Inside the Yuyan casino, it was very quiet at the moment, without the noise that a casino should have. And the reason why it was so quiet was naturally because everyone had fainted. The person who caused all this was Lin Fan. Seeing the situation in the casino, the four girls Nami didn't find it strange, and it wasn't the first time they saw it. Conquerors domineering. But Princess Vivi and Ikaram were different. Their mouths were wide open, their eyes were full of astonishment, and their faces were full of disbelief. They had no idea what was going on. At this moment, Lin Fan's voice sounded. There's no point in hiding. Come out, Miss Nicole Robin. Ta, da, da. With the sound of high heels hitting the ground, a tall woman wearing a hat walked out from the corner. It is Nicole Robin, who is called the Devil's Son by Marine and has a bounty of 79 million Baileys. She is also Miss Sunday, the vice president of Baroque Studio. Mr. Wilk Lin Fan, the God Killer, I have admired him for a long time. I wonder what question you want to ask me. Robin walked out of the darkness, feeling relatively relaxed. Because she knew that Lin Fan must have something to find her if he didn't do anything to her. She had just used her Devil Fruit ability to explore the entire Yuyan, and everyone fainted. Lin Fan directly extended his hand and invited with a smile. Nicole Robin, a survivor of O'Hara, the archaeological island of West Blue, was dubbed the son of the devil by the world government because of his ability to read historical texts. At the age of 8, a bounty of 79 million belly was placed on his head. From then on, he began his escape career. In order to survive, he circled among various forces. He currently joined the Baroque Working Society and served as the vice president of the Baroque Working Society, codenamed Miss Sunday. Come aboard my ship and become my crew. I am short of a masseuse on my ship, and you, as a Paramecia Blossom Fruit Esper, are just right for this position. I know you are very insecure. As long as you get on my ship, I guarantee you that I can give you enough security even if you face Marine General or 4 Emperors. Well, after hearing Lin Fan's words, Nicole Robin was dumbfounded. This was completely different from what she thought. She knew clearly that she could understand precious historical texts, but he actually invited her on board to become a masseur instead of archaeology, home. But after hearing what the other party said, the idea of immediately agreeing to come on board came up in my heart. Because looking at the man in front of her made her feel an unprecedented sense of security. Seeing Lin Fan's sincerity and no pretense, Nicole Robin confirmed that what Lin Fan said was true. Nicole Robin, who has been on the run since she was a child, has long been able to see through other people's disguises. No matter how real the acting is, there will always be flaws, because the acting is the acting and will never be true. Realizing that Lin Fan was telling the truth, without thinking for too long, Nicole Robin stepped forward and held Lin Fan's hand, and said with a smile, "Then please take care of me, Mr. Captain, I will be the masseuse." It's pretty good to have someone as a backer who can defeat Crocodile easily, and who also defeated Marine General Kizaru Perusalino. Nicole Robin has also seen Crocodile's current situation. When she first saw Crocodile's condition, Nicole Robin was shocked. It's incredible, you know Crocodile is no ordinary person. Crocodile is one of the Shichibukai on the sea, 7 warlords of the sea. There are only 7 people in the entire sea who have this title. Lin Fan also knew that Nicole Robin, the royal sister, would not trust others easily, but he was confident that this royal sister would open up to him, and even open up her plans. As a time traveler, I am so confident. Later, the misunderstanding between Princess Vivi and Nicole Robin was resolved with Lin Fan's mediation. Although Nicole Robin is the vice president of Baroque Works, she only joins it to survive. Moreover, she also helped Princess Vivi. Let Princess Vivi know that the man behind Baroque Works is Crocodile, and it was Nico Robin's intention. As for why Nicole Robin wants to help Princess Vivi, it arouses sympathy because Princess Vivi's current situation is similar to the situation she encountered when she was a child. Without the help of others, Princess Vivi would have been hunted down by the people of the Baroque Works, the country would have changed hands, and her family would have been destroyed. After the misunderstanding was resolved, everyone also saw Crocodile in the room who had vomited blood and fainted. Except for Nicole Robin, who had already marveled once, everyone else marveled at Lin Fan's strength, which was really amazing. Shichibukai. We didn't even meet, we just solved it directly. Under everyone's gaze, a small black-purple flame suddenly appeared on Lin Fan's finger. Except for Nami, Karina, Kaya, and the senior girl Noki, everyone else was obviously stunned. Black and purple flames generated out of thin air, devil fruit abilities? But doesn't the bounty order say that Lin Fan has the Paramecia Shockwave Devil Fruit ability? Is it possible that the Shockwave Devil Fruit also has this ability? This scene immediately confused Princess Vivi, Ikaram, and Nicole Robin. Lin Fan just flicked it, and the flames flew towards Crocodile, and in Lin Fan's other hand, there was already a colorless devil fruit. Princess Vivi and the other 3 didn't notice it at the moment. Their attention was on the black-purple flames flying towards Crocodile. As soon as the small wisp of black-purple flame came into contact with Crocodile, it instantly became stronger. As if he had encountered some flammable substance, Crocodile was instantly enveloped. After a while, Crocodile was completely burned to ashes and disappeared from the world. Seeing this scene for the first time, the pupils of Princess Vivi, Akaram, and Nicole Robin instantly dilated, and their expressions became uneasy. But the four Nami girls, who had seen it many times, were very calm and were obviously used to it. When Crocodile turned into ashes and disappeared completely, the devil fruit with no attributes in Lin Fan's hand also began to change. Gradually, it turned into a cactus-like devil fruit. Finally, Princess Vivi and others discovered the devil fruit in Lin Fan's hand. Then under their shocked eyes, Lin Fan, a ruthless man, broke off a small cactus and put it into his mouth. At this time, Nami also opened her mouth to explain for Lin Fan, saying, "Don't be so shocked. Lin Fan's body structure is different. He can eat multiple devil fruits." Ah! As soon as Nami said what she said, Princess Vivi, Ikaram, and Nico Robin were even more shocked. A person can eat multiple devil fruits, so how powerful is this person with multiple devil fruits? This cannot be calculated as 1 plus 1 equals 2, but as 1 plus 1 greater than 2. No wonder Lin Fan was able to use that black-purple flame even though he was a user with the Shockwave Devil Fruit ability. By the way, the ability that Lin Fan used when they came was not something users with the Shockwave Devil Fruit ability could do. For a moment, Princess Vivi and Ikaram also forgot about this problem. Now, all this can be explained. At the same time, it is very reasonable for Lin Fan to be able to defeat Marine General Kizaru Perusalino and to be able to defeat Crocodile without anyone noticing. After eating a whole devil fruit, Lin Fan grinned and said, "Yes, due to my body structure, I can eat 7 devil fruits, and now this one is the 6th one." These 6 devil fruits are Paramecia Shockwave Fruit, Superman Telekinesis Fruit, Animal Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species Immortal Phoenix Form, Paramecia Speed Fruit, Paramecia Emerald Fruit, and Logia Rustling Fruit. As he spoke, Lin Fan also took turns to demonstrate. First he raised his hand and flicked towards the glass. The glass was instantly shattered by an invisible shockwave. Then he stretched out his hand, and a book automatically flew into Lin Fan's hand. The next second, black and purple flames appeared, instantly swallowing the book in Lin Fan's hand and turning it into ashes, disappearing completely. Bang bang bang, a sonic boom sounded in the air. It turned out that Lin Fan used the ability of the speed fruit to punch forward. After he stopped punching, one of Lin Fan's arms instantly turned into hard jade. The color can also be constantly changed, light green, dark green, purple, gold, red, etc. After a while, the hand returned to normal. Then, a small sandstorm appeared in Lin Fan's palm, which was the ability of the sand fruit that he had just obtained. A self-taught master, Lin Fan is very proficient in developing the sand fruit, and he plays it even harder than Crocodile, such as summoning a sand army, supergiant sand giants, etc. Of course, these moves need to be done in the desert. The most indispensable thing in the desert is yellow sand, so you can play more tricks. Lin Fan is not afraid at all that the news that he can eat multiple devil fruits will be leaked, because he is invincible, right? Even the mysterious Yimu should be able to touch it. It can't be that I am as a god, right? Moreover, almost everyone here is one of our own, and the news will not be leaked. Also, when the time and history books are collected, even if I am as a god, she will have to act as a dancer and dance for fun. Princess Vivi also thought about the situation, turned her head and said to Ikaram with a serious face, "Ikaram, from now on, you didn't know why your ears and eyes were blind a few minutes ago, and then you recovered inexplicably. Got it?" Ikaram also reacted, then stood upright with a very serious expression, and responded, "Yes, Princess Vivi, I know, I was deaf and blind just now, I didn't hear anything, what? Didn't see any." Lin Fan didn't say anything when he saw this, and it didn't matter if Ikaram said it, because the next devil fruit he chose was the dark fruit, a devil fruit known as the absolute nemesis of devil fruits. At this time, Blackbeard is about to appear on Shunting Island. When the time comes, while taking down Blackbeard, Poison Q will also be taken down. If you don't have a non-attribute devil fruit in your hand at that time, you can keep the person until he has a non-attribute devil fruit and then kill him. Although there is news that before killing the devil fruit ability user, get a bunch of fruits and put them next to you and then kill them, the devil fruit will appear in the fruits. Although this statement is indeed effective, it is not 100% successful. Once it fails, who knows where the devil fruit will go. Therefore, in order to get it 100%, Lin Fan could only rely on the attributeless devil fruit. Later, a group of people also found evidence of his crime in the secret room of Crocodile's room. Princess Vivi burst into tears after receiving Crocodile's criminal evidence, threw herself into Lin Fan's arms and cried non-stop. It was too difficult for her. As a princess of a country, an ordinary person sneaked into the Baroque studio as an undercover agent, trying to find the identity of the studio owner and evidence of the crime. As a result, there was no trace at all. If Robin hadn't let her follow her and exposed Crocodile as the man behind the scenes, Princess Vivi's undercover career would have been a complete failure. If Lin Fan hadn't been there, the protagonist Luffy would have appeared to help Princess Vivi. But what if Luffy doesn't have it either? Then Princess Vivi will be in trouble. In the anime, Princess Vivi's identity is exposed, and she is hunted down by Miss Valentine and Mr. Five Booger Man from Baroque Works. If it weren't for Luffy and Zoro, Princess Vivi would have ended up being crushed to death or blown up by boogers, which would have been a very miserable death. After venting her anger, Princess Vivi left Lin Fan's arms with a blushing face, lowering her head and not daring to look at everyone. Not to mention, leaving Lin Fan's arms actually gave rise to regretful thoughts. When she was in his arms just now, she felt really warm and comfortable and full of absolute security. Let's go to the Alabasta Kingdom Palace. With that said, Lin Fan once again activated his telekinesis. The group of people broke through the roof directly, and then Lin Fan flew towards the palace in the direction directed by Princess Vivi. Lin Fan had no intention of going to the Spider Cafe. After the crocodile incident was revealed, they would also be wanted by Marine. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in heaven. Whether they would run the Spider Cafe sincerely like in the anime, leave Alabasta or be caught by Marine was none of Lin Fan's business. With the use of Lin Fan's Power Fruit Power and Speed Fruit Power, it didn't take much time to reach the Alabasta Kingdom Palace from the Rainland. Lin Fan did not enter the palace directly, but stopped in front of the palace gate. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Fan also wore a mask. The 4 girls of Nami don't need it, they don't have any bounties yet. Afterwards, with the blessing of Princess Vivi's identity, the group successfully entered the palace. And Ikaram also went to notify the king first and told some things. Not long after, everyone met Princess Vivi's father, the king of Alabasta, Nefertali Cobra, a kind king who was kind to the people. Father. When she saw Cobra, the king of this country, Vivi showed a happy expression and ran over. She hasn't seen her father for a long time, Vivi. Cobra also opened his arms and hugged Vivi, and reached out to touch her head with great distress. You're back? You've endured a lot of hardships outside, right? No, father, it's all for the sake of the kingdom of Alabasta. Vivi raised her head and shook her head, smiling as she looked at her father with tears in her eyes. This was the moment she had finally waited for, where she could expose Crocodile's conspiracy, restore the peace to her country, and end the war. Immediately, Princess Vivi also said, Father, the person behind the instigation of war in the kingdom is Crocodile. He is the president of the Baroque Working Society. He has been eliminated. I have also found evidence of his crime. As long as a speech is held to expose Crocodile's conspiracy, our kingdom can return to peace and there will be no war. Cobra nodded in agreement. He already knew the matter from Ikaram in advance. Chapter 94 Target, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. After Cobra finished talking to his daughter Vivi, he looked at Lin Fan who was wearing a mask, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, exhaled, and said calmly, You are Mr. Wilkie Lin Fan, right? Thank you for helping me solve this problem. Crocodile saved the country of Alabasta. After saying that, Cobra also bowed to Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan stretched out his hand to activate his telekinesis to help Cobra up, and responded calmly. Your Majesty, there is no need to be like this. This is a fair transaction between Vivi and I. Since the transaction has been made, it is normal for me to fulfill the promise of the transaction. Hearing this, Cobra thought about what he was going to say next, but unexpectedly, Vivi actually saw through what his father was thinking, stepped forward first, reached out and blocked his father's mouth and said, Father, I know what you are going to say, but this is what was agreed in advance, and I will fulfill my promise. But, Vivi. Cobra opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Princess Vivi. Father, you don't need to say anything, you don't want to see me become a dishonest person, do you? Cobra opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to respond. Lin Fan also stepped forward at this time, reached out and rubbed Vivi's blue hair and said with a smile. Vivi, just stay in your own country. I was joking with you before. Destroying Crocodile is just a matter of convenience for me. In fact, I came to the kingdom of Alabasta for a purpose. I'm waiting for a man named Marshal D. Teach, who will appear in the kingdom of Alabasta in the near future. As soon as Lin Fan said what he said, the expressions of everyone present changed except for Kaya, Nokagao, Nami, Karina and the unsuspecting Nicole Robin. Kaya, Noki and Gao were very smart and guessed what Lin Fan was thinking. Nami, Karina were still caught up in the surprise of finding Crocodile's treasure, and Nicole Robin was unaware of it. Mr. Lin Fan, you. Princess Vivi's eyes instantly became moist, and her gaze towards Lin Fan had already changed. Lin Fan reached out and wiped away Princess Vivi's tears with a clean handkerchief, and said, Why are you crying? If you cry anymore, you won't be beautiful. After finishing speaking, Lin Fan looked at Cobra and said, Your Majesty the King, I wonder if you can take a look at the historical text that the Nefertari royal family has been guarding? My friend Nicole Robin is an archaeologist, she is very interested in historical texts. As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Cobra's expression suddenly changed. He didn't know how the man in front of him knew that the Nefertari royal family had been guarding a historical text. So, Cobra asked, Mr. Lin Fan, I wonder how you know this. As for Robin, she was a little surprised that Lin Fan would actually talk to King Cobra about wanting to read the historical text for her sake. Faced with Cobra's inquiry, Lin Fan responded calmly. I know a lot more, and His Majesty the King. The news that the Nefertari royal family has been guarding a historical text has been leaked. According to Crocodile knows what I know. Yes, Mr. Lin Fan is the savior of my Alabasta kingdom. Your request is not too much. Cobra thought for a moment and agreed. There was nothing he could do if he didn't agree. The young man wearing a mask in front of him is the most popular criminal with a bounty on his head recently. The god killer Wilco Lin Fan. A man who defeated Marine's most powerful general, Kazaru Perusalino, has a bounty of 150 million belly, and he is also called the 5th Emperor of the Sea. After that, Cobra led Lin Fan and his party to the royal tomb to read the historical text. Vivi, on the other hand, ordered people to gather the people. She wanted to expose Crocodile's conspiracy. Everything went smoothly. Princess Vivi's speech was very successful, and the internal troubles in the Alabasta Kingdom were completely ended. The leader of the rebel army, Kosha, also announced the disbandment of the rebel army, and then led the top leaders of the rebel army into the royal city for trial. But Princess Vivi directly pardoned them and entrusted them with important tasks. The top leaders of these rebel armies are also talented people, and it would be a waste not to let them shine. Princess Vivi did not tell Lin Fan's name because Lin Fan refused. Once Alabasta gets involved with him, Lin Fan, he will be regarded as a thorn in the side of the world government. Princess Vivi's speech was also spread throughout the world by newspapers published by big news morgans. Shichibukai's reputation also suffered a blow. Crocodile, a Shichibukai ordered by the world government, actually attempted to steal the country. The only thing Morgans regrets about the big news is that he doesn't know who the mysterious man was who defeated Crocodile. Due to Lin Fan's lightning-fast defeat of Crocodile, the ubiquitous newsbird couldn't take any photos. When Princess Wei Wei gave her speech, she only said that a mysterious person defeated Crocodile, but did not say who it was. Ha 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 ha, as a Shichibukai, you still want to steal the country? I'm laughing so hard. Who is that mysterious man? He was able to defeat Crocodile as a Shichibukai. Someone actually defeated Crocodile and stole my goal. Then I can only step on other Shichibukai to get the upper hand. The four emperors, other Shichibukai, various kingdoms, dark forces, marine, world government, etc. also saw the situation in the newspaper. Some people are dismissive, some are gloating, some are very interested, some are very angry, etc. The defeat of Crocodile broke Shichibukai's impression in everyone's mind. It also made a group of lawless people on the sea who did not clearly understand their own strength begin to have wild imaginations about Shichibukai. Countless idiots had already planned to defeat one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and then become famous in one battle and climb to the world stage to become famous. However, what these weak guys don't know is that this kind of behavior only pushes themselves into the abyss. The Shichibukai are also frequently harassed by small pirates and are very annoyed, and they want to kill the mysterious person who started it. As long as everything gets started, it will get out of hand. Marine Headquarters, Marineland, Fleet Admiral Office. Warring States looked at the contents of the newspaper in his hand. His whole face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his hands were trembling. How dare you? How dare Crocodile? How dare you attack the participating countries? Quack, Sengoku, don't look like this. I've long seen that Crocodile Brad has big ambitions, but those idiots from the 5 elders even recruited him to become the so-called Shichibukai. Warring States period on the sofa not far from Fleet Admiral, Garp was picking his nostrils with one hand and holding a newspaper in the other, laughing heartlessly. As soon as the Warring States Fleet Admiral heard what his old friend Garp said and saw his playful smile, he became angry. Can he, a Marine Fleet Admiral, control the decisions made by the 5 elders of world government? The ambition of Sand Crocodile, doesn't he know? But he can't control it, damn it. Unable to bear it anymore, Sengoku yelled directly at Garp. Shut up, B********* D Garp. Are you too idle? Why don't you hurry up and catch the pirates? As soon as he heard what Sengoku said, Garp immediately pretended. Ahem, Sengoku, my old injury hasn't healed yet, so I'll go back and rest first. After saying that, Garp immediately got up and ran away without even thinking about it. Seeing this, Sengoku could only yell to vent his anger. B******* D Garp. After venting, Warring States Fleet Admiral thought of Lin Fan again. However, the Sengoku Fleet Admiral felt relieved when they thought that the people who went there this time were 2 generals, Akainu Sakaski and Aokiji Kuzan. As for Crocodile's previous move, Warring States Fleet Admiral did not take it seriously. There is still a big gap between Crocodile and General Marine. There is almost no difference whether he helps or not. 2 generals appeared, and even the 4 emperors had to dodge the sharp attack. Wilkie Lin Fan had to be caught this time, and then sent to the Impel City to be imprisoned. Although 2 generals were said to be taking action, Warring States Fleet Admiral's eyelids were still beating for some unknown reason. It's as if something bad will happen, which is very annoying. On the battleship some distance away from the Alabasta Kingdom, Marine generals such as Akainu Sakaski and Aokiji Kuzan also saw the contents of the newspaper. Akainu Sakaski's character is like a rockberry, very fiery. After reading the contents of the newspaper, he immediately started to complain. Hole, damn Crocodile, you want to steal the country? No wonder I can't get in touch, it turns out it's got killed. Pirates are pirates. Why does the world government want Shichibukai to legally rob pirates? Pirates should be buried at sea. Akainu is still Marine Admiral at the moment. When he becomes Fleet Admiral in the future, he will become a different person and oppose the abolition of Shichibukai. Only by sitting in the Fleet Admiral's seat can you know what can and cannot be done. And Akainu Sakaski, who is still just a Marine General, doesn't think so much. On the battleship next to him, Kuzan, another Marine General, looked at the newspaper with an expressionless expression. Although it looks normal on the surface, Aokiji is actually a little unstable inside. He knew that Nico Robin was with Crocodile. Now that Crocodile was defeated and killed, what about Nico Robin's safety? The reason why Nicole Robin is alive is precisely because Aokiji let it slip during Buster Call. Aokiji saw Akainu's attack on the refuge ship and began to doubt justice. Then he agreed to the request of his good friend Hagwell D. Soro, let Nico Robin go, and continued to follow him secretly. I don't know if they helped, but they probably did. After all, Robin was only 8 years old at the time. Damn it, I don't know if Wilkie Lin Fan has arrived in the Alabasta Kingdom yet? Akainu Sakaski is in a very bad mood at the moment. He has been in contact with Crocodile in the past few days. The result is that Wilkie Lin Fan has not arrived at the Alabasta Kingdom on Shunting Island, and Crocodile cannot be contacted today. The result was that Crocodile was killed by a mysterious man, and his intention to steal the country was exposed. Akainu did not attribute Crocodile's death to Lin Fan, and there was no hatred between the two. Why would Lin Fan take action against Crocodile, the Shichibukai? How long will it take to get to the Kingdom of Alabasta? Upon hearing Akainu's question, a school-level officer immediately responded loudly. Report to General Sakaski, there are still about 2.5 days to go. Can it be made faster? General Sakaski, the current speed is already the fastest speed of the battleship. We have been traveling at the fastest speed. In the evening, Cobra also prepared a table full of delicious food for Lin Fan and his party, and accompanied them. Vivi no longer had to board Lin Fan's boat, and Cobra's mood suddenly felt so good that he didn't know what to say. Originally, he wanted to give Lin Fan the devil fruit, but Lin Fan refused. The reason for rejecting the devil fruit is because Lin Fan has already chosen the dark fruit, and Kaya also chose the poison Q fruit for her fruit. In this way, all members are devil fruit users and do not need devil fruits, so they did not accept Cobra, the devil fruit given. In fact, there is a more direct reason, that is, the devil fruit given by Cobra is too rubbish. One is the animal cat fruit, and the other is the Paramisha cold weapon fruit. Cobra had no intention of giving it to Lin Fanbei, because Princess Vivi also got half of Crocodile's treasure. Nami and Karina told Vivi after getting Lin Fan's consent. While on the ship, Princess Vivi established a relationship with Nami Karina and other girls, and Nami Karina and other girls also learned about the situation of the Alabasta Kingdom from Princess Vivi. Naturally, they also knew that the Alabasta Kingdom was very poor. Although Nami and Karina are greedy for money, they are more loyal and kind. Therefore, Princess Vivi got half of Crocodile's treasure. Because Lin Fan had to wait for Blackbeard in the Kingdom of Alabasta, Cobra also prepared a room for Lin Fan and his party. Both men and women slept in the same room, each with a bed, and Princess Vivi also moved in. Lin Fan was in a bad mood. Under this situation, he could only sleep by himself and could not do anything with Nami Karina or Kaya in his arms. You can't do it right, you still need to face it, although I thought it would be a bit exciting, but I can't do it. It is worth mentioning that after Crocodile fell, Baroque Works was also exposed. After Mr. Tu Funkley received the news, he also left a small town similar to Whiskey Peak to look for the Transvestite Kingdom. Mr. 3 Paramisha Candle Fruit ability user still serves as the mayor of the town and continues to hunt weak pirates and merchants who break into the Grand Line. The residents of the small town also chose to follow. Anyway, Baroque Company, Limited collapsed, so they were more relaxed. There was no need to collect any information for Baroque Company, Limited. They just need to keep doing their job. Also, regarding the distribution of benefits, there is no need to turn it over. The money gained in the future can be divided among the entire town. Mr. 1 after waking up from the impact of Conqueror's domineering power, Mr. 1 Daz Bonus left Yuyan and went to no one knows where. The other cadres at the Spider Coffee Shop also disguised themselves and started running the coffee shop. There are other cadres and members who have been notified by the Kingdom of Alabasta and arrested by the Kingdom Guards. Currently, some people have escaped, some have been captured, and some are hiding. Chapter 95 Blackbeard Pirates? Instant kill without explanation. One night without words, the next day. Lin Fan got up early and did exercises with his upper body naked on the roof of the palace. The whole person stands upside down, supported by only one finger, and then moves up and down, changing one hand every 10 minutes. The good figure is displayed vividly, but it's a pity that there are no beautiful girls or ladies to watch. After exercising, Lin Fan also went to take a shower. Soon after, everyone got up one after another. Not long after, we also had breakfast. It can be seen that Cobra is in extremely good condition at the moment. The gray hair that originally appeared on his head disappeared after only one night. He is also full of energy, and his face is always full of energy. Wear a smile. Princess Vivi is similar, her whole person seems to be reborn, and she looks even more beautiful at first glance. Soon after finishing the meal, Vivi took Nami and the others out of the palace. Vivi means to take them to visit the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta and go shopping for clothes, perfume, and delicious food. Vivi naturally asked Lin Fan to go with her, but Lin Fan, who knew how scary it is for women to go shopping, declined and stayed alone in the palace reading comic books, which was very relaxing. King Cobra went to deal with the affairs of the country. As a gentleman of the country, naturally he could not accompany Lin Fan all the time. The day passed and Lin Fan was still alone on the empty bed at night. Naturally, Nami, Karina, and Kaya would not compete with Lin Fan in a room with so many people. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, Lin Fan, who was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed and enjoying a massage from Nicole Robin, suddenly opened his eyes. Because under his domineering investigation, Blackbeard and his party of 5 people and 1 beast arrived at Shunting Island. The current members of the Blackbeard Pirates, Captain Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, a user with the Dark Fruit ability, Navigator Devil Sheriff Lafitte, a person with the animal type, Bird Fruit, and White Dove form ability, and Helmsman fighting champion Giza's Ba Jace, the sniper Odonoshivan, the Oka teleportation fruit ability user, the ship doctor, the poison Q disease fruit ability user, the poison Q mount, the strong animal type, the horse fruit, the phantom beast species, and the Pegasus form ability. That's right, Lin Fan relied on his knowledge, color, and domineering power to cover the entire Shunding Island 24 hours a day. As long as Lin Fan wanted to, he could talk to anyone on Shunding Island. The reason why Lin Fan could accurately know that it was Blackbeard's group was because the system's voice also sounded in his mind. Ding! Host trigger option. The Blackbeard pirates arrived at Shunding Island to replenish supplies and rest for the night. Please choose the host from the following 3 options. Option 1. Ignore the 5 members and 1 beast of the Blackbeard pirates, and continue to enjoy Nico Robin's comfortable massage. Rewards. Martial arts. Dragon Claw, martial arts. Tiger Pounce, martial arts. Golden Bell Hood, Iron Cloth Shirt. Option 2. Kill 5 members and 1 beast of the Blackbeard pirates. Reward. 2 non-attribute devil fruits. When killing the Blackbeard pirates and others, the host can choose to use the non-attribute devil fruit to absorb the ability. Option 3. Defeat humiliation and spare the Blackbeard pirates 5 members and 1 beast. Rewards. 1 Paramecia vampire devil fruit, 1 animal type bug fruit and centipede form. Robin-chan, you can stop, the person I'm waiting for has arrived. Hearing Lin Fan speak, Nicole Robin also stopped, and then asked with a smile, Mr. Captain, can I follow you and take a look? Hearing this, Lin Fan stood up and looked at Nicole Robin, the royal sister, and immediately smiled and nodded in response. Of course, let's go. With that said, Lin Fan directly put his arms around Nico Robin's waist, then activated his telekinesis to float up, put on a shield, and used his speed fruit ability to disappear in a flash. Nicole Robin, who was hugged by Lin Fan, didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. On the contrary, she felt a strong sense of security. With the protection of the telekinesis shield, even if he is flying at high speed at this moment, he will not be affected, his eyes will be unable to open, and his hair will be blown around. Senton Island, the port city of Alabasta Kingdom. Blackbeard, a group of 5 people and 1 animal, paddled a raft to the coast. After parking the raft, the group of 5 people and 1 animal stepped onto the sand and headed towards the rapeseed flowers in the city not far away. They have been drifting at sea for too long and need to replenish some food and drinking water. Of course, you still need to rest comfortably for a few days. After enough rest, prepare to go to Drum Island and capture the king there. The Blackbeard pirates came out of the New World, so they first appeared in the Alabasta Kingdom and then went to Drum Island. Instead of going to Drum Island first like the protagonist group, and then to Shunding Island where the Kingdom of Alabasta is located. Ha ha ha, we finally got ashore. This damn sea really makes me love and hate it at the same time. With that said, Blackbeard also took away the wine bottle he carried with him, and drank the last sip of the wine inside. The Desert Kingdom is indeed well deserved, and it is full of yellow sand as far as the eye can see. I'm going to town later, I want to drink as much as I can. Originally, the group of people were dreaming about what they would do in the city later. Among the 5 people and 1 beast, the sniper Van Oka, who was the most powerful in the practice of color and domineering, suddenly sensed a fatal threat. Spread out, danger. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Fan appeared in front of him with Robin in his arms. Fan Oka is a teleportation fruit user and can be considered a difficult person to catch, so Lin Fan immediately chose him as his target. The moment Lin Fan appeared, everyone else also felt the approaching death crisis, and their hearts seemed to be pinched by a hand. The moment they saw Lin Fan's appearance clearly, everyone's expressions and eyes were shocked and frightened. It was obvious that they recognized Lin Fan, but they did not expect that Lin Fan could bring them such a strong death threat. Especially Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. When he saw the news that Lin Fan defeated Marine General Kizaru Perusalino, he didn't care. He thought that if he faced Kizaru Perusalino, Lino was still able to defeat the opponent, and even capture the opponent directly. It was such a mysterious confidence that the secret fruit brought to him. After all, the dark fruit is known as the nemesis of the devil fruit. Of course, this is related to the fact that he has no experience fighting against General Marine. He doesn't know how strong General Marine is. All in all, he just didn't take Lin Fan seriously. Lin Fan held Robin's slim waist with a smile on his face. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, he raised his hand and punched Fan Oka's head. Hitting other places might actually cause immune to death, but hitting the head directly would blow it up. Lin Fan didn't believe that a person could be resurrected like this. If one's head is blown off, people without Logia abilities can still be resurrected. Lin Fan accepted it. It seems that the animal type Yamata no Orochi, a devil fruit, can still survive after its head is exploded. If you want to kill the opponent, you must destroy all 8 heads at the same time. Lin Fan punched out, and the air made a crackling sound. Fan Oka was instantly knocked away, and then on the way flying upside down, his head exploded and turned into blood mist. The headless body fell into the sea, and the sea was also covered by it. Penetrating to a very far distance, a Poseidon had just exposed its head, and it exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood, and an area on the sea was dyed red. Wilk Lin Fan, Blackbeard roared, and black material appeared all over his body, which was the ability of the dark fruit. Come here, dark water. Blackbeard launched the move he developed, using the gravity of darkness to suck the Esper into his hand and grab it. Coupled with the characteristics of the dark fruit, Once Blackbeard catches a devil fruit user, he can contain the opponent's devil fruit ability and temporarily prevent the opponent from using it. Get out of here. Lin Fan raised his hand and there was a small sandstorm. At such a close distance, Blackbeard couldn't even hide. He was instantly lifted up by the small sandstorm. Not only Blackbeard took action, but the rest of his crew also took action against Lin Fan. However, the gap between them and Lin Fan was really too big, and Lin Fan also had the speed fruit. Holding Nico Robin in his arms, Lin Fan remained calm in the face of the attacks from other members of the Blackbeard pirates. The next second, Lin Fan and Robin disappeared on the spot, and when they reappeared, they had raised their hands to press on the head of Giza's Bajas. The rustling fruit ability was activated, and in less than half a second, it sucked all the blood moisture from Giza's Bajas' body. At the same time, he added the shockwave ability, killing him on the spot. Then, before others could react, he repeated his old tricks, instantly killing Lafitte, Poison Q, and his pet Zhuang, and using the non-attribute devil fruit to absorb Poison Q's disease fruit ability. In an instant, only Captain Marshall D. Teach was left in the Blackbeard pirates. On the other side, Blackbeard was swept into the air by a small sandstorm, and his body was seriously injured. He then fell to the ground. The severe pain caused him to roll around on the ground and yelled, "Ah, it hurts, so good, it hurts so much." It has been less than a year since Blackbeard got the dark fruit. I have not been injured several times. Not only is I injured now, but I am also aware of the shortcomings of the dark fruit. Double the pain. Others can endure the pain when placed on others, but Blackbeard cannot endure it at all. At this moment, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach didn't know that his teammates were wiped out. In his opinion, Van Oka was injured at most. None of the partners he found were good friends. Especially Poison Q, who possesses the disease fruit. Even though he looks like he is dying of illness, his actual combat power is very powerful. If you fight him, you will be attacked by diseases, and you will be infected without knowing it. There are all kinds of diseases, all fancy, but some of them are fatal. And Poison Q also has a highly mobile mount, Zhuang. This horse also ate the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. It is extremely fast, allowing Poison Q to dodge various attacks. At the same time, Poison Q can quickly approach the enemy to spread disease attacks. But what Blackbeard doesn't know is that in front of someone who is domineering and strong enough, Devil Fruit is not enough. Chapter 96 The Last Devil Fruit. Dark Fruit. After crying for a while, Blackbeard immediately stood up and looked at Lin Fan. Blackbeard looked to the side and found the body of his companion. His pupils suddenly shrank and his expression became very frightened. Through the perception of color and domineering, I can see that there are really corpses on the ground instead of people who have been beaten unconscious, and they are all no longer alive. Blackbeard still knows how much his partner weighs. Poison Q has a bounty of 72 million belly, Lafitte has a bounty of 42,200,000 belly, Giza's Bajas has a bounty of 20 million belly, and Van Oka has a bounty of 6,000 belly. 4 million Baileys, all have a certain level of strength. You must know that the supernovas at the moment only have tens of millions of Baileys each. In the early days, they were able to offer so many bounties, so all of them were quite powerful. Nicole Robin, who was hugged by Lin Fan, was also shocked by Lin Fan at this moment, and once again refreshed her understanding of Lin Fan. She knew that Lin Fan didn't use much strength at all when he killed 4 people and 1 beast. At the very least, she didn't see Lin Fan using his armed domineering force. Regarding domineering, Nicole Robin also awakened and succeeded in the first attempt, so she was very lucky. The same goes for Vivi, but Vivi failed to awaken once and used 2 biscuits each, leaving Lin Fan with only 2 biscuits each. After swallowing the saliva in his mouth, Blackbeard asked, "Way, Wilkie Lin Fan, I have no grievances with you, right? Why are you taking action against my pirate group?" Hearing this, Lin Fan, who always answered questions, responded with a smile, "Because I like your devil fruit, so I took action." "Okay, Marshal D. Teach, I told you, it's time to hit the road." With that said, Lin Fan withdrew his arm from Nico Robin and walked towards Blackbeard. Lin Fan was seen walking, and a spear made of sand appeared in his hand. As for Blackbeard, when he saw the changes in Lin Fan's hands, he thought of a possibility, and his pupils suddenly widened. Immediately, the next second, Blackbeard knelt down on the spot, shed tears, and begged frantically for mercy. "Wilk Lin Fan, please let me go, I have Bailey, I have the treasure map, I have money to buy my life, so please spare my life." Blackbeard begged for mercy frantically and quickly, with tears flowing out crazily and snot hanging on his face. He looked very embarrassed. Lin Fan stopped in front of Blackbeard and said, "Go to hell." After saying that, he also raised his hand, preparing to use the sand spear to send Blackbeard on the road. At this moment, Blackbeard's expression changed 360 degrees. She was crying 1 second and bursting into tears, but the next second she was laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, Wilkie Lin Fan, you've been tricked, superpowered dark acupoint." I saw Blackbeard launch his most powerful move, and the surrounding desert disappeared in an instant, replaced by a dark vortex. The sand spear in Lin Fan's hand also disintegrated with a snap, and his feet fell into the dark vortex. "Ha ha ha, Wilkie Lin Fan, you can't use the devil fruit ability anymore, right? This is the ability of the dark fruit. Go to hell." Darkwater, Blackbeard's fist exuded dark energy and hit Lin Fan directly. Lin Fan finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Just now, he had a bad taste, so he acted specifically for Blackbeard. The reason why I let go of Nicole Robin was that I was afraid that she might be accidentally injured. Lin Fan knew very well what kind of character Blackbeard was. When this guy is at a disadvantage, he can abandon his dignity and beg for mercy from the enemy, and then take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack with his ultimate move. I used it on Whitebeard during the war. When Blackbeard saw Lin Fan suddenly smile, he also realized something was wrong. But it was too late now, he couldn't stop. Just when Blackbeard's fist was about to hit Lin Fan's head, Lin Fan disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he had also pressed down on the head of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. At this time, Blackbeard also felt a death crisis. His expression changed again, this time it was no longer an act, but a real reaction. No, Blackbeard was very unwilling and yelled out. He was very unwilling to die like this. He wanted to be the man of One Piece. He wanted to be at the top of the world. How could he die like this? Erosion. Lin Fan faintly uttered 2 words, and Blackbeard soon turned into a mummy and died immediately. The Shasha fruit is much more powerful in Lin Fan's hands than Crocodile. At least Luffy was sucked into a mummy by Crocodile and has not yet died, but in Lin Fan's hands, Blackbeard and his subordinates were sucked. After becoming a mummified body, he died immediately. While killing Blackbeard, Lin Fan also used the last non-attribute devil fruit, absorbing its power into a new darkness fruit. At the same time, Lin Fan also remembered the voice of the system. Ding, host has fulfilled the conditions and obtained 1 disease fruit and 1 dark fruit. Ding, host kills Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach and gets a big gift package. Hearing the voice in his head, Lin Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect to get an extra gift package after killing Blackbeard. Lin Fan raised his hand and shook it, and in the next second, all the corpses were swallowed up by the sand and disappeared inside. The battle ended very quickly, and Morgan's ubiquitous newsbird did not notice the situation. Lin Fan was also thinking at this time, if Blackbeard died, would the war stop happening? It would be a bit boring if there was no top-level war. Lin Fan disappeared on the spot and reappeared next to Nico Robin. Then Lin Fan naturally put his arms around Robin's slim waist, turned around and asked with a smile, "Robin-chan, my masseuse, I guess I didn't scare you, right?" Nicole Robin also came back to her senses. A smile appeared on her face again, and she shook her head slightly and responded, "To tell you what Mr. Captain said, I was not scared." Hearing this, Lin Fan showed a pity expression and said, "Oh, what a pity, Robin-chan, you weren't scared. I was prepared to hug you and comfort you if you were scared." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Robin reached out and covered his mouth and laughed. "Mr. Captain, this is really interesting, it's boring." As Lin Fan said this, he also took out the dark purple threaded fruit and opened his mouth to bite it. Nico Robin just watched Lin Fan eating the dark fruit, her eyes full of curiosity. Chapter 97 Buster Call Specifications Marine Battleship arrives. Ding, host opens the big gift package and gets a bottle of Perfect Factor Potion of Thunder Power Bloodline, a bottle of Perfect Factor Potion of Fire Power Bloodline, the ultimate artifact, 2 fragments of the History Book of the Years, 5 domineering advanced cards of 1 color, and 10 golden apples pellets. Thunder Power Bloodline Perfect Factor Potion. After taking it, it will increase physical fitness, initially master the power of thunder, automatically develop fighting instincts, and improve immunity to thunder and lightning. Fire Power Bloodline Perfect Factor Potion. After taking it, it will increase physical fitness, initially master the power of fire, automatically develop fighting instincts, and improve immunity to fire. 1 color Domineering Advancement Card. Each type of domineering can only be advanced once, and domineering in the final stage cannot be advanced. Golden Apple. After use, it will improve physical fitness and fix the peak appearance and figure. Only one is effective. Come Robin, I'll treat you to one of my treasured golden apples and I'll give you something good afterward. Without hesitation, Lin Fan directly took out a golden apple from the system space. Arrangements have been made for the other 2 potions, so they will not be given to Robin. I just happened to give her one of the Ashiki Hockey advanced cards. Lin Fan will not be stingy when it comes to his women. Although Nicole Robin may not have returned home yet, once she gets on the ship, he is very sure to win over this royal sister and make her his own. By the way, there is also new Okagawa. We need to find a time to arrange for her to be eliminated. We have known each other for such a long time and we are still in the ambiguous stage. This is not okay. Good sisters should play together. As for Vivi, I can only say that we will wait for the history books in the future to tell. Anyway, nothing would happen to her if she stayed in the kingdom of Alabasta. At least in the anime, nothing happened in the first 2 years, and it only happened later when she attended the World Conference. Moreover, Vivi now knows Wen's hockey and armament hockey, and is also learning shaving, moonwalk, and paper painting, which are taught by Nami and Karina. Nami and Karina are already very proficient in the 6th form of Marine, and they are just 1 life short of returning it. Thank you, Captain. Nicole Robin was not polite either. She reached out to take it and opened her mouth to eat. There was no hesitation at all, and there was no fear that the golden apple would be bitten. Robin-chan, do you just believe me that much? Just eat it, you're not afraid that I'll do anything to the apple? Lin Fan said and continued to take a bite of the dark fruit in his hand. Hearing this, Robin responded with a charming smile. If Mr. Captain wanted to do something to me, he would have done it long ago. I can't resist. How about tampering with the apple? Lin Fan smiled when he heard this and did not respond. Well, Mr. Captain, where did this apple come from? It's delicious, it's different from any apple I've ever eaten before. These are the apples of the gods. I am lucky enough to get 10 of them. I will be in for a surprise after eating them. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Nicole Robin was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled again. She didn't speak, but concentrated on eating the apple in her hand. Soon Nicole Robin also finished eating the golden apple. She originally thought Lin Fan was joking, but the changes in her body did not fool her. Nicole Robin only felt that she had experienced a baptism in an instant, and her body became more relaxed. Come and see yourself. Lin Fan also took out a mirror to Nicole Robin at the right time. Seeing the mirror handed over by Lin Fan, Nicole Robin subconsciously reached out to take it, and then pointed it at herself. As soon as Nicole Robin saw herself in the mirror, her pupils widened in disbelief. Looking in the mirror, she became more beautiful, whiter, and her skin became more supple. At this point, she had to believe that the golden apple she had just eaten was really the so-called God's apple. I didn't lie to you, that is really the apple of God. If one person eats one, it will have an effect. If you eat more than that, it will have no effect. As Lin Fan spoke, he was also preparing to take out another one-color domineering advancement card. As things are given one by one, I believe Nicole Robin's favorability will gradually increase. It won't be long before you can win the beauty. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind again. Ding! Host triggers options. The demon-slaying camp led by 2 Marine generals will arrive at Shunting Island in half an hour. Their target is the host. Please choose from the following 3 options. Option 1. Wait for the arrival of 10 warships, and fight Marine Admiral Akainu Sakaski, Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan, Marine Vice Admiral Chadan, Marine Vice Admiral Huashaoshan, Marine Vice Admiral Guzu, Marine Vice Admiral Doberman, Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, 10 Marine Headquarters Major Generals and more than 10,000 Marine elites. Reward. Ultimate Artifact. 2 pieces of Book of Ages fragments, 5 pieces of Pluton battleship fragments. Option 2. Lead your companions back to the storm charge, go out to sea again, and avoid the Marines' pursuit. Rewards. 1 body transformation card, when used on others, can consume a second devil fruit. 1 attributeless devil fruit, 1 3-color domineering upgrade card. Option 3. Directly sink 10 warships into the sea, killing at least 90% of the personnel on board. Rewards. 1 animal type ancient species saber-toothed tiger form fruit, and 1 animal type dragon fruit, mythical beast species, 2-headed demonic dragon form fruit. It is an honor to be here, Captain. Nicole Robin also knew that Lin Fan, this man, was truly good to her. Then, Nicole Robin also discovered that something was wrong with Lin Fan. Captain, what's going on? Lin Fan came back to his senses, still smiling, and was not frightened by Marine's lineup. It's okay, but there will be trouble later. Would you like to come with me to the harbor? Trouble? Nicole Robin blinked and nodded subconsciously. Then, let's go and take a look. Nicole Robin was completely driven by curiosity. She really wanted to see what a scary man like Lin Fan would call trouble. She didn't know Blackbeard, but she knew people like Poison Q Lafitte. Nicole Robin had seen their wanted posters and knew that these people were not simple guys. Although the bounties on those people were not as high as hers, Nicole Robin had some idea of why the bounty on her was so high. Without O'Hara's status as a survivor, his bounty would have been at most 10 or 20 million. As the owner of the flower fruit, Nicole Robin knows very well how powerful the fruit is. It's okay when facing weak enemies, they can be easily dealt with. But if you encounter a stronger one, the flower fruit will be of no use. Nicole Robin's fighting style is usually to grow many hands on the enemy's body and then break the enemy's body, but it has no effect at all when encountering a person with good physical fitness. Chapter 98 Akainu, Aokiji. After taking a look at Nicole Robin, Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth and said nothing more. He reached out and hugged her slender waist, activated his telekinesis, and flew towards the port. After a while, they arrived at the port. Lin Fan also took out a huge parasol, chairs and stools, and juice from the system space. These were all stored into the system space by Lin Fan early on as a precaution. Seeing Lin Fan conjuring things out of thin air, Nicole Robin didn't need to ask any more questions. She was a very smart woman and knew what to ask and what not to ask. Afterwards, the two of them lay leisurely on the beach chairs and read books, with 2 large fans beside them that automatically fanned the air. Nicole Robin really wanted to ask what the trouble was, but when she saw Lin Fan next to her who was squinting his eyes and resting, she did not open her mouth to ask. A short distance away from Shunting Island, 10 super-large warships were advancing at the fastest speed. Marine Admiral Akainu Sakaski stood at the bow and looked into the distance. How long will it take to reach the Alabasta Kingdom's territory, St. Ting Island? As soon as Akainu asked, someone immediately responded loudly. Report to General Sakaski, it will take about 15 minutes. God Killer Wilk Lin Fan, I will take your life. The Marine's reputation will once again resound throughout the sea by destroying you. On the deck of another battleship, Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan was sleeping on a recliner with an eye mask on. At this time, a major general walked up to Aokiji and said, General Kuzan, we will arrive at our destination in about 10 minutes. Please get ready. Oh, I see. Aokiji responded, and also reached out to push the eye mask down to his forehead, then stretched his hands and yawned. Since the battleship set out, Admiral Aokiji has been sleeping on the deck almost every day. However, the Marines on the warships are accustomed to this. Admiral Aokiji was famous for his love of sleeping, and this was known among the Marines. The highest commanders on each warship also learned from their subordinates that there were still about 10 minutes before landing on Shunting Island. Everyone immediately made arrangements and prepared to disembark from the warship. Since the buster call was launched against people instead of Shunting Island, 2 Marine admirals would lead 5 Marine lieutenant generals, 10 Marine major generals, and many Marine elite officers to go ashore and directly look for Lin Fan. It's not about firing directly at St. Ting Island. St. Ting Island is the territory of the ally Alabasta Kingdom, so it cannot be attacked with artillery shells at will. This time the warship is used to carry people and also serves as a deterrent. The last person to be given a buster call was Douglas Bullet, known as the Devil's Offspring, a legendary pirate and a fighter on the ship of One Piece Gold D. Roger. The ones who took action at that time were Zanguo, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji and others. The final result was that Douglas Bullet was defeated, arrested, and imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down. However, this man has terrifying willpower. After being brought to the Seastone, he practices his domineering power day after day. He can be said to be a ruthless among ruthless people. Time passed by little, and Marine's arrival was getting closer and closer. Unconsciously, the people in the rapeseed fields in the city not far from the port felt that the atmosphere had become a little tense since they didn't know when, and there was a feeling that a storm was about to come. The civil war in the kingdom had just ended not long ago, but it seemed like something big was about to happen all of a sudden. It was very strange. At the port, Nico Robin's eyelids began to twitch for some reason. I suddenly felt depressed, irritated, and a little scared. Nicole Robin didn't know what was going on with this sudden feeling. Suddenly, Lin Fan's voice rang out. On the sea, the outlines of 10 warships became increasingly clear. This also means that the other party is approaching Shunting Island. After hearing Lin Fan's voice, Nicole Robin also sat up and followed Lin Fan's gaze towards the sea. This sight made her uneasy. 10 super huge battleships, she would never forget the sight. Her hometown of O'Hara was destroyed by 10 such huge battleships. Although the battleships she sees now are not the same as those she saw when she was a child, there are many similarities. The battleship in front of her was the modified version of the 10 battleships she saw when she was a child. The battleships used by Buster Call are different from ordinary battleships, at least they are much larger. Then, Nicole Robin also saw the person she feared most in her life, Marine General Aokiji Kuzan. If she hadn't been sitting on a chair now, Nicole Robin would have fallen to the ground. Don't be afraid, as long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. At this moment, Lin Fan's voice sounded next to Nico Robin. I saw Lin Fan already standing next to Nico Robin, with a bright and sunny smile still on his face, and reaching out to rub Nico Robin's hair, without any fear at all. It was as if the people who came were not 2 Marine generals, but Shao Nakin. Nicole Robin, whose hair was being rubbed by Lin Fan, gradually recovered from her fear. With Lin Fan by her side, Nicole Robin felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even the arrival of Marine General Akainu Sakaski and Marine General Aokiji Kuzan did not make her feel any more fear. This feeling gave Nico Robin a sense of belonging, and she had the desire to follow Lin Fan all the time. If Nuo Kagao were here at this moment, he would definitely say, "Hole, how come a damn man is so charming? He has attracted another girl. Admiral Marine? If you come 2 at a time, I can relax and take it seriously." Lin Fan said, and also activated his telekinesis, causing the chair, table, parasol bag, and Nico Robin on the chair to float. Robin-chan, just watch me beat up the general. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he also gave Nicole Robin a thumbs up and a toothy smile. The next second, Nico Robin, including the chair, rose into the air, and there was an invisible telekinetic shield covering it. The telekinesis fruit has been awakened, and Lin Fan is still using it. The shield is not something that ordinary people can break. At least Kizaru can't break the 8-foot Magatama with his precise ultimate move. Captain, be careful. Nicole Robin originally had a lot to say, but in the end she just said this. Chapter 99 Magma and Ice, Marine's 2 highest combat powers, the T-Dolphin applies to fight. Lin Fan's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he was standing in midair, standing in front of Akainu and Aokiji, and then said very calmly, "Marine really thinks highly of me, Mr. Lin, and actually dispatched 2 big men. Future." Regarding why Marine appeared here, Lin Fan naturally came to him. After all, this plot did not exist in the original anime. Wilk Lin Fan. Big fire breathing. The moment he saw Lin Fan, Akainu was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted quickly, raising his hand and making a killing move. I saw Akainu Sakaski's right hand turn into a magma hand with rolling lava flowing, and then with a whoosh, the magma fist hit Lin Fan directly, and in the process, the fist became bigger and bigger, and finally became a full it is 2 meters in diameter, and the fist is filled with white smoke and hot magma, which is very scary. As expected of a Marine general, with just a few moves, the damage will be overwhelming. As for what? You're going to be so ruthless right away? Lin Fan muttered something and raised his hand to activate the telekinetic shield to resist. With a bang, the super huge magma fist hit the telekinetic shield, and the two were in a stalemate. 2 Thorn Spear. At this moment, Marine Admiral Aokiji on another battleship also took action. I saw him crossing his hands in front of him, and many sharp ice spears were generated out of thin air around him. Then Aokiji moved his hand, and countless ice spears were thrust towards Lin Fan. the temperature dropped a lot wherever they passed. Click, 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 click. The ice spear shattered instantly as soon as it came into contact with the telekinetic shield, and it was also unable to break through the telekinetic shield. Lin Fan alone blocked the first attack of the two Marine generals. This shocked Nico Robin in the air and the lieutenant generals, rear admirals and elite Marine officers on the 10 battleships. They all looked at it with their mouths slightly open and their pupils dilated. The first wave of attacks ended quickly. Lin Fan said with a smile, "Come to the shore and fight. This is the sea. I won't bully you." After saying that, Lin Fan's figure disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already hanging above the desert. The reason why he didn't take action was naturally because he chose the first option. If we want to face these people head-on, it is naturally impossible to take out the warship first. How can we complete the mission if we can sink a warship and kill an unknown number of people? Even though the reward of option 3 is quite tempting, it is still useless. The first point is that the number of devil fruits used has been reached, and the second point is that the rewards are not as good as option 1. The reward for option 1 is 2 fragments of the history book. Once 8 pieces are collected and combined into a whole, it will be heaven-defying. On the battleship, Akainu's face didn't look very good. Wilkie Lin Fan resisted his attack so easily. I'm afraid this battle won't end easily. Ashore. Yes, General Sakaski. Not long after, 10 warships also approached Shunding Island. After dropping the anchor and fixing it, under the leadership of the general, the elite Marine officers on the ship disembarked one after another and went ashore. Densely packed and very powerful. At the same time, Marine's arrival naturally cannot be hidden from Cobra and others. Nami and the other girls also knew about it, and with the help of Karina's fluttering fruit, the group stood on a floor and floated towards the port. This time, Newsbird has also arrived nearby. It is normal for the Newsbird to appear. After all, there is no way to hide 10 warships. Residents of R***Flower, a city near the port, also know that Marine has arrived on Shunding Island, and 10 warships have arrived. They still don't know what Marine means. Some forces on the sea have also learned about the vague situation on Shunding Island from their own spies. Currently, no one knows what Marine means, and no one knows about Lin Fan's existence for the time being. The T-Dolphin came out and said seriously, "General Sakaski, let us take action first." As he said that, he also pinched out the cigarette and threw it on the ground, with a lot of dirt on his body. Currently there is no description of the battle of the T-Dolphin, and there is no need to say whether he has a devil fruit. The author here sets him as a Logia soil fruit ability user. After all, he is a candidate for a general, and his strength is very close to that of a general. It's too bad. T-Dolphin didn't mean to look down on Lin Fan, he was talking about us, not me. After all, Lin Fan had defeated Kazaru Perusalino, a Marine general. As a candidate general, Cha Do's strength is very close to the general level, but it is still a little bit behind. The T-Dolphin competed with the 3 great generals Akainu, Aokiji, and Kazaru. Therefore, he did not dare to underestimate Lin Fan. Next to T-Dolphin, the other 4 Marine headquarters lieutenants also had fighting intentions on their faces. The 10 major generals of the Marine headquarters also held their weapons with firm expressions on their faces, always ready to fight. Well, go ahead, Kuzan and I will help you raid the formation. After thinking for a moment, Sakaski nodded in agreement. Mainly, the 5 of them, including T-Dolphin, Huo Shaoshan, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Flying Squirrel, are indeed quite powerful. Each of them is a Grandmaster Marine in the 6th form and has 2 color domineering and sword skills. They can definitely give Wilk. Lin Fan caused trouble. I don't know why Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel didn't use his haki to resist the petrification effect when he faced the Empress but stabbed himself with a knife. We don't know what happened. After all, as long as his haki is strong enough, he can ignore the Devil Fruit's ability. Yes, maybe the practice is not good enough. This is unlikely. After all, he is a veteran Lieutenant General. It is unlikely that he has not mastered the domineering skills, so there is only one possibility, and that is the author's fault. As for defeat, Akainu didn't think about it, because even he could defeat the 5 T-Dolphins. The gap in strength is still too big and cannot be made up by the number of people. A general is stronger than a general candidate and is stronger than a lieutenant general. This is an insurmountable gap. Just like the 4 emperors are stronger than the 3 generals, 3 disasters, then the Fei Liubao, quantity cannot make up for it at all, unless the strength is really achieved. Example. Charlotte Katakori's strength is very powerful. She is the owner of 3 colors of haki. Among them, the haki of knowledge and knowledge has been cultivated to the extreme. She can foresee the future and is called the person closest to the 4 emperors, but she can explode with full power. Still can't beat the 4 emperors, there is still a gap, at least 10 years of training. Without the halo of the protagonist, he is just a bull and a horse. The elite Marine officers began to disperse, preparing to encircle them. Some are going to maintain order and keep people away from the center of the battle to avoid being accidentally injured. Chapter 100 Formal Battle, 1 punch for a major general. On the beach near the port, Lin Fan was lying comfortably on a lounge chair, drinking juice and waiting for Akainu Aokiji's arrival. Nico Robin was not so nervous now, but she still stared at the port. Just now, she saw Lin Fan easily take one of Akainu's moves and Aokiji's move. After seeing Lin Fan's calm expression with a smile on his face, he was no longer so worried. I saw figures starting to appear from the direction of the port, and the other party was walking in the direction of Lin Fanis and Robin. The leaders were Marine Generals Akainu Sakaski and Aokiji Kuzan. On the left and right were the Lieutenant General and Major General of the headquarters. Behind them were some brigadiers and junior and lieutenant level officers. A large group of people were very impressive. Marine General Aokiji Kuzan also immediately discovered Nico Robin, the person he had been secretly observing. Seeing that Nicole Robin was still alive, he felt a little relieved. But when he saw Nicole Robin and Lin Fan together, his brows immediately furrowed. Akainu Sakaski also saw Nico Robin and murmured, "That's the son of the devil with a bounty of 79 million Baileys on his head. Nico Robin? Is she joining Wilkie Lin Fan's team? Forget it, it doesn't matter, just catch it by the way." Obviously, Akainu Sakaski didn't care about Nicole Robin at all, and was ready to catch or kill Lin Fan before grabbing him. But it is true that Nico Robin is not looked down upon by General Marine. Not to mention General Marine, not even the Lieutenant General would take her seriously. The bounty on Nicole Robin is not so high based on her strength, but because she is an O'Hara survivor. The newsbird in the sky was snapping pictures like crazy. And it's not just one, but many. Keen newsbirds are also very competitive, and the reporter industry is also very complicated. Faced with being surrounded by Marines, Lin Fan was completely indifferent. Because these surroundings are just decoration. For a strong man of his level, a group of little Karami are nothing more than ants. There is a saying that an elephant is killed by too many ants, but that requires a very, very, very large number. And now there are only more than 10,000 Marines surrounding it. This number is obviously not enough to kill an elephant due to ants. Robin-chan, you can't get involved in this kind of situation, let's see if you gain experience. As Lin Fan said this, he also stood up, activated his telekinesis, and sent Nico Robin, chairs, and other items to a certain height above the ground. Seeing this, Akainu also said, "Don't worry about Nico Robin, the son of the devil, just concentrate on dealing with Wilk Lin Fan." Earth Tyrannosaurus, as a Marine General candidate, one of the strongest among the generals, and a user with the Logia Devil Fruit ability, Cha Do raised his hand and punched Lin Fan. As soon as the Devil Fruit ability was activated, the dolphin's arm gradually transformed into a grinning Earth Dragon, and it quickly opened its mouth and rushed towards Lin Fan, trying to swallow Lin Fan in one bite. The other 4 Lieutenant Generals and 10 Major Generals also drew their weapons one after another, covering them with domineering aura, preparing to attack. Facing the incoming Earth Dragon, Lin Fan calmly stretched out his hand. A small sandstorm automatically appeared and spun in Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan just waved, and the sandstorm rushed towards the Earth Dragon, becoming bigger and bigger, and becoming more and more violent. The expressions of everyone watching the battle have changed. This is the ability of the Shasha fruit. Akainu and Aokiji are no longer calm, and their pupils have grown bigger. Crocodile's Devil Fruit power. Wilkie Lin Fan actually got Crocodile's Devil Fruit? At this time, everyone had no time to think about the fact that the person who defeated Crocodile was Wilk Lin Fan. Instead, their minds went blank thinking about why Wilk Lin Fan was obviously a devil fruit. Those with abilities can still possess the ability of the Shasha fruit. The sandstorm and the Earth Dragon collided, devouring each other and then bursting into pieces. The Logia Devil Fruit is like this. If you fight based on attributes and abilities alone, as long as you are not restrained, you will basically win 50-50. What you compete for is physical skills and domineering. After the shock, the other 4 Marine Lieutenant Generals and 10 Major Generals all approached Lin Fan with their razors and then attacked him. But when they approached and prepared to attack, Lin Fan did not let them go. He raised his hand and punched the kid. None of the 10 Major Generals could hold on to Lin Fan for 3 seconds. They were kicked out one after another. Each one of them was directly punched to death. Their bodies were all in a mutilated state. None of them had their bodies intact. This was enough to prove how powerful Lin Fan's fists were. Strength. The Lieutenant General, on the other hand, is still persisting. Obviously, these Lieutenant Generals of the headquarters are not comparable to the Major Generals of the headquarters, and there is a huge gap in combat effectiveness. Even the 10 Major Generals in the headquarters are very powerful among all the Major Generals, but the gap is just a gap and cannot be made up. However, these Lieutenant Generals of the headquarters were not defeated because Lin Fan was not serious. He only attached a small amount of armed hockey to his fists. Even the Devil Fruit was useless, so these Lieutenant Generals were able to resist with the hockey of seeing and hearing. Lin Fan's fist was blocked, and the Major General of the headquarters couldn't resist and was beaten to death even if Lin Fan didn't use much strength and the domineering force of knowledge and color. The T-Dolphin also didn't watch the show. He used the earth element to condense a knife and covered it with armed domineering and killed it. Just like that, a Marine General candidate and 4 headquarters Lieutenant Generals surrounded Lin Fan. The scene became very tense, and the fight was inextricably divided, with a 50-50 split. This also gives these people an illusion, which is the first of the 3 major illusions in life. I can do it. The 5 people who were fighting with Lin Fan at the moment all thought that they could have a 50-50 draw with Lin Fan, and thought that Lin Fan was nothing special. Although they thought so in their hearts, as the elite Lieutenant Generals and General candidates of their headquarters, they did not look down upon Lin Fan and still went all out. Ping 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 ping. Clang clang clang. Lin Fan's armed and domineering fists clashed with the sword one after another. During this period, he used the Shasha fruit to collide with the T-Dolphin's earth fruit. The reason why Lin Fan deliberately fought with them was not because he was bored, but because he was using them to hone his fighting skills. Compared with these lieutenant generals in the headquarters who are in their 40s and 50s, Lin Fan's combat experience is still far behind. Wilk Lin Fan, take the move, Hachi Ryu Great Nirvana. Among the five, Ghost Spider, who had the most powerful swordsmanship, retreated a short distance and then directly activated his ultimate move. He wildly activated the knowledge color domineering energy in his body to lock onto Lin Fan. At the same time, he activated the armed color domineering energy and released it outwards, causing the 8 swordsmen to attack. There is a circle of purple chi wrapped around the surface. Chapter 101 Kill 4 generals, 2 generals take action. The next second, the Ghost Spider locked onto Lin Fan and passed through at an extremely fast speed. The fighting had stopped at this moment, and the Ghost Spider maintained a posture with its back to Lin Fan without moving. Lin Fan also stood still and did not move. The other 3 lieutenant generals and the substitute general were staring at Lin Fan with weapons in their hands. Almost everyone was staring at Lin Fan at the moment, including Nico Robin, Akainu and Aokiji. As a great swordsman, Ghost Spider's unique skills are naturally very powerful. Then, Lin Fan's body exploded in front of everyone and turned into sand. Upon seeing this, everyone knew that Lin Fan was fine and prepared to continue fighting. Hachi Ryu Great Nirvana, multiply 5 inches at this moment, a familiar move name rang out. But this time the voice shouted was not the voice of Ghost Spider's middle-aged uncle, but the young and bohemian voice of Lin Fan. I saw the sand condensed into a human form again, and Lin Fan's figure reappeared. And it's not one Lin Fan, but 5 identical Lin Fans. Obviously, 4 of them were clones made by Lin Fan using the power of the Shasha fruit. Being able to create a clone is easy for the Logia fruit. Crocodile. Huh? The 5 Lin Fans who reappeared were not in their normal appearance, but in a state with 8 arms. And each arm held a knife made of sand, and then the familiar name of the move rang out. In an instant, the 5 Lin Fans flashed towards the 5 lieutenant generals, and then their figures appeared not far away from the 5 lieutenant generals and kept moving. The 5 lieutenant generals also stood motionless, their eyes even invisible, blocked by a layer of darkness. The next second, all 5 lieutenant generals were seen spurting out a large amount of blood at the same time. Even the T-Dolphin with the Logia Earth Devil fruit was no exception. Snap, 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 snap. There was a sound of 5 bodies hitting the ground, and 4 of them were no longer alive and died on the spot. Only the candidate for general, Kaji, coughed and vomited blood and then split open on the spot. The soil rolled on the ground not far away. His body was covered with bloodstains, and the corners of his mouth were also bloody. The T-Dolphin was gasping for air. Reappear. The blood on his body had been stopped by his fruit ability, and there was no more blood left. Of the 5 Lin Fans, 4 disappeared on the spot, leaving only 1 still standing, with his arms returning to their normal appearance. Lin Fan raised his hand and directly formed a telekinetic shield. With 2 booms, a dog flowing with hot lava and an iceberg exuding extremely cold were blocked. Where Lin Fan was standing before, there was already a huge pit, half of which was flowing with hot magma, and the other half was filled with extremely cold ice. It turned out that Lin Fan's situation just now made the 2 generals Akainu and Aokiji aware of the huge danger, so they both took action. But it was still too slow. Lin Fan launched his move first, and 4 of the 5 lieutenant generals died, and 1 was seriously injured. Wilk Lin Fan, come and die. Akainu Sakaski's face was extremely angry, with lava flowing all over his body and white smoke coming out. Although Aokiji Kuzan said nothing, his face was very cold, and his eyes looked at Lin Fan with murderous intent. When the T-Dolphin not far away saw this, it activated the soil fruit in its body regardless of being injured. The T-Dolphin was quickly wrapped in soil, and then a giant made of clay appeared. Wilk Lin Fan, die! T-Dolphin roared angrily, and hit Lin Fan with his domineering fist. The crazy arm colors are domineering and collide with each other. The powerful momentum made the air crackle, and the sand on the ground was also impacted and turned into ashes and disappeared. The surrounding marine officers felt the tremendous pressure one by one and couldn't help but retreat. On the other hand, Nicole Robin, who was protected by Lin Fan's telekinetic shield in midair, didn't feel anything. He was only vaguely aware of the strong aura. This also proves the horror of the awakening of the telekinesis fruit from the side. Of course, Lin Fan can only use this fruit to be so terrifying. There is no rubbish fruit, only rubbish users. There are no absolutely awesome fruits, only awesome users. Let's just talk about the awesome thunder fruit. Its owner, Enel, is short-sighted and hides on an island in the sky to become a so-called god. So, defeated. Even without Luffy, someone else will defeat him. Just because he wouldn't know the existence of armed hockey. Let's just talk about the thread fruit. This is just an ordinary Paramecia devil fruit. But in the hands of the user Doflamingo, he played tricks, and also developed a move called Birdcage that even the general's strength can't do anything about. If the thunder fruit is given to Doflamingo and the thread fruit is given to Enel, then Ming Jie will definitely no longer be the so-called Shichibukai but the 5th emperor. Enel will probably be beaten to death long ago and will no longer be able to be a so-called god. And the explosive fruit owner under Crocodile only developed the move of using booger bombs. It was completely a delay for such a very high-quality devil fruit. If it were a good-minded owner, it would definitely make a name for itself on the sea, and at least it would be a supernova with a bounty of over 100 million. That's too far. Seeing Lin Fan catching the attacks of Marine General Akainu Sakaski, Marine General Aokiji Kuzan, and Marine Alternate General Cha Do, Nico Robin was stunned and forgot to blink. Originally, in her mind, Lin Fan was indeed very powerful, but she never expected that Lin Fan could be so powerful. He was simply unbelievably powerful. Those are Akainu Sakazuki, one of Marine's 3 generals, Aokiji Kuzan, one of Marine's generals, and Chado, one of Marine's 2 candidates for generals. These 3 people can be said to be the most powerful people in the sea. Akainu's face became even more ugly when he saw that his attack, Aokiji's attack and the T-Dolphin's attack were blocked. He was very reluctant to believe that this was true. Who is he? He is Marine General Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 highest combat powers of Marine. The previous attack was blocked, but it was just a casual move by him. So he didn't care, after all, no matter what Lin Fan said, he could outrun Kizaru Perusalino, who was at the same level as him. But now, he is attacking with all his strength. Moreover, Kuzan and Jiaji also took action. Akainu is getting more and more angry, and also has the ability to activate rock berry fruits crazily. I saw that the color of the magma on Akainu's body became more red, and there was more white smoke and steam. Aokiji Kuzan has also increased his ability to use frozen fruits. Needless to say, he has already activated the earth fruits to almost the extreme. Chapter 102 Fighting 3 Generals. Boom. The sandy ground the 4 of them stepped on could no longer hold its ground and exploded. The 4 of them also disappeared instantly, and when they reappeared, they were already fighting fist to fist. Lin Fan fought 3 against 1 and was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. A large pit appeared on the ground. It can be seen that half of the pit is still sand, but the other half is indeed cracked land, still hot and flowing magma, and a whole block of ice. At first glance, you can tell that it was caused by Logia Devil Fruit users, and only Logia Devil Fruit users can change the landscape. Dark Hound, Akainu, who had completely transformed into a magma man, struck Lin Fan with all his strength. The power of magma is indeed very powerful. Even Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature, will scream in pain when he receives this punch. But it is a pity, what if he misses? Naturally, it becomes a decoration and is of no use at all. Lin Fan, who possesses the speed fruit and the haki of seeing and seeing haki, can predict the future. He easily dodged the blow and hit Akainu on the head with his fist covered with haki of armed haki. In an instant, the magma man Akainu was hit, and his entire magma body crashed directly into the sand, creating a huge crater. The magma flowed crazily, changing the landscape again. This punch was so fast that even though Akainu's haki sensed it, his speed couldn't keep up. Akainu in the pit received a punch from Lin Fan with the shockwave devil fruit power, and his whole brain buzzed. If Lin Fan hadn't mastered the arm domineering skills, Lin Fan's head would have exploded with this punch. When Lin Fan punched Akainu into the ground, Aokiji's attack also came. Ice Spear. At this moment, Aokiji has also activated the frozen fruit with all his strength, and his whole body is exuding extremely cold air, and his whole body has become an Iceman. Aokiji punched Lin Fan, and his fist had already turned into a gunhead. And there is still an armed and domineering presence on it. If this punch is hit, it will definitely be injured. In the same plot, Lin Fan dodged Aokiji's attack, and then his whole body was hit by a punch and hit the sand with a bang. The slightly weaker T-Dolphin was knocked down by a punch even when he was about to attack Lin Fan. He, who was already injured, spit out a mouthful of blood again. There is no other way. If you are less powerful and receive the same punch, your end will naturally be worse. Ah! Wilk Lin Fan. Akainu's angry roar sounded, and a ball of magma rolled to form the shape of Akainu. Then, Akainu disappeared on the spot and reappeared in front of Lin Fan. Without hesitation, he punched out. Aokiji also got up again and joined the battle. Only the T-Dolphin coughed a few more times before joining the battlefield. The 4 of them fought in a flash, and saw various elements in the sky sputtering towards the ground. There is magma, ice, dirt, and sand. As he was beating, suddenly Akainu, the old Yinbi, took aim at Nico Robin, who was not that far away in the air. Lin Fan also caught Akainu's hidden and treacherous gaze, but he didn't pay attention. Nico Robin is protected by the telekinetic shield released by Lin Fan, which cannot be broken by Akainu. Doflamingo can use moves like Birdcage that even generals like him can't break, let alone Lin Fan. The skill of Doflamingo is a super skill. You must defeat the caster of Doflamingo to break it. However, the Birdcage also has a flaw, that is, the releaser must also be in the Birdcage. Another more perverted ability is that of Empress Boya Hanku. With the ability to overcome petrification, Boya Hancock said that even if she were killed, those who were turned into stone by her would not be able to recover. Even the second person who ate the sweet fruit would not be able to recover. Sure enough, after struggling with Lin Fan for a few more minutes, Akainu aimed at an opportunity and teleported directly in front of Nico Robin. Seeing Marine General Akainu Sakazuki suddenly appear in front of him, Nico Robin's expression changed instantly. Another Marine General, Aokiji, noticed this situation and his pupils shrank slightly, and his face changed a little. However, he still had no intention of stepping forward to stop it. Obviously, Aokiji made a choice to pursue his own justice and continue to entangle with Lin Fan. This also means that Aokiji has given up on Nico Robin. This is your life, Nicole Robin. Aokiji thought this in his heart, and then concentrated on dealing with Lin Fan. Super fire breathing. Akainu roared and punched out. The power is even more fierce than before, which can prove that he has not let go at all. Facing Marine General Akainu's attack, Nico Robin also closed her eyes directly. She had no intention of resisting at all, and she knew very well. I saw that the telekinetic shield protecting Nico Robin was directly enveloped by layers of magma. Just after Akainu punched out, Lin Fan also appeared next to Akainu and punched him away again. The fists covered with armed hockey and the ability of the shockwave devil fruit made Akainu feel his head buzzing again. Finally, Akainu couldn't bear it anymore and vomited out a mouthful of blood. But Akainu, who is currently in the magma man state, evaporates the blood he spits out in an instant. The shield magma that was attacked also disappeared again to reveal the situation inside. Nico Robin was still intact, the shield still existed, and there was no intention of breaking it. Robin-chan, go tell Nami-chan and the others that I'm going to the Impel City prison and I'll be back soon. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Lin Fan used the power of knowledge to convey his voice into Nico Robin's mind, then turned around and smiled at Nico Robin with a wink. Then with a wave of his hand, Nicole Robin flew into the sky, and then disappeared with a whoosh. The reason why he wanted to go to Impel Down City was because Lin Fan suddenly thought of it. There are many talents on the 6th floor. If I kill them, I wonder if I can get the treasure chest? For this reason, Lin Fan also asked the system, but did not get any response. The scene once again returned to a confrontation, with Lin Fan facing off against Akainu, Aokiji, and Cha-Do. Akainu was still covered in lava, with white smoke coming out. Aokiji is in a state of ice, the temperature is extremely low, and there is also white smoke coming out. The T-Dolphin is in the form of earth, looks dirty and very low. As for Lin Fan, he was forcibly injured, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, but his body was still clean. He didn't break the defense at all, he was too strong and there was nothing he could do. The 3 devil fruits, the dark fruit, the emerald fruit, the bird fruit, and the immortal phoenix form, have not been used yet. Chapter 103 Battle, Devil Fruit awakening. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed and he activated his Violent Conqueror's Haki. Among the 3 options given by the system, he chose first to face the Buster Call team led by Akainu and Aokiji head-on. Now he and Lin are fighting head-on only with high-end combat power, and those little minions have never fought against him. This will involve killing people in the Impel Down City Great Prison, so before pretending to be defeated, you must first complete some options to obtain rewards. Those are 2 fragments of the history book and 5 fragments of the Pluton battleship. The Violent Conqueror's domineering force swept across, and the Marine elite officers who were surrounded rolled their eyes and fell down. Lin Fan did not use all his strength, which also resulted in only about half of the Marine elite officers dying, while the others were just fainted and injured. Akainu, Aokiji, and Cha-Do, who were directly hit by Lin Fan's Conqueror's domineering force, were knocked back a few steps. The T-Dolphin took the most steps back, reaching 7. Akainu took 2.5 steps back, and Aokiji took 3 steps back. After unleashing Conqueror's Haki, Lin Fan started to perform, bowing and breathing heavily. Akainu seized this opportunity and appeared next to Lin Fan in a flash, and punched out with a domineering punch. Lin Fan noticed it and stretched out his hand to block. Then, with a hiss, the whole person was shot away on the spot like a cannonball and smashed into the ground. The dust dispersed, a burst of sand squirmed, and Lin Fan's figure reappeared. Once again, Lin Fan beat 3. This time, Lin Fan continued to release water, his physical strength evaporated quickly, and he was gasping for air. On the other side, Nico Robin discovered Nami and the girls on their way back to King Alabasta's palace. But because Lin Fan's target was the palace, the shield would not stop midway. This also led to the fact that Nicole Robin was unable to talk to Nami and the girls, and could only watch the figures of Nami and the girls getting further and further away. Why do I feel like I heard Robin's voice? Did you hear it? On the floating floor, Nami asked the women next to him in confusion. At the same time, Nami also used the Haki perception of seeing and hearing color. The result is naturally no gain. Near Rapeseed Port, the battle continues to rage. Elemental energy was still splashing in the sky, and it directly changed a small piece of landform after landing. A good desert, this area has completely changed now. There is not only sand in the desert, but also magma, ice, and soil. Desert knife. With a pop, the T-Dolphin was struck in the chest, and blood spurted out freely. Lin Fan just bullied the weak Cha-Do. If it were Akainu or Aokiji, it would be impossible for this desert sword to cut their bodies. But Cha-Do, the Marine General's candidate, is half a level lower in strength, so that's fine. Although I have made the decision to pretend to be defeated, I can't be too fake. Wilk Lin Fan. You deserve to die. Akainu was furious and went directly from the semi-awakened state of the Devil Fruit to a fully awakened state, taking his momentum to a new level. The fully awakened Logia Devil Fruit ability will permanently change the landscape. The reason Akainu didn't awaken before was because he was in the Alabasta Kingdom, a member country, but now he doesn't care. Akainu directly transformed into a giant dog more than 10 meters tall with lava flowing all over his body, and rushed towards Lin Fan. At the same time, Aokiji appeared next to the T-Dolphin, raised his hand to freeze the wound that was still bleeding, and then left the place with him. At this moment, Cha-Do, the Marine General candidate, had also been seriously injured and passed out. When Lin Fan saw Akainu awakening, a glint flashed in his eyes. The next second, he also transformed into a giant made of sand. A sand giant and a magma dog collided with each other in a short while, and then exchanged wild blows. Although Haki can restrain devil fruit, in the awakened state, the attacks of Logia devil fruit users have exceeded the standard. Most people's armed domination can no longer be resisted. The consumption is too great and the quantity is too little, so they can only fight with their fruit abilities. They were evenly matched, and the fights were back and forth. After Aokiji sent the T-Dolphin to a safe place, he directly awakened the fruit ability and transformed into an ice bird to join the battlefield. 2 against 1, Lin Fan was instantly at a disadvantage. As he continued to fight, Lin Fan also sensed a few familiar people. So, while fighting, he explained the situation to Nami and the girls with his knowledge and domineering attitude. After all the hard talk, I finally persuaded the girls to go back. It was already dark at this moment. But on the battlefield, it's still very bright. The battle is still going on, the water is deep and fierce, and several people have a tacit understanding to stay away from the not very far city rapeseed flowers. Lin Fan was still at a disadvantage, but he was still fighting. In an instant, it was dawn. The 3 of them were still fighting and didn't stop. Another 3 days have passed, and the battle still has not stopped and has become more intense. A large area became a restricted area, and the power of 3 elements swept through it crazily. As long as you are not a strong person, you will be torn apart if you are involved. Fortunately, the Alabasta Kingdom is really large enough to have a large area of uninhabited land where we can fight. If it were in Rog Town, the entire town would have been destroyed long ago. Alabasta has a population of about 10 million, but the inhabited city only occupies a part of Senton Island. Most of the place is an uninhabited land of yellow desert. From here, you can know that Senton Island is very huge. At this moment, the officers who had been knocked unconscious by Lin Fan's conqueror's domineering energy had reawakened and brought the bodies of their colleagues back to the ship, including 10 major generals and 4 lieutenant generals, as well as those who were seriously injured and unconscious. Candidate T-Dolphin for general. On the warship, a marine's face was very serious. The battlefield must not be any closer. The lesson of more than half of his colleagues dying happened not long ago. At this time, Akainu and Aokiji didn't know that Lin Fan killed more than half of their elite officers who were watching the show from the outside with one move. If they knew about it, they would probably go crazy. Alabasta Kingdom, Royal Palace. Although they knew that Lin Fan would be fine, Nami and others still did not relax their expressions. Cobra and Princess Vivi are also here. Ladies, I have received the latest news. The battle is still going on. No one responded to King Cobra, and King Cobra didn't care. After this battle, Cobra also asked Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku for compensation. According to the information he knew, the fighting had caused an area of Shunting Island to change its landscape. Even if that area is no man's land, it is still the inalienable territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Chapter 104. The battle is over, Kizaru comes to an end. After Lin Fan's deliberate effort, the battle came to a conclusion on the 7th day. The 3 of them fell unconscious on the sand, magma, and ice. The 3 of them looked very miserable, with wounds and scars all over their bodies. Lin Fan was sleeping, but Akainu and Aokiji were really unconscious. Although all 3 of them were injured, Lin Fan was injured intentionally, while Akainu Aokiji was injured by Lin Fan. If Lin Fan hadn't betrayed him, Akainu Aokiji wouldn't have been able to break through his defense. There's no way, it's too hard, that's it. There is probably only one Whitebeard who is still lingering on in this world who can break Lin Fan's defense. I don't know what situation is not counted. After the battle, the vision disappeared. Upon seeing this, the Marine elite officers immediately rushed to the battlefield. But after getting closer to a certain distance, they felt uncomfortable again. Everywhere you see is lava, ice and beach. The magma exudes extremely high temperatures, the ice exudes extremely cold temperatures, and the beaches are filled with violent sandstorms. This immediately confused these elite Marine officers. What should they do? Can't get in, wait online. Although they can be domineering, they are only a little bit domineering. I'm afraid that soon after entering, the domineering energy will be exhausted. After all, this is a situation that remains from a general level battle, and it is not something that ordinary people can touch. The scene is stuck. You look at me, I look at you, and you don't know what to do. Soon, a veteran brigadier general stood up. Lieutenant General T-Dolphin was seriously injured and passed out. General Yamanaka, Lieutenant General Doberman, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, and Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel were killed in the fire. 10 major generals also died. The current conditions of General Akainu and General Aokiji are unknown to us. It is necessary to recommend a temporary supreme commander. I, Eric, currently hold the rank of Brigadier General. I have been with Marine for 30 years and will be promoted to Major General in the second half of the year. I boldly recommend myself to take over the current temporary supreme command. Finally, with the approval of most people, Brigadier General Eric took over the interim supreme command and became the supreme commander at this moment. In the first step, Eric also contacted Marine Fando's Warring States through the phone bug in the warship. Warring States Fleet Admiral, I am Commodore Eric. Eric soon informed Warring States about the situation on Shunting Island. When the Warring States period learned that one of the 5 lieutenant generals was wounded and 4 were dead, all 10 major generals were dead, and 55% of the elite officers were dead, the fierce conqueror's dominance burst out uncontrollably, and everyone in Marineland felt it. Garp, Suru, Kizaru and other generals in Marineland also immediately headed towards the Fleet Admiral office. They all felt extreme anger from the Conqueror's hockey. Fleet Admiral Office. After hanging up the phone, Seng Guo's face became gloomier than ever before. The candidate general, Cha Do, was seriously injured and fell into coma. 4 other lieutenant generals and 10 major generals of the headquarters died, as did 55% of the elite officers. The situation of General Akainu and General Aokiji is unknown. Judging from the news heard, the battle should be over, but due to the awakening of Logia Devil Fruit users, they are not strong enough to get closer to check the situation. Soon, everyone else arrived at the Fleet Admiral office. Warring States also revealed the news he had just learned, and the atmosphere in the office suddenly became very depressing. Too many people died, and the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, I'm going to the Kingdom of Alabasta to check on the situation. Kizaru Paluzolino didn't care about fishing at this time. After speaking, he hit the gate of opening and walked out of the office, then turned into light and disappeared. In this case, it is true that only the fastest Kizaru Paluzolino can appear. As for the fact that there is no general guarding the headquarters and always paying attention to the attack on the Tianlong people, this is not a problem. At worst, a fleet admiral will go there and solve the problem in person. In the palace of King Alabasta. The battle is over, Lin Fan said while sitting on the sofa. This is Lin Fan's sand clone, which arrived at the palace a few days ago. The purpose is naturally to appease everyone's emotions. With the existence of this clone, Nami and the girls were calmed down, and smiles appeared on their faces again. Brother Fan, are you okay? Yeah, are you okay? When the women heard this, they all showed expressions of concern. Lin Fan responded with a smile and said, of course it's okay. The fact that I'm still here is the best proof. This body is a clone made from the Shasha fruit. If the original body faints and dies, then this body will no longer exist. Existence, everything is fine now, nothing happened to the body. Didn't I tell you that I just want to go to Shangcheng to have a look? It's full of talented people. There are really many talents in the city at the moment, including Douglas Bullet, Baloric Redfield, World Destroyer Brindy Waldo, Moonhunter Katarina Depon, Barrel Bosco Choate, the giant battleship San Juan Wolf, the evil king Abaro Pizarro, etc. You can live here with peace of mind. I will come back to you after I go to the prison in Pushing City. You can't be lazy and continue to exercise. I will conduct spot checks when I come back. At this time, Lin Fan had already distributed the domineering upgrade cards. 2 bottles of potion were given to Nami and Karina respectively. The one with thunder and lightning was given to Nami, and the one with fire was given to Karina. Princess Vivi received a golden apple. After that, Lin Fan's clone also disappeared in front of several people. Battle scene. After Eric hung up the phone, he also notified him, waiting for the arrival of General Kizaru Paluzolino, and then everything would follow the arrangements. I don't know how long it took, but Kizaru Paluzolino arrived at Shunting Island with all his strength. At this moment, Kizaru no longer looked as lazy as before. He also knew the situation this time. 4 lieutenant generals, 10 major generals and thousands of elite officers were killed, which was a heavy loss. The key is that we don't know what the combat situation is yet. Kizaru Paluzolino didn't waste any time and appeared at the scene of the battle immediately. Seeing the violent storm, scalding magma and extremely cold ice, Kizaru frowned slightly and then turned into golden light and entered. Chapter 105. Sent to Impel Down City, execute globally in half a month. It didn't take long before Kizaru came out with the unconscious Akainu and Aokiji in each hand. After handing it over to his subordinate officers, Kizaru entered the battlefield again. Soon he also found Lin Fan, who was also unconscious with wounds all over his body. Of course, Lin Fan deliberately lowered the damage to his defense and then pretended to be unconscious. The arrival of Kizaru was naturally sensed by Lin Fan. In this regard, he did not take any action. Kizaru wears glasses, and his eyes under the glasses are very dangerous. He was considering whether to kill Lin Fan. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was observing Kizaru's every move with a domineering look. He wasn't afraid of Kizaru taking action, since Kizaru couldn't break his defense anyway. If Kizaru took action, he would have no choice but to give up being captured and sent to Impel Down and instead go on a killing spree, directly killing the 3 generals and all the marines present. As for Impel Down City, I can only go there when I have time later. Kizaru, who was standing there and looking at Lin Fan, suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Lin Fan with a finger. His finger also began to emit yellow light. As it condensed for longer, the energy became more and more intense, come more and more. Just when Lin Fan thought he could only go on a killing spree, the light on Kizaru's finger suddenly disappeared. Immediately, Kizaru also grabbed Lin Fan's body and walked outside. For some unknown reason, Kizaru did not make a move against Lin Fan. And this decision also allowed him to save his own life, including the lives of all his colleagues present. Lin Fan didn't care at all that killing the 3 generals would have a great impact on the balance of the sea. The headache was for the world government and marine, not him. After Kizaru brought Lin Fan out, Lin Fan immediately took measures against him. Lin Fan was quickly handcuffed with Shanghai Tower stones, then taken back to the warship and locked up. He was locked in an iron cage made of seafloor stone, his hands and feet were locked, and a shackle was put on his neck. Everything was made of seafloor stone. This is not over yet, the cage is still immersed in seawater. Only one of Lin Fan's heads was exposed in the air, while the rest was soaked in the seawater, and there were many people watching around him at all times. The warship also set off again and returned. Kizaru Perusalino also took out his phone bug and called Marinevendo's Sengoku Fleet Admiral. The call was quickly connected, and Kizaru also informed warring states of the situation. After learning that Aokiji and Akainu were not dead but in a coma, and that Lin Fan was captured, Sengoku, who was far away in Malinfondo, finally breathed a sigh of relief. So he issued an order to send Lin Fan directly to Push City first. After hanging up the phone, Warring States Fleet Admiral called 5 elders. When the 5 elders learned that Lin Fan had been arrested, they were overjoyed and immediately asked the Warring States period to conduct a global live broadcast of Lin Fan's execution in half a month. As for the death of 4 lieutenant generals, 10 major generals and nearly 6,000 elite officers, the 5 elders didn't care at all and just waved their hands and allocated funds. There is nothing that money can't solve. If it can't be solved, it must be because there is not enough money. And coincidentally, the world government is the least short of money. A new day, early in the morning, big news. Morgan's ordered the sale of new newspapers. Yesterday, Warring States Fleet Admiral also contacted Big News Morgans and asked him to publish in the newspaper that Wilco Lin Fan will be executed live in Marineland in 2 weeks around the world. Soon, people all over the world also saw the contents of the newspaper. The most devastated person was Boa Hancock, one of the Shichibukai empresses, who had traveled so hard from the Amazon Lily Kingdom and finally entered the East Daxia Sea on the 2nd day. Along the way, she was thinking about meeting Lin Fan as soon as possible. As a result, it was completely missed. Lin Fan was actually in the Alabasta Kingdom, a kingdom very close to the entrance to the Grand Route. This is not over yet. Lin Fan was finally traced. But what they saw was that Lin Fan was defeated and captured, and 2 weeks later the news of his public execution was broadcast live around the world. The 4 emperors at sea had different expressions after reading the news in the newspaper. Although Lin Fan was defeated and captured, the people who took action were 2 marine generals and a general candidate. In this case, we still fought for 7 days. This is enough to prove how terrifying Lin Fan's strength is. All nations. Well, this kid named Wilkie Lin Fan was caught. It's such a pity. I'm ready to recruit him to become a member of my 10,000 nations. Although Charlotte Linlin was smiling and speaking, her eyes were serious. This time, Marine was able to dispatch 2 generals and 1 general candidate to catch Wilkie Lin Fan's brat, so is it possible to dispatch this camp to Wangguo to catch her next time? Charlotte Linlin had an idea in her mind, that is, to form an alliance with other 4 emperors to prevent Marine from doing this. And the person who joins forces is naturally Kaido, who is also from the Rocks Pirates like her. Ghost Island. Boss Kaido, take a look at the latest newspaper content. Yan Liangjin found Kaido with the newspaper. Kaido was already drunk and was in a daze. When he saw Jin, he laughed and greeted, "Jin, you came just in time, come and drink with me." "Boss Kaido, look at this." Jin ignored Kaido's words, walked to Kaido and handed over the newspaper. "What?" Kaido took the newspaper and read it, then quickly threw the newspaper back to Jin. This Marine is so shameless. He bullies others with his strength and drinks alcohol. Although Kaido looked drunk, his eyes were shining. He is not afraid of 2 generals together, but not others. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin Big Mom called. Kaido took out the phone and looked at it, and without hesitation, he connected. East Daxia Sea, in the Windmill Village Tavern. Banquet 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper with a calm expression. He was not afraid of the 2 generals. The reason why Shanks is so calm is naturally because there is another Emperor-level fighting force in his pirate group. That's right, this man is the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, Beckman. Also in the East Daxia Sea, Mahawk, who didn't know where his destination was, looked at the contents of the newspaper with a look of pity in his eyes. "I was caught unexpectedly. It seems that I will have no chance to continue the competition in the future." Hawkeye really felt a pity that he finally found an opponent he could fight with pleasure. As a result, this man was caught and was to be publicly executed. Originally there was another person who could fight Hawkeye, and this person was the red-haired Shanks. But after he broke an arm, Hawkeye never fought him again. The reason is, he does not bully disabled people. The red-haired Shanks laughed out loud after hearing what Hawkeye said and didn't care at all. Hawkeye didn't know Lin Fan's true combat power, but he fantasized about being caught and having no way to escape without anyone to save him, so he could only wait to die. Hawkeye has never heard of anyone Lin Fan knows, so there is a high probability that no one will rescue him. The expressions of those who knew Lin Fan in Donghai also changed after reading the contents of the newspaper. The people from Kokoja Village, the butler Melly and Usopp from Silop Village, the smoker and Dasky from Rogtown, and the people from Baladi from Sea Restaurant. Chapter 106 Nani. Wilkie Lin Fan has 2 devil fruits. Alabasta Kingdom, in the royal palace. Nami leaned on the guardrail with her hands and looked into the distance. She had also read the newspaper. Even though Lin Fan had said yesterday that he was fine, Nami was still a little worried before meeting Lin Fan in person. "I don't know what that B***** D Lin Fan is going to do in the city. When I come back, I will join forces with Karina and Kaya to squeeze the hell out of you. You B***** D. Not long after, Nami also turned around and prepared to exercise. The others were also doing their own things. Kaya was developing the ability of the disease fruit, Nico Robin was training in armament hockey, Princess Vivi was practicing the 6 styles, Karina was familiarizing herself with new abilities, and Najiko was training in observation hockey. In the blink of an eye, many days passed, and Kizaru personally brought Lin Fan to impel down. Akainu and Aokiji also arrived at Marineford at about the same time, both still unconscious and not waking up. Lin Fan was sleeping and had no intention of waking up. Although Lin Fan let up during the battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Lin Fan was so trapped, so Lin Fan took the opportunity to get enough sleep. Akainu, Aokiji, and Chatten were too badly injured to wake up. It would probably take a few more days for them to wake up. Lin Fan had done this on purpose, and it was already good enough that he didn't kill them. After arriving at Impel Down, Kizaru handed the tied-up Lin Fan over to Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. After the handover, Kizaru boarded the battleship back to Marineford. Lin Fan was also sent to the 6th floor, and Magellan even built a special room for Lin Fan. The treatment was similar to the previous one, with his hands and feet locked, his neck also tied, and his entire body except for his head immersed in the flowing seawater. Less than an hour later, Lin Fan also woke up with a yawn. Coo. When I woke up, my stomach made some noises. With his domineering power activated, Lin Fan easily destroyed the sea stone, which is known as the hardest stone. After breaking free from the sea stone, Lin Fan activated the dark fruit to absorb all the seawater, and then used the sand fruit to absorb all the moisture in his body. The wounds on his body also recovered quickly and were healed in a short while. Then, Lin Fan took out the food from the system space and started eating. This is Lin Fan's little habit. He likes to store items in the system space, naturally including food. After wolfing down the food, Lin Fan became a fat man. Seeing this, Lin Fan also used the life restoration skill and immediately returned to his handsome appearance. Belch. After a burp, Lin Fan felt very satisfied. After eating and drinking, it is natural to get down to work. Standing up, Lin Fan reached out to brush off the non-existent dust on his body and stopped in front of the gate. The cell that Magellan prepared for Lin Fan was a closed one, with only a tiny bit of light and air flowing through to prevent people from suffocating to death. Lin Fan directly activated the undead phoenix flame, and his entire hand was burning with black and purple flames. When Lin Fan's hand touched the gate made of sea stone, black and purple flames quickly attached to the gate. Then, we saw that the gate made of sea stone was burned to ashes by the black and purple flames of the undead phoenix. On the day when Lin Fan was sent to Impel Down, 3 injured and unconscious people, Akainu, Aokiji, and Chatten, also arrived in Marineford. Zhongguo immediately asked the most skilled doctor to examine and treat them. Chatten was the first to react, and soon he woke up. Upon seeing this, the medical staff immediately notified the Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Soon, Sengoku, Garp, he and some lieutenant generals from the headquarters also arrived at the ward. Our Fleet Admiral, Burning Mountain, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel and Peter. Quote. After Chatten said these words, Zhongguo had no way to respond at all, and the people around him lowered their heads and dared not look at Chatten. Seeing this, Chatten also knew the answer. In fact, Chatten knew it a long time ago, but he still had illusions. Cough. Chatten, a man in his 40s, just burst into tears. Zhongguo and others were also in a bad mood, with red eyes. Although this is not the first time Marine has suffered such a great loss, it is still sad to see a familiar colleague sleeping forever. Previous big losses included catching Lone Red, Golden Lion Shiki, Douglas Bullet, etc. If you want to capture these powerful enemies, you will naturally have to pay a huge price. Suddenly, Chatten thought of something and spoke weakly. Fleet Admiral, we have made a major discovery. Wilk Lin Fan has used some unknown method to seize Kesha Rockdale's devil fruit. It is precisely because Wilk Lin Fan possesses this Logia sand fruit that the battle is so difficult. Fleet Admiral, we must learn from Wilk Lin Fan how he was able to obtain other people's devil fruits. As long as we, the Marines, master this method and allow every ability user to obtain a second or third devil fruit, their strength will skyrocket. By then, we can easily wipe out the so-called 4 emperors and completely eliminate them. Carry out our righteousness. Cough. Justice. Cough. Being too excited, Chatten started coughing madly. When Chatten said that Lin Fan possessed crocodile's sand fruit, Zhongguo and others were shocked and could not recover for a long time. What the hell? How can one person possess 2 devil fruits? Having 1 devil fruit is so abnormal, but having 2 devil fruits, wouldn't it mean heaven-defying? Wait, heaven-defying? Wilk Lin Fan was indeed heaven-defying. As a result of the battle, Wilk Lin Fan was seriously injured and fainted. 2 generals and a general candidate were also seriously injured and fainted. 4 veteran lieutenant generals and 10 veteran major generals of the headquarters were also seriously injured. Nearly 6,000 elite officers also died. This is the terrifying power brought by having 2 devil fruits. 2 people of the same level were not able to take it down, so they had to have another person who was slightly weaker to help, and finally they all died, fainted. Chapter 107 Warring States went to Impel Down City in person to prepare to escort Lin Fan to the Holy Land Mariejoia. Jia, don't get excited, your physical condition is very bad now. Warring States also immediately comforted Cha Do and told him not to get excited. I know about the double fruits. Garp, he and I will go to Impel Down to find Wilk Lin Fan in person later. The matter of the double fruits was very grand, and the Warring States period also decided to go to Impel City to find Lin Fan in person later. Before that, he had to go back to the office and report the matter to the 5 elders. Warring States' face was a little ugly at the moment. He didn't expect that the T-Dolphin would bring him such big news. If he had known that what Cha Do wanted to tell him was this news, he would have asked the others to leave, leaving only Garp and he. Because of those lieutenant generals, he could not guarantee that there would be no world government 5 elders. And Garp and he have been his comrades for decades, and they are worthy of trust. Warring States didn't want to tell the 5 elders about the double fruits. He also had his own little thoughts. But there is no way, everyone else has heard it. I can only report it to 5 elders. After chatting for a while, Cha Do lay down to rest again, and Warring States and others also left the ward. The lieutenant generals also went back to their respective posts. Garp and he went to the port to wait. Sengoku needed to go back to the office. Fleet Admiral Office. Warring States hung up the phone. He had already arranged to leave for Impel Down City later, and he had also finished notifying the other side of Impel Down City. Just need to report it to 5 elders. If possible, Sengoku really didn't want to tell the 5 elders this news. But there is no way. He didn't know if any of the lieutenant generals from the headquarters were from the world government. According to the energy of world government, there should be. Marine is actually just a violent organization under the world government. There are many organizations under the control of the world government. Army established a protective force stationed in Mariejoia after experiencing the Fishman Tiger, Air Force, Knights of God, Science Force, CP0, CP9, etc. What? Sengoku, are you sure Lin Fan has 2 devil fruits? After hearing the Warring States Fleet Admiral say that Zero Defense had 2 devil fruits, 5 elders Satan Shengshan immediately lost his composure and his breathing became very rapid. He already possesses the animal type, phantasmal beast species, and Yuki form devil fruit. If he gets another one from Logia, would he be invincible? Although this devil fruit of the animal type, phantom species, and Yuki form is very abnormal, it is still not immune to physical damage and will still be injured when fighting with others. But if you have another devil fruit, then this weakness will no longer exist. Fortunately, the 5 elders are very loyal to IM. Even if they think about owning 2 devil fruits, they have no intention of betraying IM and becoming the king of the world. Satan Saint, this is what the T-Dolphin said after you woke up. He said that he saw Lin Fan using Crocodile's rustling fruit ability. There were many wounds on his body because of this rustling fruit, caused by the fruit. It was because Lin Fan possessed the double devil fruit that he was able to persist for 7 days and 7 nights with the help of 2 marine generals and a marine general candidate before he was defeated. And it cannot be said to be a defeat, it can only be said to be a draw. Silence. After Sang Guo's words were spoken, the other end of the phone fell into silence. Not long after, Satan Saint's voice rang again. Warring States, I want you to personally escort Lin Fan to Mariejoia. This is an order. After finishing speaking, Satan Shengdu hung up directly without waiting for Warring States to reply. Seeing the phone being hung up, Zhang Guo's brows trembled crazily. Obviously, Warring States was very unhappy at this moment. But in the end, Warring States' clenched fists loosened. There is no way, Marine is just an agency of the world government. Even though he is a Marine Fleet Admiral, it's no use. There are a bunch of people directly pressing on his head, not to mention Marine's military expenses are provided by the world government. Without the support of the world government's military spending, Marine would have exploded long ago. What about Fleet Admiral? It can't afford military spending. The number of Marines is very large, and the military expenditure is also a terrifying amount. Besides what the world government can do, how can anyone else do it? This is why Sengoku has no choice but to obey world government's orders. Even if he is unwilling to do so, he has to do it. Just like O'Hara, who he personally led to destroy, the people on the island are basically ordinary people with no power. There is also a game of annihilation held by the Tianlong people every 3 years. The Warring Statesman knows about it, but he can only watch and have to send Marines to maintain order. Not long after, the 3 warships left Marine's headquarters, Mariejoia, and headed towards the Great Prison. The goal of this trip was for Warring States to personally escort Lin Fan to Mariejoia. No matter what the reason is, he will not leave Mariejoia. Unless, I heard Lin Fan reveal the secret of how to possess 2 devil fruits. This matter is of great importance, and the secret cannot be kept by the 5 elders. As for whether Lin Fan would reveal this secret, Warring States actually had no idea. Impel the city. Lin Fan walked out of the prison where he was held, and his voice immediately attracted the attention of the criminals on the 6th floor. The criminals imprisoned on the 6th floor are basically prepared to be imprisoned until death. Lin Fan didn't know why they weren't executed. In his previous life, he had seen someone explain in a forum that Marine was afraid that the powerful devil fruit in their bodies would reappear in the sea after executing them. But in this 6th level, there are also some criminals who are not devil fruit users. How to explain this? For example, the aloof Red Valoric Redfield is not a devil fruit user. His vampire devil fruit was accidentally obtained after escaping from Impel Down City. At this moment, he is just an old man in his twilight years. He looks very good, as if he could be killed with just one slap. Hey, kid. How did you break free from the Kaihai Tower stone chain? Come here and help me. When we get out, I will give you half of the hidden treasure as a reward. Chapter 108. Advancing to the 6th floor of the city and starting the hunt. Hey, kid. How did you break free from the Kai-Hai Tower stone chain? Come here and help me. When we get out, I will give you half of the hidden treasure as a reward. New kid. How did you get out? Now that I'm out, let me out by the way. A bunch of pirates with a bounty of over 100 million were chattering away. All the pirates imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down City have bounties of over 100 million, and among the pirates with bounties of over 100 million, some of them are very wise. The reason why these people can be rewarded with hundreds of millions of dollars is simply because they killed too many ordinary people or robbed the franchised countries too many times, so the bounty went up, but in fact, their real strength was very weak. No, really powerful people are quite quiet now. Some even closed their eyes and paid no attention to Lin Fan's intention. However, some people looked at Lin Fan with curiosity and interest. Irritated, Lin Fan reached out and dug his earholes and murmured. The next second, Lin Fan's eyes flashed red, and then a powerful conqueror's domineering force swept out. The pirates who made the noise were all killed on the spot. Lin Fan's move also attracted the attention of the real ruthless people on the 6th level. Douglas Bullet opened his eyes and looked at Lin Fan, his body full of fighting spirit, and a strong conqueror's domineering force rushed towards Lin Fan. He felt that Lin Fan was a truly strong man. Douglas Bullet, the opponent he wants to look for in his life, is a strong one. Lin Fan did as he wished and unleashed Conqueror's domineering energy to compete with him. The two Conqueror's domineering forces collided together, refusing to give in to each other. The powerful collision force made the prisoners on the 6th floor very uncomfortable at this moment. Some people were hit and their skin hurt, while others remained silent and resisted with all their strength. It's great to be young. As an old man's voice fell, another wave of Conqueror's domineering force came out. The three waves of Conqueror's domineering energy collided together, becoming even more powerful than before. After a stalemate for a while, Lin Fan stopped playing with these people, stopped letting loose, and increased his output. An even more turbulent Conqueror's Haki erupted, completely destroying the remaining two Conqueror's Haki. The owner of the two Conqueror's domineering was also injured, and he immediately vomited blood. The owners of the two Conqueror's domineering styles are Douglas Bullet and Baloric Redfield. Stopping Conqueror's domineering attitude, Lin Fan responded to Ji Yu Gao Jihong's words with a smile. Of course it's good to be young, but when I'm as old as you, I can only wait to be thrown into the street. As soon as Lin Fan said his words, he immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many people on the 6th floor. However, Lin Fan had no intention of letting them speak out, and continued. Now I will give you a chance. I will let you out. As long as you can escape from the 6th floor, I will be responsible for sending you out of the Impel City safely, and also let you be completely free. But if you die in my hands, it will be your own fault. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan stretched out his hand. Black and purple flames ignited, and in the next second, wisps of flames clung to the cell doors and handcuff chains. The World Destroyer Berndi Wald, who was frozen in ice, was also released by Lin Fan. The moment Hai Lushi left, these criminals gradually regained their strength one by one. Ha ha ha, free, free. I want to leave this hellish place. I want to massacre. I want to vent. I want beauty. I'm free. I want to vent my anger. I want to slaughter the country. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you were unhappy just now come and have a fight with me. Douglas Bullet walked out of the prison, his tall body full of pressure. As a former combatant on the One Piece ship, Douglas Bullet did not show any signs of neglect even after being captured. He was still exercising his domineering power and getting stronger all the time. His current strength is far stronger than when he was first captured. Gu Gao Jihong walked out of the prison with a very solemn look on his old face. He has powerful knowledge and domineering, and knows that Lin Fan is a super strong guy. Ah, I want revenge. Traitor, Marine, traitors deserve to die. I want to destroy Marine. As soon as the World Destroyer Berndi Wald was unsealed and woke up, extremely violent power burst out from his body. Because of the betrayal of his companions, Berndi Wald was easily caught. This can make Berndi Wald so angry that he vomits blood and thinks about revenge all the time. The hunt begins. Lin Fan murmured, and Conqueror's domineering energy poured out. Feeling the deadly threat posed by Lin Fan's overwhelming Conqueror's domineering power, everyone began to defend themselves seriously. Despite this, there are still many criminals who bleed directly from their orifices and explode to death. On the entire 6th floor, only Douglas Bullet, Berndi Wald, Baloric Redfield, Buster Choate, Shiryu of the Rain, Barcalo Bizarro, and Katarina Day were left. Peng and the 8 San Juan Wolves are not dead yet. Although they were not dead, the 8 people were injured to varying degrees, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Among them, Shiryu of the Rain and Buster Choate of the Barrel were the most seriously injured. One of them is not a devil fruit user, and the other is a Paramisha devil fruit user. Their physical hardness is still too weak compared to the others present. In a flash, Lin Fan appeared next to Shiryu and Choate. Suddenly, the two of them felt death coming, and cold sweat flowed out uncontrollably. Just as the two were about to resist, Lin Fan's hand directly pressed on their heads. In the next second, the two of them were sucked into mummies and died suddenly on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone still alive on the field had goosebumps uncontrollably. Danger. Lin Fan gave them the feeling of being very dangerous. The 6 people also reached a cooperation without any communication and dealt with Lin Fan together. The legendary criminal, the giant San Juan wolf who possesses the Paramecia expanded fruit, raised his hand and punched Lin Fan. The huge fist is like a hill, full of intimidation. This is not over yet. San Juan wolf, who possesses the expansion fruit, also uses the devil fruit ability. I saw that the already huge fist expanded again and became even bigger, squeezing the entire 6th floor. The strength of the fist also increased as the fist grew larger. In just this moment, it was directly strengthened by more than 10 times. The expansion fruit is also a good Paramecia devil fruit. Chapter 109 Destroy the 6th level of criminals. A fist so big that he doubted his life hit Lin Fan. This is not over yet. As a legendary criminal, San Juan wolf is naturally armed and domineering. I saw a super big fist, and soon it was completely covered with armed domineering energy. Even though San Juan wolf is very tall, it is a full 180 meters tall. But his punching speed is incredibly fast, which is in sharp contrast to his size. Facing the attack of the super big fist, Lin Fan did not panic at all but instead smiled. Because competition of strength is his favorite. The last time I saw such a big fist was the Poseidon that I saw in the sea for who knows how many years. Come. Lin Fan also punched out, covered with armed domineering energy. The small fist could not compare with the super big fist. With a bang, 2 fists, one large and one small, collided. The next second, there was a clicking sound. Wow. As soon as it collided, the huge San Juan wolf, which was called a giant battleship, opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the entire huge body fell back, eyes wide open until death. If someone used a knife to cut into San Juan wolf's heart, he would be able to see that his huge heart would have been broken. Although the San Juan wolf was very large, it only crushed some of the ground when it fell. Overall, nothing happened on the 6th floor. However, the noise it made spread out. I believe that soon, someone will come to check. If it wasn't Magellan, it would be Deputy Warden Humberney, a real man. Next. Lin Fan did not receive a reward for killing San Juan wolf. But this was within his expectation. This guy wasn't a big boss, so it was normal that he didn't explode anything. Lin Fan flashed and appeared next to Shiryu of Rain. After Lin Fan appeared, Shiryu of the Rain locked onto Lin Fan through his aura and looked at him with fear in his eyes. As a great swordsman, he has no weapons in his hands, and his combat power has been reduced by unknown amounts. What's more, Lin Fan, a ruthless man, brought a super intense death crisis to Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of Rain still wanted to resist, but Lin Fan put his hand on his head first. In an instant, Shiryu of Rain became a mummy. In another flash, Lin Fan appeared next to Katarina de Pen, who was about to run away. Then, another body fell. Less than 3 seconds passed, and only 4 people were still standing. Lin Fan, Douglas Bullet, Berndy Wald, Beloric Redfield. With a bang, Lin Fan was punched away and hit the wall directly. It was Berndy Wald who used the Momo fruit to accelerate his speed and strength 100 times. Lin Fan also underestimated the enemy and got punched. This was not over yet. Berndy Wald also lifted a big stone and threw it at Lin Fan, and used the Momo fruit to make it many times bigger. At the same time, Beloric Redfield, the aloof red with powerful domineering power, predicted that death was coming in the future, and his body instinctively wanted to react. But it's still too late. Lin Fan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Beloric Redfield, and his hand was placed on his shoulder. Beloric Redfield looked at Lin Fan with a look of horror on his face, his eyes full of shock and unwillingness. Immediately, Beloric Redfield also turned into a mummy. On the other side, large rocks eroded directly from the air until they disappeared. Berndy Wald also turned into a mummy and fell to the ground, her eyes also filled with shock and disbelief. Douglas Bullet also fell to the ground as a mummy, and he didn't know how he died. It's not that these people are too weak, but that Lin Fan is too strong. The gap between Lin Fan and them was too big. While killing Berndy Wald, Douglas Bullet, and Beloric Redfield, Lin Fan also heard prompts in his mind. Ding, host kills World Destroyer Berndy Wald and gets a kill spree. Ding, host kills Douglas Bullet, the descendant of the devil, and gets a kill spree. Ding, host kills the aloof red Beloric Redfield and gets a kill spree. Ding, host has killed 5 legendary characters in total and won the title of Legendary Killer and an achievement gift pack. Sure enough, there are extra gains. This trip to Impel City was not in vain. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth rose, very satisfied with the harvest. With a snap of his fingers, black and purple flames spread around, attached to each corpse and began to burn. Soon the corpses were all reduced to ashes and disappeared completely. The entire 6th floor of Impel Down City's eternal hell was empty, with not a single criminal left, all of them killed by Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan thinks he is not a good person, he is not a bad person either. Naturally, he would not be like the protagonist Wang Lufei, who would cause trouble in the prison and let the prisoners escape outside, resulting in many innocent people dying at the hands of these escapees. Since he, Lin Fan, caused trouble on the 6th floor, he naturally had to properly resolve what he had done. No, it's settled now. As for the devil fruit that would flow into the sea after the Esper died, Lin Fan didn't care about that. And only a few of them were circulated, so it wasn't a big problem. Paramecia Momo, Paramecia Island fruit, Paramecia liquor fruit, animal type phantom beast type dog fruit 9 tails fox form, Paramecia expanded fruit, Paramecia fusion fruit, etc. Anyway, those devil fruits are pretty average except for the Momo fruit. That's true. The island fruit can turn into an island, isn't it amazing? But it also depends on who uses it. If one piece of garbage can control an area of tens or hundreds of square meters, it is very powerful. The same goes for the combined fruit, which is why it is so powerful. It's because the person who uses him is Douglas Bullet, a person who is very good at training in armed color domineering, so it is very powerful. If you were someone else, they wouldn't be able to master the weaponry skills, and after combining together, ordinary cannonballs could easily kill you. The expansion fruit is similar and requires the assistance of armed color and domineering. Otherwise, ordinary firearms or sharp objects can easily injure the user. After finishing everything, Lin Fan moved his neck, then reached out and patted the non-existent dust on his body, activated his telekinesis to levitate, and headed towards the passage above. In fact, Lin Fan could simply destroy the wall and leave, but that would cause seawater to pour in and the city would be destroyed. But Lin Fan didn't want to do that, just because he wanted to leave openly through the main entrance. There is another reason, that is, Lin Fan wants to visit Impel Down City. After all, it was my first time here, so I wanted to leave with a lot of fun. I don't have much money, so I can't keep writing. I'm looking for free gifts. I'll add more chapters when I reach 50, and I'll add one more if I get to 100. Chapter 110. A real man. Hannibal, ding. Host opens 3 kill spree packages to get 1 Paramecia silver fruit, 1 Paramecia roar fruit, 1 animal type human fruit phantom beast species judgment angel form, 1 animal type bird fruit phantom 1 beast in the form of lightning bird, the ultimate artifact, 1 fragment of the history of time, 2 fragments of the Pluton battleship, 1 bottle of the perfect potion of the frozen power bloodline factor, and 1 bottle of the perfect potion of the dark gravity bloodline factor. Ding. Host opens the achievement gift package and gets the ultimate artifact, a piece of the history book fragment, a Paramecia strength fruit, a meteorite of the 21st sword, inheritance of the mysterious wandering swordsman, and a demon sword and a murderous sword. Demon sword, murderous sword. A murderous sword, you must have its own consciousness, conquer it, and control it before you can own it. Every time it kills a life, the demon sword will absorb the essence of life and feed half of it back to the host. There is no upper limit. Note: the moment you hold it, there are only 2 possibilities. One is to successfully control it, and the other is to be controlled by the demon sword. Note: there is a risk of losing control if the life essence is fed back. The system was as generous as ever, and Lin Fan was very satisfied. The history books of the years are about to be collected, hee. There seems to be something wrong with the 6th floor, and Magellan also knows about it. But the sequelae of his fruit happened again, and he couldn't live without it at all. Therefore, the matter can only be left to the Deputy Warden Hannibal. The existence of the 6th floor of Impel City is the secret of Impel City, and very few people know it. Therefore, there was no surveillance phone bug installed on the 6th floor, so Hannibal didn't know what happened on the 6th floor. At this moment, Hanbani was taking the higher-level jailer on his way to the 6th floor in the elevator. Damn it, what's going on the 6th floor? Why don't you install a surveillance phone bug? You be *********. The damn Magellan poop man went to squat in the toilet again, which made my great warden Hannibal come over to check it out in person. It annoyed me to death. Hee. It's best to run away with 1 or 2 prisoners. In this way, even if Magellan has neglected his duty, he will definitely be demoted, and I, Hannibal, can become the real warden. Ha. Hannibal, who was originally holding the steel fork, still looked impatient, but the more he talked about it, the more excited he became, especially when he became the warden. Hannibal seemed to have no ******* and couldn't stop getting excited. His face was so excited. The guards standing behind Hannibal all had their mouths twitching. But they were used to it. Hannibal, the deputy warden, had been staring at the position of warden for countless years. Because there are stairs next to the elevator, it was just right. The elevator door opened, and Hannibal and Lin Fan met face to face. As soon as he saw Lin Fan, Hannibal reached out and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing that he might be delusional. Lin Fan admired Hannibal a little when he saw this real man. Although this guy didn't look very good or had a bad personality, he was actually a real man. In the anime, he was beaten to death and seriously injured. Otherwise, get up every time you were knocked down, trying to stop the protagonist Luffy. Lin Fan didn't think much, his eyes flashed red, and Conqueror's Haki was activated. In an instant, a group of people in the elevator headed by Hannibal fainted and fell to the ground. Lin Fan did not kill them. He admired Hannibal as a real man. Instead of taking the elevator, Lin Fan floated up the stairs. With his powerful knowledge and domineering spirit, he soon discovered the existence of the 5th and 5th floors, as well as many people inside. For others, it is a very cold environment, but for a person like Lin Fan, who has a strong physique and possesses his own fire, it is not a problem at all, and it is just like normal conditions. Magellan was also beaten and bleeding, which can prove how serious Magellan was and how seriously he was hindered by the side effects of the devil fruit. Magellan returned to the office. He didn't know why he always felt a little uneasy. The 5th floor, freezing hell. Not to mention, Magellan's Paramecia poisonous fruit is really good and extremely lethal. To Lin Fan, he was just a beast who didn't know whether to live or die. Hearing the reply, Magellan also nodded and said, well, let's wait. Ladyboy Queen Embryo Ivankov and Lightning and Ozma. The reason was that Magellan had a place to go to the toilet when he suddenly had a stomachache when he went to another floor. Lin Fan showed no mercy at all. Almost all of those sent in were real criminals. Then my stomach hurt again. In the prison, there were corpses frozen into popsicles. This also resulted in Magellan's domineering and physical skills being poor, and he had no choice but to have no time to practice. There are a lot of toilets in the city. Magellan's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately rushed out of the office and went straight to the exclusive toilet. Yes, Warden. The jailer also responded immediately. Report to the warden, we don't know the current situation. The deputy warden has been there for a while, but no notification was sent. After using the toilet, Magellan also looked at the jailer beside him and asked, how is it? Have you figured out what happened on the 6th floor? However, there are side effects, that is, the poison is so powerful that the ability user always has stomachaches and needs to go to the toilet. Ignoring them, Lin Fan arrived at the 5th floor of the Impel City. Some of them didn't die, but they were almost frozen. Because the 5th floor was too cold, there were no telephone bugs installed here, and there were no jailers on this floor, so Lin Fan walked by without being exposed. Of course, that is for others. 2 of them had stronger life auras than the others. Lin Fan naturally knew who they were after watching the anime. In the anime, Luffy can fight Magellan by putting Mr. Three's candles on his hands and feet. This is a land of ice and snow, called Freezing Hell, where many wolves live, and they are very ferocious. Lin Fan was floating through the ice and snow as if he were going shopping. Magellan had great trust in Hannibal, his deputy. Oh, you told me you were unjust for being offered a bounty of 100 million belly? The 1st and 5th floors of the Freezing Hell hold criminals worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and the 6th floor holds the real big shots. You said there are people who have been wrongly accused? On the other side, Magellan also came out after using the toilet. His office was on the 4th floor of Blazing Hell. The 2 of them actually entered Impel Down City at the same time and have known each other for almost 20 years. Chapter 111 Magellan becomes suspicious. Soon the criminals discovered Lin Fan, and they were all stunned. Then he shook his head to confirm whether he was hallucinating. As a result, I was not frozen stupidly and had hallucinations. It's true, there are really people walking outside. No, not walking, but floating. Of course, the floating Lin Fan did not arouse the fear of these criminals. After all, the world of One Piece is a world with devil fruits, so it is not surprising that some people are floating. Hey, little brother, wait a minute, how did you get out? Come here and open my door. I will repay you. I have a big treasure outside. I will give you half of it when the time comes. Come and save me. The prisoners on the 5th floor of Freezing Hell all have bounties of up to 100 million, and all of them have strong physical fitness. Even though some people froze to death, some people just suffered frostbite. No, now that he had the chance to leave, he immediately called out to Lin Fan. As for the so-called treasure, I don't know if it is true or false. Handsome boy, look at me. If you let me out, I will be yours. Yes, handsome boy, if you let our sisters out, our sisters will be yours. We sisters can watch and make you happy. Not all criminals in Push City are men, there are also women. Of course, they are held separately. It is impossible for men and women to live together and keep them warm. In an instant, the male and female criminals who had not been frozen to death in Freezing Hell spoke out one after another. The general idea was to ask Lin Fan to save them, and revenge was nothing more than treasures in the women's bodies. Of course, it remains to be seen whether what these people say is true or false. Now they are seeking something from Lin Fan, that's why they have this attitude. If Lin Fan really saved them, he might be in a different situation. As for Lin Fan, he ignored anyone and floated towards the 4th floor stairs. Lin Fan was going to see Impel Down City once, and then leave to go back to Alabasta. He won't pay attention to the so-called criminals. Of course, there is another prerequisite, that is, he is not provoked. No, Lin Fan seemed to have no intention of paying attention to them. These criminals became angry and began to curse and use foul language, no matter how unpleasant it was to hear. Finally, Lin Fan also stopped. Upon seeing this, the criminals thought that Lin Fan had compromised. But at this moment, dense footsteps came. The military wolves in Freezing Hell appeared, and there was a large group when they appeared. There were so many of them, there were hundreds of them. The leader is a guy twice as big as an ordinary military wolf, who is obviously the Wolf King. Every wolf pack must have a Wolf King. You be *****D kid, I told you to let me out a long time ago, but you just didn't listen. It's too late now you are waiting to die. Sir, I am a Paramisha copper fruit capable person, let me out a long time ago. These beasts are nothing. The arrival of the military wolf directly allowed a criminal with a bounty of 120 million belly to break through the defense. He is a user with all Paramisha fruit abilities, which can make his body coppery and extremely hard, making him one of the few to deal with military wolves with ease. But the premise is that the seafloor stone handcuffs in his hands need to be opened, otherwise he is just a stronger person. A hole, go to hell. Get bitten to death by a beast. Men are all big pigs, go to hell, ha 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 ha. The bounty is 210 million Baileys. Jofflin, who is nicknamed Princess Paramisha and has the ability to stir up the fruit, also spoke out. It can be seen that this pretty woman in her 30s is now showing a super sick look. The expression comes. One of this woman's deeds, using her devil fruit power to kill a quarter of the men in the participating countries. The method was to directly crush the man's lifeblood, then crush his limbs, and let him bleed to death. It was extremely cruel. It was only after Marine headquarters elite lieutenant generals were dispatched that he was arrested. The insults continued one after another, and some were gloating about one's misfortune. Under the command of the Wolf King, the military wolves all pounced on Lin Fan, the two-legged beast, and opened their foul-smelling mouths in an attempt to bite Lin Fan with their sharp teeth. Lin Fan took out a glass of juice from the system space and put it to his mouth. It turned out that Lin Fan stopped because he wanted to drink water. As for the swooping military wolf, Lin Fan seemed not to have seen it. He drank the juice and recycled the cup, then continued to float away. The next second, a burst of Conqueror's domineering energy centered on Lin Fan and attacked outwards. The military wolves fell to the ground one by one with bleeding from their orifices, including the Wolf King. That's not all. The people who just scolded Lin Fan all bled to death in the same manner. They were very precise, not hurting anyone by mistake, and not letting anyone go. In an instant, on the 5th floor of the pushing city, freezing hell stopped making noise, leaving only the sound of wind and snow. On the other side, Magellan, who had not received news for a long time, could not sit still again. Something is unusual. Why hasn't Hannibal come back after so long? Under normal circumstances, Hannibal should have come back to report to him or let others know through the phone bug. Come in. Magellan shouted, preparing to ask his subordinates to dial Hannibal's phone number. Due to the poisonous fruit, Magellan's body and office were free of telephone bugs. There used to be some, but after a few died there were no more. The side effects of poison fruit are too great, Warden. No news yet from Deputy Warden Hannibal? Upon hearing the question, the jailer immediately responded, Yes, Warden, there is no news about Deputy Warden Hannibal yet. You can help me contact Hannibal now to find out what happened. Yes. After the jailer responded, he took out the phone bug from his body and started to contact Hannibal. As Magellan's telephone secretary, it was normal for him to be able to contact Hannibal's phone bug. Magellan frowned slightly, feeling a little restless. It's like something happened and it's very annoying. After waiting for a while, the call was not answered. The jailer looked up at Magellan, paused and said, Warden, Deputy Warden Hannibal's phone is in normal standby mode, but it has not been connected. There are only two possibilities, one is not to connect on purpose, the other is, there is no way to connect. Chapter 112 Chief Jailer. Little Sadie, there is a phone bug installed in the elevator. When the elevator goes down from the 5th floor to the 6th floor, the phone bug will be programmed to enter the standby state. This was set so that the 6th floor would not be exposed, but now it is also this setting that prevents the monitoring office from knowing what is going on in the elevator. Let's go and have a look. With that said, Magellan also walked towards the internal stairs on the 5th floor. Several jailers also followed Magellan to the 6th floor. These people all knew about the existence of the 6th floor. Not long after Magellan ran towards the 6th floor, Lin Fan arrived at the 4th floor. Although the 4th level is called the Blazing Hell, it is very hot, but there are surveillance phone bugs. As for Lin Fan, he was arrogant and had no intention of hiding anything. Well, the people in the monitoring room also immediately saw Lin Fan, a floating person. Who is this person? Do you know him? The jailer responsible for checking and monitoring also pointed at Lin Fan and asked the colleagues next to him. Don't you know me? I don't know him either. He's not wearing a jailer's uniform. Could he be a criminal and have escaped from prison? Ah, the jailer was obviously stunned when he heard his colleague's words. Prison escape? This jailer has been working in Impel Down City for 10 years and has never heard of anyone escaping from prison. No, one person still escaped from prison. This person is the legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. If this is not our colleague, then he must be a fugitive. There is a fugitive, inform Warden Magellan quickly. The criminal has escaped, please notify Warden Magellan quickly. Immediately, some jailers took out their phone bugs and informed Magellan. The phone was quickly connected, and the jailer also informed him that there was a fugitive on the 4th floor. After Magellan learned the news, he also asked his subordinates to inform Sadie and ask Sadie to deal with the fugitives, while he continued to run to the 6th floor. On the other side, the little Sati, the warden chief, was very happy after receiving the order. He took the small whip and licked his tongue excitedly and immediately went to find Lin Fan with 4 jailer beasts. She wanted to spur Lin Fan on, and wanted to hear Lin Fan scream and beg for mercy. This sound would make her feel happy. Lin Fan, who possesses immortal flames, is naturally very resistant to high temperatures. The so-called blazing hell does not feel hot at all to him. Lin Fan also saw the rolling pool of blood, and at the same time, he automatically blocked his sense of taste. The smell is too strong, it's better not to smell it. The blood pool seen in the anime looks like nothing, but it is different when seeing the blood pool in reality. How many people must have died to have such exaggerated blood? Moreover, as a prisoner in the blazing hell, he needs to come out at a specific time every day to carry firewood and add firewood to make the flames stronger, thereby making himself even hotter. It's simply a murderous act, and he actually wants to do it himself to make himself even more uncomfortable. Lin Fan frowned and moved faster. Don't visit this floor, it's a bit disgusting. Soon, Lin Fan met the tall little Sadie, who was wearing a pink leather jacket and her hair covered her eyes. Wilk Lin Fan. It's you? How did you get out of the 6th floor? When she saw Lin Fan, little Sadie was also shocked. As the chief jailer and a high-level figure in Impel Down City, little Sadie naturally knew about the existence of the 6th floor, and also knew Lin Fan, and knew that Lin Fan was obviously in prison on the 6th floor. As for Lin Fan, he looked at little Sadie carefully, and finally nodded slightly to express his approval. Little Sadie's outfit is really sexy and bold, and with her good figure, she is full of temptation. Seeing that Lin Fan ignored her, Little Sadie also shot directly at Lin Fan. He raised his hand and whipped Lin Fan quickly, making the sound of the air everywhere he passed. Then, Lin Fan reached out and grabbed the whip easily. Seeing this, Little Sadie also pulled back hard, trying to take back the whip. But no matter how hard he tried, there was no use at all. The whip was still held in Lin Fan's hand, and Lin Fan stood still, as steady as a mountain. "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry up?" Seeing that she couldn't pull back the whip, Little Sadie angrily scolded the 4 jailer beasts around her. These 4 tall jailer beasts are all animal-type devil fruit users, namely, animal-type Niu fruit cow form, animal-type horse fruit Madara horse form, animal-type bear fruit koala form, the animal-type, the cow ox fruit, and the rhinoceros form are all the awakened ones. However, their awakening was considered a failure, because all 4 of them became idiots, and there was no Yanyan around them. If the animal awakening was successful, there would be Yanyan, and the consciousness would not disappear. The 4 jailer beasts immediately took action after hearing what Little Sadie said, and rushed towards Lin Fan with their own weapons. Not to mention, the 4 jailer beasts are still very oppressive, each one is as tall as the other, and the weapons in their hands are so big. Ho, ho, ho. A jailer beast rushed not far from Lin Fan. It raised its hand and smashed down from top to bottom a mace that was larger than Lin Fan's body. It was very fast and with great force. Before it was over, the other 3 jailer beasts also came up to kill them. The weapon of Madara's horse-like jailerman is a long meteor hammer, the koala-shaped jailerman's weapon is tiger fingers, and the rhinoceros-shaped jailerman's weapon is a pair of smaller maces. These weapons all had a common feature. They were full of sharp thorns. Lin Fan could still smell the blood on these weapons and believed that these weapons had seen blood for a long time. Boom. The hands of the 4 jailer beasts were all trembling, their teeth were clenched, and their arm muscles were bulging, obviously exerting force. But no matter how hard they tried, their weapons were always blocked. It can be seen that their weapons were stuck and unable to move when they were still a short distance away from Lin Fan. Obviously, this was Lin Fan activating his telekinetic devil fruit ability. The next second, Lin Fan's eyelids moved and his telekinesis was activated again. The 4 jailer beasts all flew backwards without any resistance, hitting the wall directly and making a big hole. Little Sadie, who witnessed everything that happened, had her mouth wide open and her expression was very wonderful, but she still held the whip firmly. It seemed that the whip was indeed her true love. Lin Fan pulled slightly, and Little Sadie flew towards Lin Fan without even reacting. Until this moment, Little Sadie had not let go and had no intention of giving up the whip. It's true love. I can't run away, it's definitely true love. This woman, 6, Chapter 113. Little Sadie was overcome by drugs. Are you okay with the review? Have you watched One Piece? Is Little Sadie's weapon a whip? Go check it out, okay? Please check it out. What happened to the direct failure? What happened to the whip? It was drawn by the original author, and you still don't let me write it? The word, whip, is also against the rules? What's wrong with the whip? Doesn't it make a snapping sound when it hits someone? When Little Sadie was about 2 meters away from Lin Fan forcibly grabbed Little Sadie's weapon, then whipped it quickly with the whip in his hand more than a dozen times, and then threw it back and returned it to its original owner. While watching anime, Lin Fan wanted to do this, but anime was just anime and there was no way to do it. Now, hey. The first time he used this weapon, Lin Fan felt that it felt quite good. Soon after I saw Lil Sadie, something seemed wrong, as if she had gone bad. Lin Fan, on the other hand, did not notice this scene. Because the 4 jailer beasts are attacking again. I have to say that after the animal fruit is awakened, it is hard and the recovery is fast enough. Although Lin Fan's move just now only used telekinesis, ordinary people would have fainted long ago, but these 4 jailer beasts happened to instead of fainting, he was resurrected with full health. He's a poor guy, go and be reincarnated. As Lin Fan spoke, one hand turned into flowing sand. Devouring blade. One of Lin Fan's arms turned into flowing sand, and soon the shape of a blade appeared. Lin Fan also waved his hand, and the sand-turned blade slashed across the bodies of the 4 jailer beasts, extremely smooth without any pause. His arm returned to normal. Lin Fan patted the non-existent dust on his body, and then floated towards the 3rd level of starvation hell. The 4 jailer beasts stood motionless, with the same expressions on their faces. 2 seconds later, all 4 jailer beasts were seen sliding their upper bodies towards the ground. That's right, all 4 jailer beasts were split into 2. And strangely enough, not a drop of blood appeared. Just when the upper bodies of the 4 jailer beasts were about to touch the ground, something magical happened. The body of the jailer beast began to wither very quickly. Before it even touched the ground, the upper half of jailer beast's body had turned into ashes and completely dissipated. The lower body also followed the corruption and then dissipated into the world. Lin Fan killed them, but for these 4 jailer beasts, he still helped them. After all, their awakening failed, their wills were devoured and they became idiots. Isn't this more uncomfortable than killing them? Therefore, Lin Fan killed them and freed them, at least he could reincarnate again. Lin Fan does things based on what he thinks and does what he thinks. He can be a good person and help others deal with bad guys. But he can also be a bad guy who kills 5,000 to 6,000 elite marine officers with a raise of his hand. In this world, even Marine is also a very corrupt and miserable existence. But no matter what, Marine is still on the side of justice, and they will also protect the people of the participating countries and drive away the pirates. In order not to delay the visit to Impel Down City, Lin Fan even knocked him unconscious. The result was the same as before, Lin Fan still stood motionless. I don't know what's going on with Lil Sadie, her voice is a little weird. When Lil Sadie saw this, she was also very panicked, but more out of expectation, she directly said harsh words. Wilk Lin Fan, I, Lil Sadie, will not give in to you. Little Sadie was seen lying on the ground, and the giant thing on her chest had changed shape due to the pressure. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Little girl, why are you looking so expectant? As he spoke, Little Sadie quickly approached Lin Fan. The telekinesis was activated, and the weapon flew out of Little Sadie's hand and flew towards Lin Fan's hand. As the chief warden of Impel Down City, Little Sadie has naturally never been injured. I saw that one of Lin Fan's ankles was currently wrapped around Little Sadie's weapon, and the owner of one of Lin Fan's hands and feet with a whip was naturally Little Sadie. No matter how unbearable she is, Little Sadie is still the chief jailer of Impel Down, so she can't be the same as the small theater, right? I feel very satisfied, and I really have a great time. Wilk Lin Fan, you haven't completely defeated me yet, don't even think about leaving. Exactly the same, simply the same. Naturally, I didn't know that I had an M personality, and thought I was an S. He shook his head and forgot the unhealthy things in his mind. Little Sadie looked unhappy now, with tears in her eyes. Lin Fan stopped floating and looked down at his ankle. After being beaten so violently by Lin Fan, she realized her true intentions. Little Sadie pulled hard, trying to knock Lin Fan down. Thinking that men only like clean women, Little Sadie quickly added, Master Lin Fan, I am very clean, I am still a virgin, please accept me by your side. You can do whatever you want. Little Sadie said this when she opened her mouth. Lord Lin Fan, please let me stay by your side. I feel that only being by your side is the meaning of my life. Lin Fan would never admit that he only agreed after hearing Little Sadie say that she was a virgin, beautiful and with a good figure. Little Sadie, who was supposed to be knocked unconscious, actually woke up at this moment. When Lin Fan heard what Little Sadie said and saw her sincere eyes, he nodded in agreement. 150 free gifts plus 1 update, 300 plus 1 update. Sorry guys, I have to change the conditions. I am lazy and my whole body aches from too many code words. I want to resume updating once a day greater than underscore. Immediately, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. The look of Little Sadie reminded him of the unsatisfied and defeated investigator in the plot of the secret tutorial on his cell phone before time travel. Before it floated even 1 meter, Lin Fan stopped and turned to look at Little Sadie, who should have fainted. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Fan was also ready to help Little Sadie. Little Sadie, this is exactly what she has been thinking in her heart. Lin Fan also stopped, threw away the weapon in his hand and handed it back to Little Sadie before floating AWA Chapter 114 Magellan catches up. The third level, Starvation Hell. There was no water or food on this level, and because it was the fourth level of the fiery hell, it was extremely hot and dry, so the criminals all looked half dead. Lin Fan and Little Sadie passed by the prison. Lin Fan looked around like he was sightseeing, while Little Sadie stared at Lin Fan with a red face. I don't know what she was imagining. Wilk Lin Fan. Don't even think about running away. What do you think of Push City as? Can you come and go as you please? Lin Fan and Little Sadie had just arrived at the third level of Starvation Hell not long ago when Magellan's angry roar rang out. I saw a poisonous dragon quickly emerging from the place where Lin Fan and Xiao Sati had just passed by, and then I saw Magellan appearing from the body of the poisonous dragon, moving very quickly. After a while, Magellan appeared with several purple poisonous dragons and blocked Lin Fan and Xiao Sati's way. Magellan naturally also noticed the little Sati next to Lin Fan. He had been his subordinate for many years. And because of Little Sadie's hot clothes, sexy figure and beautiful face, Magellan remembered her very clearly. The appearance of Magellan frightened the half-dead criminals so much that they almost died on the spot. These weak criminals naturally knew how terrifying Magellan was. They had all seen people killed by him. The way he died and the screams before he died were so tragic that they made them extremely frightened. It's the devil Magellan. Why? Why did Magellan appear in this starvation hell? He shouldn't have come back. A hole, damn it, woo woo woo. As the criminal spoke, his body began to shake uncontrollably. Obviously, the shadow that Magellan brought to him was so exaggerated that he would subconsciously become afraid and terrified whenever he saw Magellan. This also indirectly proves the prestige and strength of Magellan, the warden, in advancing the city. Magellan, you poop-loving B******** D is killing me. I can't hold on any longer. A hole, shut up lousy. If you want to die, just commit suicide. Why did you provoke Magellan, this a-hole? Are you going to kill us all? A-hole? That's right, shut up, B******* D. If you want to die, go kill yourself. Quote 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 quote. Little Sadie. Wilk Lin Fan, let her go. Fight me in an upright manner, don't resort to such despicable means as taking hostages. Also, where are the criminals on the 6th floor? When Magellan saw Little Sati, he thought that Little Sati was captured by Lin Fan and held hostage. He immediately spoke angrily, and a few more poisonous dragons appeared on his body. Director Magellan, I'm sorry, but I'm now Lord Lin Fan's man, so please get out of the way. Before Lin Fan could speak, little Sadie spoke first and attacked Magellan directly. He raised his hand and lashed Magellan with a whip at a fierce speed, with no intention of letting him go. Magellan grasped the whip easily, his face turned very ugly, with shock and confusion in it. Little Sadie, do you know what you are saying and what you are doing? You are betraying Impel Down in the world government. Magellan is now very confused. He has no idea why little Sadie would betray Impel Down in the world government and follow Lin Fan. It is obvious that little Sadie likes the job of chief jailer in Advanced City. Suddenly, Lin Fan lost his composure and almost wanted to educate little Sadie on the spot. Magellan launched an attack directly towards Lin Fan. He raised his hand and saw 3 poisonous dragons, which were very powerful. Lin Fan looked at him and activated his telekinesis. Magellan subconsciously let go of his hand. Upon seeing this, little Sadie immediately retracted his whip. Damn it, Wilkie Lin Fan. Hearing what little Sadie said, Magellan was very angry, and then he blamed everything on Lin Fan. His anger suddenly exploded. Damn it, B********D. Wilkie Lin Fan, I want you to die. Fortunately, Lin Fan knew where he was and held it back. Don't worry, I won't kill him, Poison Dragon. Lin Fan also directly reached out and blocked little Sadie's mouth. Little Sadie, I know you were forced. Don't worry, I will kill Wilkie Lin Fan to save you right away. As soon as he was hit, Magellan's whole body was torn apart, blood spurted out, and moved with the big storm. The storm did not dissipate until he hit the wall and caused a collapse, and Magellan also fell down. Seeing this, little Sadie also had an unnatural expression on her face, and a look of worry flashed in her eyes. Lin Fan raised his hand and condensed a small sandstorm in his palm. Then the small storm split into 2 storms, and then they were thrown out. The 3 small storms suddenly became very huge and violent, and collided with 3 poisonous dragons, together. I saw 3 storms smashing 3 poisonous dragons in an instant, and then the 3 storms moved closer to each other as if they had become conscious, directly forming a super storm that quickly rolled towards Magellan. She is so good, she is a bad woman, 3-dimensional storm. Little Sadie's parents died when she was a child, so Magellan can be said to be her second father. Then, little Sadie noticed that there was an extra hand on her head. As a result, there was no success. Little Sadie still stood where she was. At this time, Lin Fan's voice sounded. 150 free gifts plus 1 update, 300 plus 1 update. Sorry guys, I have to change the conditions. I am lazy and my whole body aches from too many code words. I want to resume updating once a day greater than underscore. His weak-armed domineering force couldn't even block him for a second. At this moment, Magellan's body was covered with wounds, and blood was constantly flowing out. Little Sadie said, and also opened her mouth to take Lin Fan's finger into her mouth, showing a very H expression on her face. Little Sadie said, trying hard to withdraw the whip. She has known Magellan for some years, and Magellan takes good care of her, just like her father. At the same time, it also labels little Sadie as a bad woman. Therefore, Lin Fan planned to find a place to educate this bad woman, little Sadie, so that she could change her ways and start a new life. Director Magellan, of course I know what I'm talking about. I'm with Lord Ding Lin Fan. Magellan was hit before he could defend himself. Little Sadie looked up at Lin Fan and wanted to explain, Sir Lin Fan, Director Magellan takes good care of me, Magellan swung hard, preparing to throw little Sadie aside. Well, Lord Lin Fan, I believe you. Don't worry, this attack won't kill him. Chapter 115 Magellan, defeated. Boohoo. At this moment, a sharp sound broke through the air, and then many poison balls flew towards Lin Fan at high speed. This is a move developed by Magellan. He compresses poisonous gas into a ball the size of a table tennis ball in his body, then opens his mouth and spits it out quickly. After hitting the target, he is immediately poisoned. Magellan's action was naturally noticed by Lin Fan, and as soon as he thought about it, his telekinetic shield launched to resist. Snap, 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 bang 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 bang, bang. All the poisonous gas balls were blocked and made a snapping sound. They were very dense. At least dozens or hundreds of poisonous balls hit the shield in 1 second. Magellan's development of this move is really good. It's fast, has a large number, and does high damage. A normal person would be dead if hit by one. The purple poisonous gas smoke dissipated, Lin Fan and little Sadie stood intact, and Magellan stood up again. This is okay. Magellan was shocked. He had launched a sneak attack, but it had no effect at all. Hateful. The next second, Magellan changed. His whole body turned red, and then began to grow in size, forming a terrifying humanoid state. This is Magellan's ultimate move, Poison Giant Soldier. Although Magellan's poison was abnormal in the past and would kill if it got on it, it would take time, or if you got too much at once, you would die in a short period of time. But in the current poisonous giant soldier form, once it is touched, it will die immediately. Even if it is stained with a drop, it will quickly spread and devour the flesh and blood. For example, if a drop is stained on the arm, it will quickly devour the arm, and the hand can only be cut off quickly to save life. Lord Lin Fan. Seeing Magellan using the poisonous giant soldier form, little Sadie was also very panicked. She couldn't help but hug Lin Fan's arm tightly, and the whole body was close to him, making Lin Fan feel the huge weight and softness. It's okay, I'm here. Lin Fan said and directly reached out to touch little Sadie's hair. He was very relaxed and did not take Magellan to heart. Damn it, Wilk Lin Fan, take the move, the giant soldier of poison, judgment of hell. Following the outbreak of Magellan, the humanoid red venom monster also rushed towards Lin Fan, making fists with its huge anthropomorphic hands ready to smash. Dark Devour. As soon as Lin Fan raised his hand, dark material appeared in the palm of his hand, and then expanded into a dark vortex. The dark vortex also has a strong suction force. Magellan's red poisonous giant soldiers came fiercely and were then absorbed into the dark vortex. At the same time, Magellan was restored to full glory. At this moment, Magellan looked horrified because he discovered that he could no longer use his devil fruit abilities. Before Magellan could think more, his tall body flew towards Lin Fan's hand uncontrollably. The suction was so strong that Magellan couldn't resist. As soon as his domineering power was unleashed, it immediately consumed a huge amount of energy, and then it was gone. With a look of horror on his face, Magellan struggled frantically to resist the suction while activating his devil fruit, but it was to no avail. The poisonous devil fruit couldn't be activated at all, just like he had never eaten this devil fruit before, and there was no reaction at all. Magellan could only watch helplessly as he was getting closer to Lin Fan, and he yelled, "Hey-ho, Wilkie Lin Fan, what did you do to me? Why can't I use the devil fruit? Damn it, ah." Just after Magellan was sucked over, Lin Fan punched him in the stomach, activated the shockwave devil fruit, and responded to what Magellan had just asked. "Don't worry, the criminals on the 6th floor didn't escape. I killed them all. Just lie down and take care of you." Although Marine seems to be really monolithic, it is actually divided into several factions, and the relationship between these factions is not that good. So whether people within Marine are loyal to Marine or to the world government is also a question. In an instant, Magellan's tall body was seen flying back like a rocket. As a Marine fleet admiral, he couldn't make much money at all and could only rely on world government funding. After defeating Magellan, Lin Fan took little Sadie and floated towards the second level of Beast Hell. At the same time, after Magellan's defeat, Domino immediately used the phone bug to contact the Warring States period. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, I am Domino, Warden of Impel Down. At this moment, on board one of the 3 Marine warships that had just passed the Gate of Justice. Warring States Fleet Admiral looked at the advancing city not far away and said without looking back, "Otherwise, what should I do? As a soldier, I can only obey orders." Warring States didn't say anything more, but took out the phone bug and answered the call. In fact, they also knew that Warring States had to listen to the 5 elders, but they were still unwilling to ask. "Hello, I'm Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku." It hit the wall with a bang, and the wall was broken into pieces and fell, hitting Magellan's body. After hearing the content, Warring States' whole brain was buzzing. However, reality can only be compromised. Just when Warring States was about to say something else, the phone bug in his arms also rang. After learning that Magellan had just fainted, little Sadie glanced at Lin Fan and focused her eyes on Lin Fan's face. At the same time, she hugged him tighter and got closer, which made Lin Fan enjoy it very much. Hearing the helpless tone of their old friend Sengoku, Garp and Tsuruya stopped talking. As for Magellan, he was already wounded. He rolled his eyes and fainted, losing his fighting ability. There is a more important situation, that is, the issue of military expenditure. Warring States, are you really planning to escort Wilk Lin Fan to Mariejoia? That is the secret of the double fruit, are you willing to do so? And there is another most fatal situation, that is, every Marine knows that the salary they receive is paid by the world government, not Marine itself. It can be heard that Warring States' tone also seemed very unwilling. Now even an ordinary person can kill Magellan, the Warden of Impel Down City and the user of the poison fruit. As soon as the call bug answered, Sengoku heard the urgent voice of Warden Domino from the other side of the phone. Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine Staff Lieutenant General He, and Marine Hero Lieutenant General Garp were standing on the deck looking at Impel Down City not far away. Magellan was knocked unconscious by me. It's time for us to leave. The 3 of them all wore cloaks with the word justice printed on them, and they looked very domineering. As soon as Garp said this, he also looked at Sengoku. The situation is very urgent now. Wilkie Lin Fan broke free for some unknown reason and escaped from the 6th level of the prison. On the 3rd level of Starvation Hell, Warden Magellan confronted him head-on. Now he has been defeated. Please Marine support, send people here quickly. If it's a little later, Wilkie Lin Fan will leave. No way, it's still the same situation. Marine is just an institution created by the world government. Garp said, reaching out and picking his nostrils out of habit. Chapter 116 Arriving at the gate of the city. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, I am Domino, Warden of Impel Down. The situation is very urgent now. Wilkie Lin Fan, for some unknown reason, is requesting quick support from the Marine headquarters. On the battleship, Sengoku, Garp, and he were dumbfounded at this moment. When they heard the content on the phone, their brains started buzzing. Wilco Lin Fan escaped, and defeated Magellan, the Warden of Impel Down? What the hell? What the hell is this? Wasn't Wilkie Lin Fan arrested not long ago and imprisoned on the 6th floor of the Impel Down City? And he was seriously injured and fell into a coma. This was what Kizaru Peluzolino told them personally. Sengoku Fleet Admiral? Sengoku Fleet Admiral? Are you listening? Domino's voice sounded again, which also made Sengoku wake up from his confusion, shock and confusion. I know, I'm nearby now and will rush to support immediately. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku looked at Garp and Crane beside him and said, Garp, Crane, you must have heard it too? Get ready to fight. Although we don't know what is going on with Wilker Lin Fan, we must take him down. Crane responded, while Garp nodded without saying a word with a serious look on his face. Push forward the city, the second level of Beast Hell. Lin Fan and little Sadie floated towards the stairs on the first floor. On the ground were lying all kinds of fainted beasts, including lions with human faces, orangutans holding axes, etc. Among them, there are two relatively huge figures, namely the Sphinx, the boss of the Beast Hell, and the cockatrice Basilisk. These beasts looked quite intimidating, but when Lin Fan's conqueror's domineering power swept them away, they were all defeated. Lin Fan did not kill them. After all, these beasts still had their mission. These ferocious beasts often eat criminals in this second level, but they cannot be eliminated so that the criminals can be rescued, otherwise it will be meaningless. Lin Fan is not a kind and good person. It is better for these criminals to live in fear every day, lest they relax without the threat of death and start thinking wildly. On the sea, at the gate of Pushing City. At this moment, the jailers and the blue orangutan holding an axe, led by the jailer chief Xiao Haozi, were on standby at the gate, serving as the last barrier. Behind them is the gate to Push City. There is no ship outside. Even if ordinary criminals can reach the gate, they cannot escape from the Impel City. This is also the reason why Impel Down City is called an inescapable hell. Except for being able to fly, there is no way to escape. People in Pushing City are generally unable to leave and can only be stationed in Pushing City. The food is delivered to Push City on a regular basis, and some of it is eaten by people in Push City catching sea creatures themselves. The reason why Golden Lion was able to become the only one to escape in Impel Down City was naturally because of his devil fruit Piao Piao fruit. The Piao Piao fruit can make the Golden Lion fly, so he can escape from this hell cage built on the sea and push forward the city while others cannot. It is not true that no one in history has successfully escaped and ran to this gate, but facing the endless sea, no matter how powerful a person is, they will collapse in despair. There are no guards in the Crimson Hell on the underground level, only a forest of poisonous insects and sharp blades. Continuous gunshots rang out, and round black bullets were fired at Lin Fan and Lil Sadie very densely. Naturally, the relationship between Xiao Sadie and Xiao Haozi is not very good, not to mention that the two of them have been competing for the position of deputy warden recently, so the relationship is even worse. P.S. Please give me a free gift. I can't even add ham, sausage and braised eggs to my instant noodles. Bang. Domino has heard many legends about this Marine Fleet Admiral. I could clearly hear the person coming this time on the phone just now, but it was Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. But it was quiet for less than a second. After the first criminal asked Lin Fan to let him out, the calls for help began one after another. Although he is called a wise general, his force value is also very high. Bang, 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 soon, the two of them were floating on the stairs leading to the ground floor. After a while, I also met the jailer chief Xiao Haozi and others. She would not allow other men to talk dirty to her, although little Sadie's dress was indeed very sexy and revealing. Hearing this, Domino also looked at the surveillance screen. Little Sadie, what's going on with you? Are you betraying Impel Down, betraying Marine, betraying world government? Bang, bang. Little Sadie raised her hand and whipped little Haozi. When he saw 3 marine warships appearing on the screen, he finally smiled. Seeing little Sadie clinging to Lin Fan's side, her gaze adoring, and her whole body very close to Lin Fan, Xiao Haozi asked. Lin Fan passed by easily with little Sadie, killing some criminals by the way. A jailer looked at the 3 marine fleets that appeared on the surveillance screen and immediately shouted out happily. Shot. But Lin Fan ignored them at all and knocked them all unconscious with just one shot of Conqueror's domineering power without explaining it. After being killed, the criminals all became more honest and did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. In Lin Fan's view, little Sadie at this moment is already considered his woman, pet. In the monitoring room of the 4th level of Blazing Hell, Domino and his team were also watching the monitoring. 1 floor above ground. He is a person with abilities who ate the animal human fruit, phantom species, and giant Buddha form. He has teamed up with Marine hero Lieutenant General Garp to arrest many legendary pirates. Who allowed you to talk to me like this? The little monkey also directly ordered the jailers to shoot, while the blue orangutans waited a moment before charging. Just because these criminals were flirting with little Sadie, Lin Fan killed them. When Xiao Haozi saw this, he immediately hid aside, but an unlucky jailer behind him was hit, and he immediately covered his wound and screamed. They are both chief wardens and have the same position, but they are in a competitive relationship. Chief Domino, Marine support is here. After hearing the order, the jailers did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The actions of little Sadie, the jailer chief, had already shown that she betrayed Impel Down, betrayed Marine, betrayed the world government and followed the criminal Wilkie Lin Fan. Chapter 117 Head-on confrontation with the 3 ancient legends of Marine. Facing the densely packed bullets flying towards him, Lin Fan had a thought and instantly controlled all the bullets, suspending them motionless in the air. This scene immediately stunned all the people on the opposite side, with their mouths wide open and their eyes widened, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. What power is this? Devil fruit ability. Seeing what happened in front of him, Xiao Haozi was shocked and also very confused as to how Lin Fan did it. Lin Fan didn't give everyone time to react before he sent all the bullets back. Boohoo! Boohoo! Shoo shoo shoo! Ah, ah! Ah, ah! Before they had time to react, the jailers, the blue orangutan, and Xiao Haozi were all hit by bullets. One by one, they fell to the ground and screamed, losing their fighting strength. Some unlucky ones died on the spot without even screaming. The people in the monitoring room were very angry when they saw this scene, and they were all gnashing their teeth, but they were powerless. Lin Fan continued to float toward the door with Lil Sadie. As he approached, he activated his telekinesis and the door naturally opened. Then, they came face to face with Sengoku, Garp, and he. Lin Fan's expression did not change at all, as if he was just meeting a minion. And this is indeed the case. In the face of Lin Fan's strong strength, Warring States plus Garp plus he are really not that good, at least they are not Lin Fan's opponent. Wilk Lin Fan. Take a punch from me. As soon as Garp saw Lin Fan, he disappeared from the place. When he reappeared, he was in front of Lin Fan and punched Lin Fan in the face. It can be seen that Garp has used the weapon color hockey, and his fists have turned into steel black. Lin Fan reacted quickly and also extended his fist to collide with Garp. The next second, Garp was seen flying back at high speed like a cannonball, smashing through the warship and falling into the sea. The Lin Fan at this moment is not the Lin Fan who fought against Garp before. Now he is invincible. On the warship, Warring States saw that his old friend Garp was knocked away as soon as he met Lin Fan. His expression changed immediately. He then used his devil fruit to transform into a tall golden giant Buddha. He raised his hand and fired the ultimate move. Big Buddha Mystery Super Shockwave. This move is the most powerful move that Warring States can currently perform. Seeing his old buddy Garp being knocked away instantly, Sengoku couldn't think too much about whether hitting too hard would cause any damage to the impelled down city. Lieutenant General he thought of alerting Sengoku Fleet Admiral, but Sengoku's speed was too fast and there was no time. Lieutenant General he could only watch helplessly as his old friend Warring States transformed into a giant Buddha, raised his hand and aimed a big move at the gate of the city. Facing Warring States' ultimate move, Lin Fan's expression did not change at all, and he stretched out a hand very calmly. Lin Fan's outstretched hand suddenly turned into dark matter, and then expanded instantly, forming a dark vortex. The shockwave of Sengoku Fleet Admiral was directly absorbed by the dark vortex. The dark vortex also disappeared without a trace and returned to Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan was not affected at all. It was as if Sengoku did not attack. There was no one at all. A tiny bit of influence. What? This sudden and strange scene stunned Warring States and Crane. The attack was actually absorbed. No movement was caused. Super Iron Fist. It turned out that Garp, who had been blown away just now, was back. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Lin Fan. He raised his hand and punched Lin Fan in the face with a powerful punch covered in armor. I don't know if this is Garp's habit or if Garp is jealous of Lin Fan's handsome appearance and slaps Lin Fan in the face. Roll. Lin Fan raised his hand and gave Garp a big mouthful, and Garp once again flew backwards like a cannonball, smashed through the warship and fell into the sea. Hiss, it hurts lousy to death. Garp showed his head out of the sea, covered his head and complained with a pained expression on his face. It was really painful, and he vomited hundreds of milliliters of blood. Damn it, this Wilkie Lin Fan is even more powerful than before. Cut Sandstorm. Lin Fan was not used to the Warring States period either. He raised his hand and threw it into a huge sandstorm. Buddha's Impact. When Warring States saw this, he couldn't bear to be shocked. He immediately raised his hand and fired a shockwave at the sandstorm. The golden shockwave collided with the sandstorm, the golden shockwave collapsed, and the sandstorm was also dispersed. But something unexpected happened. The sandstorm was dispersed by the impact and turned into two smaller sandstorms. They hit the golden Buddha very quickly and made a clanging sound. Washing. At this moment, he unexpectedly came to Lin Fan's side, reaching out and preparing to use his devil fruit ability on Lin Fan to try to control Lin Fan. Lieutenant General he is worthy of being a Marine staff officer. He seizes the critical moment and takes action immediately without any delay. If it had been anyone else, General He Zhang would have had a very high chance of succeeding in a sneak attack during a break in the battle, even if the opponent was the four emperors. But unfortunately, her opponent is Lin Fan, a cheating man. Lin Fan, who possesses the top level of domineering power and speed fruit, is naturally unlikely to be successfully attacked. Facing Lieutenant General He's sneak attack, Lin Fan reached out and touched Lieutenant General He's hand. With the activation of the dark fruit, Lieutenant General He was also horrified to find that he could not use the devil fruit ability. Then, with a whoosh, Lieutenant General He was knocked away on the spot by Lin Fan's shockwave ability. While flying upside down, he spat out a large mouthful of old blood, rolled his eyes, and passed out. He was already seriously injured. Lin Fan had no intention of killing Lieutenant General He. It would be easy to kill these people, but they would make wedding clothes for others. The same goes for the three generals. It was not Lin Fan who benefited from killing them, but the pirates who had been suppressed. Lin Fan would naturally not do anything like letting others get great benefits without benefiting himself. Crane. Xiaohe. Warring States and Garp both saw the scene of Lieutenant General He being knocked away by Lin Fan and vomiting blood, and they became angry on the spot. I saw a domineering aura that dominated the world erupted uncontrollably from the Warring States period, and the Warring States period's momentum suddenly increased. On the other side, Garp, who had just surfaced, burst out with a powerful Conqueror's domineering energy. Chapter 118 easily defeats Sengoku. Garp, Crane. It turns out that it's not that Garp doesn't possess Conqueror's Haki, but that he can't use it because he's lost it. Garp awakened Conqueror's Haki when he was young. He has always had it. As Monkey D. Drag, Monkey D. Luffy's father and grandfather, isn't it necessary to awaken Conqueror's Haki? Until the Valley of Gods incident, Garp could no longer use Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki has always been sealed in Garp's body and has always existed, but cannot be used. Garp himself didn't care, he didn't try it, so he just pretended that he hadn't done it. And now, because of Lieutenant General Crane, Garp has reactivated the Conqueror's Haki in his body. Garp disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared, he had hugged Lieutenant General He. When the Warring States Fleet Admiral saw this, he also focused on Lin Fan again. He jumped straight towards Lin Fan, clenching his fists and accumulating strength, preparing to give Lin Fan a powerful shot. Wilk Lin Fan. Take the move, War Buddha Steel Fist. Warring States period Fleet Admiral's tall body rushed towards Lin Fan. The pressure was very great, and the golden fist in his hand struck Lin Fan. This is the close quarters ultimate move of the Warring States period. It can increase its power by accumulating energy and can sink an island with one punch. At this moment, the Warring States period had completely ignored the fact that they were advancing into the city. If Lin Fan dodged his punch, the city would be in disaster. In fact, it's not that Warring States didn't consider the consequences, it's just that Lin Fan was too powerful, and it was impossible to cause harm to Lin Fan without using powerful moves. In Sengoku's expectation, after the battle, Impel Down City would probably be destroyed at least half like Mariejoia. More than 20 years ago, the capture of the Golden Lion Shiki ended up costing half of Marineland a life of destruction before he was arrested and imprisoned in Impel Down. Facing the huge golden fist of the Warring States period, Lin Fan disappeared from the place with Lil Sadie and appeared next to his tall body. Warring States had no time to stop and could only look at Lin Fan in shock. He really didn't expect that Lin Fan was so fast. Lin Fan smiled at Warring States, raised his hand and touched his huge arm, secretly activating the fruit ability. Then, Sengoku was as shocked as Lieutenant General He that his devil fruit could no longer be used. I saw that the tall giant Buddha who was the incarnation of the Warring States period shrank down and then turned back into a human form. After Sengoku was shocked, he naturally frantically tried to activate the devil fruit, but there was no way. Just when Sengoku was about to give up his devil fruit ability and use his Haki, Lin Fan did not coddle him. Kuchi shot him away with a shockwave and spit out a mouthful of old blood, but because it was an animal-type devil fruit ability because of his better physical condition, he did not faint on the spot like Lieutenant General He. With a pop, the Warring States Fleet Admiral fell directly into the sea. Fleet Admiral, Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Marine on the battleship also immediately went to save Sengoku. Sengoku is a devil fruit user. How can he fall into the sea? What's more, this is Impel Down, and there are Poseidon-like creatures in the sea. Option 3. Destroy the Impel City, bury the marine warship, and let everyone's lives be buried in this sea. Reward. A copy of the skill. Killing Art. Garp is indeed a genius, and the amount of Conqueror's domineering power is very powerful. Lin Fan, who does whatever he wants and values interests when doing things, quickly made his choice. After knocking Garp unconscious, the cold voice of the system sounded in Lin Fan's mind. The moment Lin Fan met Warring States, Garp, and he, the system's voice came to mind. Option 2. Fight head-on with Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, and Marine Staff Officer Crane and defeat them. Reward. A book of spying. No Marine dared to fire cannonballs at Lin Fan, these Marines were already frightened. Ding. Host trigger options. Marine Fleet Admiral Warring States, under the orders of the 5 elders, together with Garp and he, are going to escort host to the Holy Land of Mariejoia. Please choose host from the following 3 options. Even if Garp's explosion became more powerful, it was still nothing in Lin Fan's eyes. Black and red lightning suddenly appeared on Garp's body, and his aura became violent. Book of Spying. Just think about the target's relevant information in your mind, and you can accurately spy on everything about the target. Otherwise, once the situation here is exposed, Marine will face an unprecedented impact. Lin Fan and Little Sadie easily dodged Garp's domineering fist and pinned him on the head with his backhand. If the dignified Marine Fleet Admiral were eaten by Poseidons, it would be a big loss. Warring States on the other side has also been rescued on the warship. He is also in a state of fainting, with blood at the corner of his mouth and serious injuries. First saw Marine Hero Garp covered in wounds, vomiting blood, and lying motionless on the ground. If it weren't for his up and down breathing, a normal person would have thought he was dead. At this moment, Garp suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan, raising his hand and punching with black and red lightning. After taking a look at the introduction, Lin Fan and Little Sadie floated into the air under the eyes of a group of Marines and jailers. At this moment, Garp's anger has been completely ignited, and his combat effectiveness has increased to an unprecedented height. They saw with their own eyes that their Fleet Admiral Warring States, Hero Garp, and Staff Crane were defeated, but Lin Fan remained unscathed. Ding! Host completes the options and gets the reward, Book of Spying. Under such circumstances, who would take action against Lin Fan because of his long life? Since we were in a windless zone, naturally there were no newsbirds arriving. Option 1. Avoid the sharp edge and leave the impel down city directly with the beast tamer Sadie. Reward. A permanent pointer to the final island of Raftru. Warring states. When the shockwave ability was activated, Garp's eyes widened for a moment, and then he smashed into the impel down city like a cannonball, smashing through several walls before stopping. After leaving a word, Garp also disappeared. After Lin Fan and Lil Sadie left, Garp was also picked up on the warship. With a hiss, Garp disappeared from the spot with General He Zhang in his arms, and had already returned to the battleship when he appeared. Take good care of Xiaohei. Asterisk at carat asterisk dollar asterisk carat. However, when he saw Marine going to save Sengoku, he was slightly relieved and then looked at Lin Fan again. Garp, who was holding Lieutenant General He, looked up and saw this scene, and he also yelled. Chapter 119. Yim, the Knights of God push forward to the city, the hospital. In less than half an hour, warring states, Lieutenant General Garp Crane, and Magellan also woke up one after another. As soon as he saw Sengoku and the others, Magellan immediately spoke. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Wilkie Lin Fan said that all the criminals on the 6th floor were killed by him. When I went to the 6th floor, I didn't see any of them. People, but traces of battle were indeed found. What? Soon, with his body still recovering from serious injuries, warring states held an emergency meeting. In the conference room, Sengoku sat in the main seat, flanked by Garp and Crane on the left and right, and Magellan sat beside the card. The conference room was extremely quiet at this moment, no one spoke. The expressions on the four people's faces were all ugly. Lin Fan's power was beyond their expectations. Damn it, how did this kid become so powerful? Garp said and punched the table, breaking the silence. This Wilk Lin Fan is not a dual devil fruit user, but a 3 devil fruit user. His move to release black matter must also be a devil fruit ability, and this devil fruit ability is so weird that it actually made it impossible for me to use the devil fruit ability. As he spoke, something suddenly occurred to him, and he denied what he had just said. No, Wilk Lin Fan not only possesses 3 devil fruits, he should have 4. They are the Paramisha Shock Devil Fruit that can release shockwaves, Crocodile's Logia Sasha Devil Fruit, an unknown devil fruit that can levitate people in the air, and an unknown devil fruit that can release black matter and disable the opponent's devil fruit abilities. 4 devil fruits? How is this possible? Magellan said, then he remembered his fight with Lin Fan, and immediately closed his mouth. Because of his situation at the time, he was unable to use the devil fruit ability, as if he had never possessed the devil fruit ability. How on earth did he manage to possess so many devil fruits? There have been experiments before. If the second devil fruit was eaten, he would either die suddenly or be devoured and become ineffective. As soon as Fleet Admiral Sengoku spoke his words, the conference room fell into silence once again. Who knows this? Is it possible to ask Wilkie Lin Fan? Even if I ask, what will they say? One more question. Regarding the 6th level criminals, Magellan received a personal response from Wilkie Lin Fan that they were all killed by him. What do you think? With that said, warring states looked at the others. I think it's true, but I don't know Wilkie Lin Fan's purpose. Lieutenant General he spoke, and after a pause he continued. I suspect that Wilk Lin Fan was caught by us in Push City on purpose, but we just don't know where in Push City attracted him. One more question. How did Wilkie Lin Fan break free from the seafloor stone handcuffs and ankle cuffs? You must know that the keys are kept closely by Magellan. As soon as Lieutenant General he said what he said, the other 3 people didn't know how to respond at all, and they couldn't figure it out. Holy Land Mariejoia. Sea Tower Stone is the hardest thing in the world, and it is extremely restrained for those with abilities. Even Magellan was afraid that eating another devil fruit would cause another side effect. In short, Magellan was not interested in owning multiple devil fruits. Satan Saint half knelt and lowered his head throughout his speech, showing great respect, and the other 4 or 5 elders did the same. Yim was very aloof and only uttered one word, and it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. After living for more than 800 years, I'm so bored that I don't know what to do, but I just want to keep living. Because she can do that easily too. As for Lin Fan, didn't care at all, even though Lin Fan's fighting ability was terrifying and could defeat the combined forces of Sengoku, Garp and Vice Admiral Suru. The warden was targeted by the deputy warden, and the former chief guard served as deputy warden. The 5 elders' intention was also very obvious. They wanted to skip Marine and have their own people catch Lin Fan and find out about his ability to possess multiple devil fruits as soon as possible. Magellan didn't care, as he was planning to stay in Impel Down for the rest of his life. Marine is a complete waste. I request that the Knights of God be dispatched to arrest Wilk Lin Fan, this outlier, so that we can pry him open his mouth and tell him how to possess multiple devil fruits. There's only one guy cares about, Nika, the sun god. Helplessly, Sengoku could only take out Den Den Mushi to connect to the 5 elders. When faced with death, if one has the choice not to die, as human beings one will naturally subconsciously choose not to die. Even if one is bored, extremely bored, so bored that one does not know what to do, one will still continue to live. The bounty on Lin Fan was raised to 6.6 billion Baileys, and Marine was ordered to stop arresting Wilk Lin Fan, and the world government sent the Knights of God to capture him personally. Lord Yim, this is how it is. After the call was hung up, Zhongguo's face in the conference room became extremely sour. However, she was still very interested in the method of possessing multiple devil fruits. Even himself didn't know why he had lived so long, but he just couldn't bear to die. The call was quickly connected, and after learning the situation, the 5 elders directly scolded Zhang Guo. The Knights of God are a law enforcement team that specializes in punishing the celestial dragons. In Mariejoia, the 5 elders can indeed command them, including the leader and commander of the Knights of God, Farron Garin. Due to the side effects of the poison fruit, he is simply unable to go out to sea to perform missions. Even if he eats other devil fruits, this weakness will still exist. Magellan was removed from his post and demoted to chief guard. Sitting on the throne above is the supreme leader of the world government, Yim. As a result, just like that, after being detained for more than an hour, he caused a big commotion in Push City. But they can only command them to do things in Mariejoia. If the 5 elders want to mobilize the Knights of God to leave Mariejoia, they are not qualified. Only Im's order can do that. After all, she could only eat one devil fruit, even if this devil fruit was very powerful and allowed her to remain immortal for more than 800 years and still be in peak condition. But eating more devil fruits can enhance her combat power and also help kill time, just enough to prevent her from being bored every day. Therefore, if the 5 elders want the Knights of God to deal with Lin Fan, they can only get Im's nod. What's more, Magellan said that Wilkie Lin Fan was imprisoned with great care. Not only was he locked up with a sea tower stone, but he was also soaked in seawater with only his head exposed. Chapter 120 Arrival at Sabodi Islands. The 5 elders have never thought about playing themselves. They think Lin Fan is not worthy. There is a special connection between the 5 elders, and any one of them can summon the other 4 from a very long distance. In other words, when 5 elders takes action, there is only one person on the surface, but in fact it is no different from 5 people taking action. The 5 of them are all devil fruit capable users of the phantom beast species, and they are all awakened. Their combat power is all at the royal level, and they also have immortality given by IM. No one at the same level can be their opponent. After leaving the palace respectfully and closing the door, the 5 elders raised their heads and returned to their high and powerful appearance. Soon, the 5 people returned to Pangu Hall. Not long after, the leader and commander of the Knights of God, Farron Garin, pushed the gate of opening into Pangu Temple. On the other side, the Sabodi Islands. Lin Fan and Little Sati descended from the sky and landed on the Sabodi Islands. During this trip to the Sabodi Islands, Lin Fan mainly wanted to discuss with Pluton Rayleigh, and maybe he could get a reward by defeating him. The second step is to see if we can meet the celestial dragons. Kill the men and take away the good-looking ones to Little Sadie to train them into dancers. Because his appearance might be too conspicuous, Lin Fan put on a mask and also put on a fox mask for Little Sadie. It is worth mentioning that Little Sadie has changed her outfit. Lin Fan didn't like his private property to be too exposed to others, he just wanted to eat alone. The Sabodi archipelago is formed by the roots of the world's largest mangrove, Archivan mangrove, and is divided into 79 islands. At the same time, because it is very close to Mariejoia, it is also the back garden of the Tianlong people. Island number 1 to island number 29 are lawless places, where pirates, human traffickers, bounty hunters and various villains and adventurers gather together. At the same time, there are many auction houses that engage in transactions of buying and selling people openly. From the 30th to the 39th, there are mainly soap bubble parks and so on. From number 40 to number 49 there are mainly tourist areas, specialty shops, etc. Numbers 50 to 59 mainly include shipyards, coding craftsmen, etc. Numbers 60 to 69 mainly include the marine garrison, government entrances, etc. Numbers 70 to 79 mainly include hotel streets and so on. The place where Lin Fan and Little Sadie landed was the 13th island, which was in the lawless area. As soon as he entered the town, he attracted a lot of attention, including some unkind looks. Lin Fan ignored this and looked around with little curiosity like tourists. In the darkness, there was a group of human traffickers staring at Lin Fan and Xiao Sadie. Although that woman was dressed conservatively, her good figure was clearly visible. I was so excited when I saw her that I wanted to rush up and rub her against her. FKU, one eye. You're going to die on a woman's belly sooner or later. But this woman has a really good figure. She is the type that many people like. She should be worth 2 million belly. If she has another skill, she can double that. Then it's decided. The woman was tied up and sent to the auction, and the man. One of the bald men said and gestured to his neck. No, it would be a pity to kill him, leave it to me. Little Sadie answered without the slightest hesitation. Of course I dare. As long as Master Lin Fan asks the slave family to do it, the slave family will do it. After saying that, Little Sadie hugged Lin Fan tighter. At the same time, her eyes were blurred and she had a crazy expression on her face. She used her nose to smell Lin Fan's scent crazily and twisted around. The next second, all the traffickers' eyes widened, and then they fell to the ground, dying with their eyes open. Although Lin Fan and Little Sadie were wearing masks, there was nothing strange about them. This was personal freedom. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this. Little Sadie, in the future, you will tie up some female celestial dragons and let you train them to learn to dance. Do you dare to do that? After getting off the bicycle, Little Sadie took the initiative to hug Lin Fan's arm, and the 2 soft balls deformed instantly. Facing such a clingy Little Sadie, Lin Fan didn't dislike him. His women had different personalities, so that was good. The reason why I went to the auction house was just to join in the fun and see if I could buy some beautiful ladies to work as maids and do housework. Of course, it would be great if I could meet the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons regard the Sabodi Islands as their back garden, and the auction house on island number 1 is the largest. The celestial dragons like to buy slaves, and they also like to feed slaves devil fruits. Now auction house number 1 has devil fruits for auction, so there is a huge possible encounter. First, he was satisfied that little Sadie responded without hesitation, and second, he was satisfied that little Sadie massaged his back. As for Lin Fan, he immediately locked onto a direction. But it has nothing to do with Lin Fan, he is heading towards island number 1. Immediately, a feminine middle-aged man expressed his desire for Lin Fan and licked the corner of his mouth. Not to mention, there are a lot of people there. The guy who was killed by Lin Fan was discovered, causing a small commotion. Ah! Dead people. They are the runny-nosed St. Charles, his father St. Roswald and his sister Charulia Palace. The seats are almost full. It seems that the attraction of devil fruit is really great. After about the same amount of time, Lin Fan and little Sadie arrived at the gate 3 minutes before the auction started. Lin Fan became even stronger at controlling Conqueror's hockey. Because there turned out to be the 3 members of the Tianlong family who first appeared in the original drama. Riding a bubble bike, Lin Fan said to little Sadie, who was hugging him tightly behind him. Lin Fan wasn't very interested in devil fruits. After all, he couldn't eat them himself, and he still had phantom beasts on his body. Obviously this guy is copper. Asking for free gifts, there are less than 30 left, woo woo woo. Lin Fan, Xiao Sadie and the others entered the auction house without attracting anyone's attention. Some people just glanced at them and then looked away. I just heard through Sei Baki that the largest auction house on island number 1 will start the auction in an hour. This time, there is a devil fruit in the auction. Lin Fan used his precise Conqueror's hockey to attack every target that showed malice towards him and little Sadie, killing them all instantly. However, others didn't feel anything, not even little Sadie who had been holding Lin Fan. What? The person who took action was naturally Lin Fan. When the guard saw Lin Fan and little Sadie, he also handed over the number plate with great discernment, and at the same time he was very envious of Lin Fan. Chapter 121 Tianlong People. The place where the 3 Tianlong people were sitting was completely empty and surrounded by railings. There were a few bodyguards in black suits standing next to them, but they were just ordinary people. Maybe the 3 of them thought that as celestial dragons, they would not encounter danger in the back garden of the Sabodi Islands, so they brought such weak bodyguards to show off. Lin Fan set his sights on the female celestial dragon Charulia Palace. Well, great, there is a female celestial dragon. Little Sadie also looked at Charulia Palace. Her expression under the mask was very exciting. Master Lin Fan said that he wanted to capture a female celestial dragon and train her, but now he met her. This is a high-ranking celestial dragon. Little Sadie was so excited that her whole body trembled. Afterwards, Lin Fan and little Sadie found a seat and sat down. Lin Fan decided to wait until the auction was over before taking action. He would kill the man and keep the woman. Although I can't see the appearance of Charulia Palace now, it is definitely not bad. After all, it is not bad in the anime. The auction started soon. The host Disco took the microphone and began to speak, and the first lot was also brought to the stage. The bidding soon began, with one lot after another, most of which were slaves of different races, usually from non-franchised countries. It's ironic to say that this kind of auction of human beings as commodities is still Marine's acquiescence. Of course, this has something to do with the people behind the auction house. Because the person behind the auction house is none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai. Shichibukai has special privileges, and the general auctions are people from non-franchised countries, pirates or adventurers, so Marine can only turn a blind eye. Even if there are people from the participating countries, Marine doesn't care, with the attitude that more is worse than less. Next is our grand finale. Everyone present should know that although we are auctioning human slaves here, we will also auction if there are valuable and precious things. So, the grand finale product this time is the secret treasure in the sea, an unknown devil fruit. Finally, the auction came to the final stage. When the host finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene was pushed to its climax, and cheers immediately broke out. An employee of the auction house walked onto the stage from the backstage carrying a plate covered with red cloth in both hands, and everyone's attention was attracted. Disco reached out and lifted the red cloth, revealing the true face of the devil fruit. This is a fruit that is yellow and white as a whole, and the shapes on both sides look like a pair of wings. Lin Fan also looked at the devil fruit immediately, and its information immediately emerged. Items: animal catbird fruit, phantom beast species, and griffin form. Lin Fan was a little surprised after seeing the message. He didn't expect it to be a devil fruit of the phantom species. It has appeared. Is this the legendary devil fruit? This is the first time I have seen this secret treasure on the sea. It is said that as long as you eat it, you can gain extremely powerful power and be able to travel in the new world. Become famous, and if you are lucky, you can join the team of the Sea Emperor. Is this a devil fruit? The shape is really strange. I don't know what kind of devil fruit this is and what its powers are. It's a devil fruit. The auction house didn't lie. The final item is really a devil fruit. I don't know what type it will be. Gaw. There's finally a devil fruit available for purchase. I must compete to get it and become a strong man on the sea. Some people who saw the real devil fruit for the first time made noises one after another. They were all excited and wanted to get the devil fruit in their hands immediately. These people have all seen people with devil fruit abilities, but this is the first time they have seen the appearance of a devil fruit that has not been eaten. Everyone hates the celestial dragons, but everyone wants to be a celestial dragon. The starting bid for this unknown devil fruit is 100 million belly. General Marine is dispatched to fight the celestial dragons. Who can withstand this? You can bid now. By this time, there were only 3 or 4 people left who continued to bid, and the price increase was still very small. Obviously, the price was beyond the Baileys that many people carried. Damn it, the celestial dragons have made a bid. There is no hope for this devil fruit. 150 trillion belly. Finally, a devil fruit appears. Damn it, these B***** D Tianlong people. Damn it, Lousy is about to auction off devil fruits, but at this time the damn Dracos actually raised the price. B***** D Dracos, don't you have no shortage of devil fruits? The Tianlong people made a bid, but they did not dare to continue competing. They will not sacrifice their bright future for a devil fruit. Living freely is the most important thing. Maybe they will be able to obtain devil fruit by chance in the future. All the bidders gritted their teeth and cursed secretly in their hearts, but without exception, no one dared to speak out. As for the bodyguard, his expression was still serious, as if he didn't notice Charos's movements. After a while, due to the constant competition from pirates, bounty hunters, nobles and others present, the price of this devil fruit reached 200 million belly. It's not that I have no money, but I'm afraid that if I bid, I may suffer retaliation from the celestial dragons and be captured as a slave. Shut up all the cheapskates, Lousy is offering 170 million belly. In fact, I don't know how many times I have greeted St. Charles in my heart, but I don't dare to show it on the surface. Lousy offers 140 million belly. I will offer 250 million Baileys. St. Charles raised his hand and spoke calmly. His tone sounded like he was determined to win. Lousy is bound to get it. With this devil fruit, Lousy's pirate team will have a powerful fighter. Seeing the snot on his face, the ugly-looking Draco Saint, who looked like an idiot, thought like this in his heart, and wiped the snot on his nails on the bodyguard beside him. Devil fruit. You can just buy it and give it to the stupid slave at home to make him stronger. The loser who ate the devil fruit last time is dead, so there must be another one to support the scene. Suddenly, the scene fell silent and became completely quiet. I'll give you 120 million belly. The devil fruit has appeared. I wonder if it tastes as unpleasant as the rumors? As Disco finished speaking, the scene immediately erupted in eager bidding. Chapter 122 Conflict. Charos, you've spent money indiscriminately again. The devil fruit is not worth spending so much money on. Saint Rosewater, the celestial dragon sitting next to him, also spoke at this time. Yes, Brother Charlos, if you want devil fruits, tell me and I will give you one. It is better to use the money to buy slaves. The female celestial dragon Shalulia Palace also spoke. Father, Sister Shalulia, I think this devil fruit is good, so stop talking about it. Besides, I still have 1.6 billion belly left in my pocket money this month, and it's coming next month. As a Tianlong person, Bailey can get a large amount of money every month that ordinary people can't imagine, and spend it at will. Therefore, Tianlong people generally do not treat money as money. Many Tianlong people can spend all the money of the current month and then pay the money next month. They spend it, and the money becomes more and more, and they can't spend it all. They really can't spend it all. Hearing this, Saint Rosewater also nodded and responded, okay, as long as you like it. The female celestial dragon Shalulia Palace did not continue to say anything, but was thinking about how to train the new slave after returning. Lord St. Charlos offered 250 million belly, since no one has spoken again, then. As soon as the celestial dragons made a sound, Disco could only sell this devil fruit for 250 million Baileys. No one dared to raise the price. After all, the other party was the celestial dragons who were above the rest. Who dared to defend? He was immediately ready to bang the hammer and announce that the devil fruit had been auctioned by St. Charlos. 300 million belly. At this moment, Lin Fan's very magnetic voice sounded. Because the auction house was very quiet at the moment, Lin Fan's normal speaking voice actually spread throughout the entire venue, and everyone heard it. Ah! Everyone at the scene was stunned. They were dumbfounded and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, towards Lin Fan. No one expected that someone would raise the price. Stealing things from the celestial dragons. The opponent is a celestial dragon. He is a super noble among nobles. For the goods that were auctioned before, if the Tianlong people bid, others would give up and dare not continue to bid. Disco, the host on the stage, was also very shocked that someone actually made a bid. However, he also stopped hitting the hammer and did not knock it down. Immediately, Disco reacted and spoke tremblingly. 300 million belly. The guest on the 275th bids 300 million belly. 300 million Baileys. Is there any customer who bids a higher price? Countdown for 10 seconds. If not, then customer number 275 successfully bids for this unknown devil fruit. The other people also reacted, and then they all exploded, and began to whisper. Who is this person? Sir Tianlongren has already made a bid, but he dares to increase the price. Do you think he has lived enough? HMPH, he is probably a bumpkin from a small place. He got rich from nowhere and then expanded it. He doesn't even know the Tianlong people and dares to continue to increase the price. He is simply looking for death. Are the Tianlong people really kind? Isn't this man too brave? He dares to bid. Yeah, so brave. Hey, we've seen a good show. What do you think will happen to this kid? How is it? I must have made this boy a slave and tortured him. It's just a pity that the girl next to me is wearing a mask, but she has a really nice figure. Where did this kid come from? Even I didn't dare to increase the price, but this guy actually increased the price. Captain, this guy is wearing a mask. He probably doesn't dare to show his true face for fear of being recognized. What? Who dares to bid? St. Charles's face suddenly turned ugly and full of anger. He stood up and looked in the direction where the sound came from, locking his eyes on Lin Fan and Xiao Sati. Is this the guy in the mask who made the bid? Snort. I'll give you 350 million Baileys. St. Charles sat on the chair and called out the price again. After all, this was an auction and the highest bidder won. But in the heart, he was thinking that this guy who dared to disobey him in public would be taught a lesson later. Just catch them and make them slaves, then whip them well. 400 million Baileys, Lin Fan spoke again. St. Charles's expression, which had finally recovered, changed drastically again. He stood up again and looked at Lin Fan. This guy in a mask actually dared to make an offer? He was looking down on St. Charles. Haha, a lowly person is bidding again. This is looking down on Brother Charles. Shah Lulia Palace laughed and also became interested in Lin Fan. As for St. Roseward, he still looked calm and composed. He believed that his son, St. Charles, would handle the matter himself. St. Charles was already angry, and his expression became even uglier after hearing what his sister Shah Lulia Palace said. He immediately drew out the golden pistol from his waist, pointed it at Lin Fan, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! You damned pariah, you dared to make me lose face and be laughed at by Shah Lulia, go to hell. The bullet flew out of the gun barrel, flew quickly towards Lin Fan, and then shot into the seat. Oh, did you miss? Never mind. You useless guys, come on, catch the guy up there. I want him to be my slave, and the woman next to him has a nice figure. I can favor her a little. Seeing that he had missed the target, St. Charles put down his gun and ordered his bodyguards to capture Lin Fan and little Sati. Yes, St. Charles, yes. The bodyguards also stood straight and responded, then pulled out their pistols and approached Lin Fan and Xiao Sati. The pirates, bounty hunters, and nobles at the scene watched without daring to make a sound. In their opinion, Lin Fan and Xiao Sati were doomed to die. Who can escape if being targeted by the celestial dragons? You can only be captured and made a slave, and will most likely die miserably in the end. Lin Fan's expression under the mask was still very calm. This Tianlong man was exactly the same as the Tianlong man in his impression. He is ugly, has a bad temper, and is arrogant. Master Lin Fan, just leave it to me. As little Sadie spoke, he also stood up and prepared to take action. Lin Fan reached out and patted little Sadie's butt and said, "Sit still, it's not my woman's turn to help me yet." Hearing this, little Sadie's head immediately steamed and his face turned red, but he obediently sat down again. Chapter 123, Celestial Dragons. Double kill. Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly, Conqueror's domineering force tilted out, and the locked bodyguards instantly fell down and bled to death. It wasn't that Lin Fan deliberately wanted to kill them, but that Lin Fan had used the minimum amount of Conqueror's domineering force, but at least ordinary bodyguards still couldn't withstand it. Lin Fan stood up and walked towards the heavenly dragon St. Charles step by step. The sound of footsteps was particularly loud in the extremely quiet auction house at this moment. As for the celestial dragons, they have to use their fists to deal with them before they can feel anything. However, when using devil fruit abilities, they feel very unconscious and feel like something is missing. The Tianlong man who was killed last time felt a little unconscious. I definitely can't be disappointed this time. Why did these losers suddenly fall down? Damn, they are really useless trash, prepare to become slaves, including your family. St. Charles obviously didn't know what was going on. When he saw the bodyguards falling down, he immediately started shouting. Damn untouchable, come and die. Seeing Lin Fan walking towards him, St. Charles also took out the golden pistol again and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. He fired many shots in succession, and the bullets automatically fell to the ground after getting close to Lin Fan. The holy capital of Charos was stunned and stammered. What is this? And Lin Fan had already arrived in front of St. Charles, and almost everyone present had their eyes on Lin Fan. What does this person want to do? Is it possible that he still wants to fight the Tianlong people? What? Fighting the celestial dragons? Are you kidding me? If you fight the celestial dragons, General Marine will be dispatched. What on earth is this man going to do? Oh my god, he really won't do anything to the Tianlong people, right? No way? Those are the descendants of the noble creator, the celestial dragons. What are you going to do? How do you look at me? I'm a celestial dragon, so die. St. Charles said and continued to pull the trigger. However, after pulling the trigger, the pistol did not respond because there was no bullet left. Oh, celestial dragon? Descendants of the creator? Descendants of God? Haha, let lousy crawl. Lin Fan moved, raised his hand and punched Charles Saint's fish tank. Then, the fish tank was shattered in an instant, and then St. Charles flew up like a cannonball, exploding in midair, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Peerless immune to death super little strong Draco shield Charos Saint? What a joke, in the face of absolute power, go and see Tai Nai. Silence. Silence. Shocking. At this moment, you can hear even an iron needle falling to the ground. It can be said to be extremely quiet. Everyone at the scene stood motionless and stared at this scene with their mouths wide open and their eyes wide open, as if frozen. Charos. Brother Charlos. Saint Rosewater and Shalulia Palace exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief at what they saw. They did not expect that in the back garden of the Saboti Islands, there would be untouchables who would dare to attack the descendants of their gods, the descendants of the Creator, and the superior celestial dragons, and they would not simply attack them but blow them up. What a mere untouchable, how dare you beat Brother Charles, even my father has never beaten him before. You guy? How dare you, a mere untouchable, do something to my son? Saint Rosewater roared angrily, raised his hand, picked up his spear, pointed it at Lin Fan, and frantically pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Bang. I want you, a pariah, to know what will happen if you lay hands on the descendants of the Creator. Gunshots were fired one after another, and many shots were fired in succession, but the bullets fell to the ground after getting close to Lin Fan for a certain distance. The shocked nobles, pirates, businessmen, and bounty hunters all came to their senses at this time. Oh my god. The celestial dragons were beaten. General Marine is coming. If you don't want to die, run away. Run quickly, run outside, a-hole, don't block the road, let me out. Damn it, don't block Lousy's way. Believe it or not, Lousy will kill you. B********D. The nobles, pirates, businessmen, and bounty hunters all started to flee with fear on their faces, and they all headed towards the gate. Everyone was pushing and chasing each other, and some unlucky guys were pushed to the ground. Subsequently, countless people trampled on his body, and the consequences of being trampled by so many people were serious injuries, loss of movement, or being left cold on the spot. You B********D. You damn untouchable. You dare to attack Brother Charles. This is unforgivable. You must die. Shalulia Palace finally came to her senses, reached out and took out a handgun, pointed it at Lin Fan and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Most of the Tianlong people carry guns with them when they go out. They just take out their guns and kill someone if they see someone unhappy. They're so arrogant, they're so naughty. Lin Fan ignored the bullet and stretched out his hand to aim at Saint Rosewater. The dark fruit ability was activated, and Saint Rosewater instantly felt a strong suction, and his whole body flew towards Lin Fan uncontrollably. Just when Saint Rosewater was still dozens of centimeters away from Lin Fan's hand was already clenched into a fist. Raising his hand and punching him, Saint Rosewater also went to see his wife and get together with Saint Charlos. The same scene was very bloody, and some blood even spattered on the fish tank worn by Shalulia Palace. After seeing his brother and father being beaten up one after another, Shalulia Palace finally collapsed, and the gun in his hand was unsteady and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at this beautiful female celestial dragon Shalulia Palace who was not inferior to Nami at all. When the two people looked at each other, Shalulia Palace was so frightened that she collapsed and fell to the ground, retreating uncontrollably, still shouting, Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am a Tianlong. I am a descendant of the Creator, you cannot kill me. Chapter 124 Kizaru arrives and meets again. If you dare to kill a celestial dragon, you will risk your life. Leave me alone and don't resist needlessly. That woman is also part of the gang, catch her. The guards of the auction house also rushed out one after another, holding weapons in their hands and preparing to attack Lin Fan and Lil Sadie. Don't even think about hurting Master Lin Fan. Little Sadie raised her hand and hit him with a whip, which was very powerful. However, since the other party was wearing armor, it was not a big deal if he was whipped. At this moment, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, Conqueror's domineering energy was released, and everyone fell down instantly. Lin Fan, Little Sadie, and Shalulia Palace were the only three people left alive in the entire auction house. After dealing with the minions, Lin Fan also walked towards Shalulia Palace step by step. The sound of footsteps sounded like a countdown to life in Shalulia Palace's ears, making her tremble even more violently. At the same time, she continued to retreat slowly until there was no way to retreat. Shalulia Palace's expression was horrified, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. She shook her head at Lin Fan repeatedly, and begged frantically for mercy. Don't kill me, please don't kill me, I have money. I have a lot of money that I can give you, please don't kill me. Shalulia Palace really didn't want to die. It was so terrible. Her brother Charles and her father Roswald exploded immediately. Their flesh and blood were everywhere. It was so terrible, so terrible. However, Lin Fan didn't respond at all and still walked towards her. Soon, Lin Fan stood in front of Shalulia Palace. The shadow enveloped Shalulia Palace, making her fear reach its highest point, and she was about to pee in fear. I saw Lin Fan squatting down, reaching out and touching the fish tank, activating the Sha fruit ability to erode the fish tank, then raised Shalulia Palace's chin, and said with a smile, Miss, don't be ridiculous, I don't kill beautiful women. Also, don't cry, I don't like it. Hearing this, Shalulia Palace also immediately stopped crying and did not dare to cry anymore. At the same time, I thought, listen to the guy in front of me, he doesn't want to kill himself. Very good. Just don't kill her, she doesn't want to die. Shalulia Palace secretly exhaled a breath. At the same time, Shalulia Palace also secretly vowed that when she was safe, she would make the guy in front of her receive the most severe punishment. But soon, Lin Fan continued to speak, but as for me, I lack a maid, and you are very good, so. After saying that, Lin Fan let go of his hand and stood up, looked at little Sadie and said, "Little Sadie, take her with you, she will be under your control from now on." "Okay, Master Lin Fan." Little Sadie immediately ran towards Shalulia Palace with an excited smile on her face and licked her tongue. As for Shalulia Palace, they were shocked on the spot. What did she hear? Make her a maid? What kind of international joke is this? She is a descendant of the creator. At this moment, Shalulia Palace also forgot what situation she was currently in, and was about to scold Lin Fan angrily. However, little Sadie grabbed her hair and lifted it. The pain immediately brought her back to her senses and she realized the situation. There was also a problem on her head, breaking into a cold sweat. She doesn't want to die. Why are you still standing there? Get up, you slave girl. Little Sadie didn't hold back at all and grabbed Shalulia Palace's hair hard. "Oh, it hurts. Yes, I'll get up right away." Shalulia Palace also stood up immediately, it was too painful. Lin Fan pretended not to see little Sadie's movements. "Then let's go." With that said, Lin Fan was also preparing to leave. But suddenly, Lin Fan thought of something and turned to look at the auction table. As soon as he thought about it, the griffin-shaped phantom beast devil fruit floated towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan also put it away, and then floated toward the gate with little Sati and Shalulia Palace. Although Shalulia Palace was confused about the fact that she was floating, she didn't dare to ask any more questions. She still remembered how tragically her brother and father died. She wanted to cry when she thought of that scene. But the guy in front of him just now said that he didn't like to see her cry. If he cried, he might make him angry and be killed. Shalulia Palace began to shake uncontrollably with fear. Sensing that Shalulia Palace was in a state of panic and fear, Lin Fan also smiled slightly and was satisfied. As soon as he left the auction house, he saw a group of Marines already surrounding him outside. The leader was a major general from the Marine headquarters, and General Kizaru Perusalino was also on the way from Marine Fando. "Don't shoot, the Tianlong people are in their hands, be careful of accidental injuries." As soon as he saw Shalulia Palace next to Lin Fan, the major general immediately ordered his subordinates not to shoot. If he hurt the Tianlong people, he, the major general, would probably be done for. After receiving the order, the sailors also moved the muzzles of their guns away, fearing that they would accidentally fire. They all know the consequences of offending the Tianlong people. The worst case is that his whole family is killed, the worst case is that the whole town dies together, and the more serious case is that the entire country is buried with him. "Who are you? Why are you holding Tianlongren hostage? Let her go quickly and tell her what you have to say." Although he knew that the guy in front of him had already killed 2 heavenly dragons, but he was still holding 1 heavenly dragon hostage, he couldn't do anything to ensure the safety of the heavenly dragons. As soon as Shaluria saw Marine, she had hope of being rescued. She was about to say something, but her rising hope was instantly shattered the next second. "I saw all the Marines falling down together, including the leading major general." At this moment, a golden light appeared, and soon a wretched figure emerged. It was none other than Marine General Kizaru Perusalino, who was still able to move. As soon as he arrived, Kizaru also found Marine lying on the ground, but luckily he was still alive. Immediately, Kizaru also set his sights on Lin Fan. But for some reason, when he saw Lin Fan, he felt a little panicked. Lin Fan also revealed the answer for Kizaru and directly put away the mask to reveal his true face. "Perusalino, long time no see." When he saw it was Lin Fan, Kizaru's heart stopped beating for a second, and he was stunned and shocked. "Wilk Lin Fan? Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in Impel Down?" The other party was obviously escorted to Impel Down City by himself, so why did he appear in this Sabodi Islands? Kizaru was really confused, and the other party was obviously seriously injured. He looked in such good spirits now, how could he look injured? At the same time, Kizaru was ready to deal with a few attacks and then escape. After all, he knew the fate of Sakaski and Kuzan, and they had not woken up when he left Malinfondo. Chapter 125. Seeing Lin Fan, Kizaru was also ready to run away. He doesn't care about the celestial dragons. The worst he can do is not become a marine. It's important to save his life. It's not worth letting him die for the sake of the Tianlong people. Lin Fan was able to beat Sakaski and Kuzan to a point where they were seriously injured and fell into coma without looking like anything was wrong with him, but he, Kizaru, couldn't do that. It can be seen that cold sweat broke out on Kizaru Pelusalino's forehead. This can prove that Kizaru is very nervous facing the enemy Lin Fan at this moment. "Oh, don't you know yet?" Lin Fan was also a little surprised. As a marine general, Kizaru had not yet received the news that he had blown up the Impel City and left. In fact, just after Kizaru returned to Marineland, he learned from the golden phone bug that someone was attacking the celestial dragons, and he hurried to the Sabodi Islands. The Warring States period was also prepared to wait for Marine Fando to talk about Lin Fan again. At the same time, he also wanted to ask Kizaru about Lin Fan's physical condition. Kizaru clearly said before that Lin Fan was seriously injured and unconscious, but now, he directly beat several of them. Looking at his energetic appearance, it doesn't look like he was seriously injured. It is said that Sengoku also learned about the attack on the Tianlong people on the way back to Malinfondo. The whole Warring States period was in a state of shock. Lin Fan's escape from Impel Down City had just happened, and now another Tianlong was attacked and 2 or 3 of them were killed. Sabodi Islands, Island number 1, at the entrance of the auction house. Lin Fan's words made Kizaru confused, and at this moment, the phone bug in Kizaru's arms also started ringing. However, Kizaru had no intention of answering and still stared at Lin Fan carefully. Faced with Lin Fan, a fierce man, Huang Yuan did not dare to desert. He was also very afraid of Lin Fan's speed. To this day, Kizaru still remembers Lin Fan's speed that made him unable to react and then punched him. Until now, my chest still hurts slightly. Perusalino, don't be nervous, just take it. Don't worry, I won't take the opportunity to attack you. Lin Fan spoke with a smile. After that, he took out 2 recliners and placed them on the ground. He lay down directly on them and turned around and said, "Come here and massage my shoulders. Little Sadie, you can sit down too." "Oh, yes, yes." Shalulia Palace was stunned for a moment, but after feeling the sharp eyes from the side, she immediately stepped forward and stretched out her hand to press Lin Fan down. A man who knows the current situation is a hero, so he must compromise now and wait until General Marine takes care of this couple. "Okay, Lord Lin Fan." After seeing Shalulia Palace giving Lin Fan a massage, little Sadie responded sweetly and sat down on the recliner. She is not at all afraid of Kizaru, the Marine General. After all, little Sadie saw Lin Fan defeat Impel Down City Administrator Magellan with her own eyes, and then defeat Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, and Marine Staff Officer He together. It's definitely impossible for General Marine to defeat her Lord Lin Fan. Although he didn't know where Lin Fan got the recliner, Perusalino took out his phone and connected it when he saw Lin Fan lying on the recliner, but he was still wary. "Perusalino, no matter what, you must catch the criminal who killed the Celestial Dragon. This." "Fleet Admiral, I'm afraid I can't do what you said, because the person who killed the Draco is Wilk Lin Fan." Kizaru interrupted Sengoku for the first time, and when he revealed that Lin Fan was the one who killed the Celestial Dragon, the phone fell into complete silence. On the other end of the phone, Sang Guo, who was on the battleship, was also shocked when he heard that the person who killed the Tianlong people was Wilkie Lin Fan. After a period of silence, Sengoku's voice came out again. "Perusalino, don't worry about it, just leave. Don't get hurt. I will inform the 5 elders that the Knights of God will arrest Wilkie Lin Fan." After speaking, Warring States also hung up directly. As for Kizaru, his face was confused and stunned. The next second, he also disappeared instantly. He didn't even intend to say another word to Lin Fan. In this short period of time, Kizaru has left the Saboti Islands for some distance. A smile appeared on Kizaru's face, and he was able to leave without fighting Wilkie Lin Fan. Isn't this so cool? Coffee, beach, beauty, start. On the battleship heading to Marinefondo. After Sengoku hung up the phone, he also started to contact 5 elders. At this moment, the Sengoku no longer had the same anger as before. Anyway, it was the 5 elders who said that their marines no longer had to deal with Wilk Lin Fan. As for the death of 2 or 3 celestial dragons, it's none of Marine's business. The moment Kizaru Pelusalino left, Lin Fan also thought of the system's voice. Ding, host triggers the selection. The 5 elders asked IM to send out 9 members of the Knights of God to deal with the host. IM agreed. The Knights of God is coming. Please choose the host from the following 3 options. Option 1. Take the Celestial Dragon Shalulia Palace to leave the Saboti Islands to avoid conflict with the Knights of God. Reward: 1 rotten fruit of Paramecia. Option 2. Wait for the arrival of the Knights of God and attack them head-on. Reward: 1 Paramecia low-temperature fruit. Option 3. Wait for the arrival of the Knights of God and kill them all. Reward: 1 animal-type bug fruit, phantom beast species, and willow form. Faced with 3 options, Lin Fan also made a choice. He also wanted to see the legendary Knights of God. Lord Lin Fan, General Marine, did he run away? At this moment, little Sadie asked with some uncertainty. What did you stop for? Keep pressing, oh. Shalulia Palace also continued to press Lin Fan's shoulders, and she was already numb. General Marine, are you running away? She's still here, didn't we come to save her? Why did she run away? It's normal for him to run away after he can't beat me. For Marine's salary, he won't go to all lengths with me. But there will be 9 guys with good strength coming later, and I am very interested in them. Lin Fan ruffled little Sadie's hair and said, while the latter listened with an expression of enjoyment. Little Sadie enjoyed Lin Fan rubbing her hair very much, and after humming, she said nothing more. Thinking of something, Lin Fan asked, Little Sadie, you didn't eat the devil fruit, did you? Hearing this, little Sadie immediately responded, Yes, Lord Lin Fan. Then do you want to eat a devil fruit? After blinking her eyes, little Sadie nodded and said, I think so. After hearing the accurate answer, Lin Fan waved his hand, and several devil fruits floated in the air. Chapter 126. Little Sadie, please choose one of these devil fruits. If you are not satisfied, then we will talk about it later. I will introduce to you what they are. This one is Paramecia silver fruit, and this one is Paramecia ho-ho. Fruit, this one is the animal-type human fruit phantom beast species judgment angel form. This one is the animal-type bird fruit phantom beast species lightning bird form. This one is the animal-type catbird fruit phantom beast, griffin form. This B*********** D actually possesses so many devil fruits of phantom species. Shalulia Gong, who was pressing Lin Fan's shoulders, was also a little surprised. She does have devil fruits, and there are quite a few of them, but they all have very average abilities. She doesn't have any phantom beast species at all. Shalulia Palace also knows about the classification of devil fruits. Logia is very precious, but the animal-type fantasy beast species are equally precious, followed by the animal-type ancient species. Looking at the devil fruit in front of her, little Sadie was also very surprised. Lord Lin Fan, slave. Can I really choose the slave family? Lin Fan also waved his hand majestically, levitating all the devil fruits in front of little Sadie. Select. Then. I want this one. The animal-human fruit, the phantom beast species, and the judgment angel form. Little Sadie also reached out and picked up a devil fruit. She also knew a little about devil fruits. Well, let's eat it now. Lin Fan waved his hand, and several other devil fruits disappeared instantly. Little Sadie also opened her mouth and bit into the devil fruit, and her expression suddenly changed. It tastes so bad, it was unpalatable, but little Sadie still swallowed it down her throat. After swallowing it, little Sadie immediately felt that her body became stronger, and at the same time she mastered a very destructive power. Lord Lin Fan, thank you. Little Sadie got up from the recliner and jumped directly on Lin Fan. If it weren't for being outside at this moment, something might have happened. In fact, she originally wanted to have the power of the devil fruit, but the world government refused to give it to her. According to world government, your Impel City is a place where you can relax every day, and you don't need to use force. Why do you need devil fruit? In the eyes of the world government, Impel Down has no merit. All the criminals in custody were brought there after others defeated them. You are just responsible for guarding them. You don't need to go out to catch criminals. What credit do you get? So even after applying for many years, the world government still refuses to send a devil fruit. This also created the fact that in the entire Impel Down city, only Magellan and the 4 jailer beasts whose awakening failed were ability users. Coming. With that said, Lin Fan stood up and stretched out his hand to create a telekinetic shield. In the open space opposite Lin Fan, 9 figures also appeared after a while. It was the Knights of God. In the shield, when Shalulia Palace saw the Knights of God, she was frightened and fell to the ground with a look of fear on her face. For the Tianlong people, what they fear most is naturally the Knights of God. The duty of the Knights of God is to judge the celestial dragons who have made mistakes. The leader is none other than Saint Jielin. Because of Lin Fan's various achievements, Jielin Sheng also decided to take action personally. Before anyone from the Knights of God could say anything, Lin Fan disappeared from the place instantly, and when he reappeared, a member of the Knights of God had become a mummy. As Saint Jielin could no longer hold the sword, it was announced that the battle was over. Lin Fan easily destroyed the so-called Knights of God. As a result, a kill treasure box was obtained, and the last fragment of the history book was opened. Lin Fan also synthesized the history book of time, and immediately took the quill pen and started to change the history. As the changes were completed, the history book emitted a dazzling golden light. Lin Fan could not look directly at it and could only close his eyes. Opening his eyes again, Lin Fan was stunned. This is the hospital? Suddenly, some memory fragments appeared in my brain. He, Lin Fan, got into a car accident and was carried to the ambulance for who knows how long. Then came the scene of the rescue process, and finally fell into darkness. What kind of time travel is just a dream? Time flew by. 3 months later, Lin Fan had returned to living a working life like an animal.